Okay, show.
Thank you.
Madam President, dear ministers, excellencies, guests, welcome back to day 2 of the Riga conference. I'm glad to see that we have so many survivors still here.
Hello, night owls. I'm Eva Johansson, and this is Thomas Pildagovich, and we are the moderators of Riga conference. And this is the second day. And I walked around yesterday late at night, and I interviewed a couple of you and asked, what are philosophical reflections from yesterday? And here are some of them. Everybody is living at the front line now. It's not the peace, but not the war. If you want something, you find ways. If you don't, you find reasons. We are here. We are only getting stronger. Such meetings as this help to find common ground more easily in difficult issues. And it feels good to sense that we are thinking in the same direction. And also we are in the same boat with Ukraine. So today we have continuing to discussing these issues, and we are very happy for those who are watching us online. Good morning, and also just a reminder that we are in Riga. It's raining outside, but we're a really nice house of science, which is the place for students and bright minds. And about today.
Yes, we have a very packed program today, so be sure to also check out the conference program online on the conference website. I think the minimum expectation is that today we will put all the pressing policy debates to rest on topics such as transatlantic relations, defense innovation, defense tech, what the hell is going on in Russia domestically and in terms of its external aggression, external repression, and of course security issues in the Baltic Sea, which are close to heart for many of you here. And of course, with that, the overarching questions of where does Europe fit in this new, increasingly fragmented world order? How does Europe protect its values, protect its systems, its institutions in this increasingly dangerous jungle? And to answer these questions, we will begin with a keynote speech by the President of the European Parliament, Ms. Roberta Metsola. Madam President, the floor is yours.
Good morning to you all. Ministers, dear ambassadors, distinguished guests, colleagues, participants, members of the European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here today. It matters that we are here in Latvia at this critical moment in our story. The Baltics' geography tells its own story. To the west, incidents in the Baltic Sea are on the rise. To the east, neighbors are growing more aggressive. The Suwalki Gap is one of the more critical points in the world. Here, in Latvia, you know what it means to live at the edge of freedom. You remember what could happen, what has happened. And the point I concede to all the Latvian members of Parliament is that we should have listened to you sooner. For years, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, Finland, you all warned us about what was coming. You warned after the annexation of Crimea. The Kremlin-sponsored disinformation campaigns sowing discord in our societies, about the hybrid attacks on critical infrastructure, another one as recently as last week. You kept warning us about what is happening in Zapad in 2017, in 2021. The joint Russia-Belarus military drills that took place just a few weeks ago prove that Russia is still rattling its saber. And you warned us about the Russian troop buildup before their illegal invasion of Ukraine. You knew very well who we are dealing with and know very well what it takes to counter it today. Now, Europe's political center of gravity has truly shifted east. Just a month ago, a Russian military drone was found in the eastern part of Latvia. Since then, drones have been spotted over Poland, Romania, Denmark, Germany, and Russian fighter jets have entered Estonian airspace. These are not isolated incidents. What we are facing is a new level of provocation on land, at sea, and now in the air. It's something that I experienced firsthand. During my most recent visit to Kiev a couple of weeks ago, I could really see how drones have really become the primary weapon of war. And I think all of this must finally serve as Europe's rallying call. We cannot afford to repeat past mistakes. Europe needs to take responsibility for its own security. We must strengthen our defense capabilities, deepen our interoperability, and above all, ensure that we are better prepared. It is an understanding that I am pleased, maybe a little relieved, to say that this is starting to take hold. Since 2021, EU defense spending has increased by more than 30%. And earlier this year, NATO members committed to raising their defense budgets to 5% of their GDP, something that would have been unthinkable even 1 year ago. However, money alone doesn't make us safer. If we keep working separately, if we are constantly duplicating efforts, if we are failing to plan, develop, and procure together, in Europe we still function as 27 separate systems, and we operate with 178 different weapon systems. The United States, by comparison, has about 30. That kind of fragmentation means that we can produce all the ammunition we want, and we can reinforce each other with all the military equipment we can. But if our systems are incompatible, or if our forces are not trained to use them properly, then all our efforts risk falling short. That is what is slowing us down, and that is what is driving up costs. It's why the European Parliament keeps emphasizing, why me and my colleagues here today, including Latvian members of the European Parliament, keep emphasizing on the need for better coordination, greater coherence, and the capacity to operate as one system. It is what a real European security architecture must be designed to deliver. We're asked often, what do you mean by European security architecture? This is precisely what we mean. One that brings together our military, our industrial, our political and digital capacities. One that allows us to act faster, with more impact, and with one voice. Now, I do not want to be misinterpreted. NATO is and will always be the backbone of our collective territorial defense. And the partnership that we have with the United States is unique, there is no question about that. I think that in this dangerous world, it makes more, not less, sense to deepen partnership with like-minded partners, with Canada and the United Kingdom, for example. It's a point I recently made to leaders at the European Political Community meeting in Denmark last week. I also want to use this moment to recognize Latvia and the Baltic states' indispensable role in the NATO alliance. I deeply value your commitment, and I look forward to expressing my and the European Parliament's full support for our eastern flank, including efforts to strengthen security in the Baltic Sea during my visit to Camp Padazi with Prime Minister Selina later today. At the same time, the European Union has its own role to play. And that role is only growing in crisis management, in cyber and hybrid resilience, in strategic deterrence, in building defense capabilities. Not by duplicating what is already there, but by strengthening it. By building a solid European pillar within the alliance, and by strengthening the alliance as a whole. By ensuring, finally, peace through strength. By acting together, by living that age-old European truth, all for one and one for all. That's what Europe means. It's why the European Parliament has acted with unprecedented speed to adopt legislation that will help build economies of scale by aligning defence planning and procurement across Europe. And we are so close to reaching an agreement with Member States on the European Defence Industry Programme. This will aim to simplify processes, remove barriers, and support our defence industry's ability to develop and deliver at speed, hand in hand with Ukraine's industrial base. Now we are working to give Member States greater flexibility in using EU funds so that they can invest in dual-use projects, including drone technology. During my visit to Kiev, President Zelensky was very clear, as he always is. Ukraine has both the field experience and industrial capacity to produce more drones. What they lack, however, is financing. With Latvia a leader in this field, I know you are aware that the impact that this kind of funding can have, support like this strengthens Ukraine's defense, but it also strengthens Europe's readiness. And it is precisely why we are pushing dual-use financing also in the discussion on the next European Union long-term budget. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've spoken a lot about what the European Parliament is doing, what we are doing together, and what I think is needed to make our defence system stronger and more resilient, to build a security ecosystem that safeguards our territory and our people. But none of this will matter if we don't keep the war in Ukraine at the top of our agenda. Each of us has a role to play in pushing back against war fatigue. Now, we can agree or disagree about many things here, but one fact is indisputable. Ending the purchase of Russian gas and energy strikes at the very heart of Russia's war machine. We will do it faster than expected, and we will look to allies and partners. We should be proud of how far Member States have gone in disentangling themselves from Russian energy, but we must go even further. Of course, phasing out these dependencies must be accompanied by a plan, but the excuses that have held us back for so many years until now are far, far from insurmountable. The same holds true on frozen Russian assets. At the end of the day, all of this, all our efforts coming together and really doing what we thought was impossible a year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. This comes down to sustaining genuine peace. And it has come, in a way, to us as a surprise, I would say, as political representatives, as elected politicians, when we ask, what do we mean by peace? It's a word that we took for granted. It's a word that I was never asked about when my country joined the European Union together with this country, and we would be looking at economic stability, we would be looking at how we would grow as part of a strategic group of member states that have together common values and common projects. But what we perhaps forgot is that the European Union, at its very core, is a peace project. And peace takes effort. So when yesterday, after 733 long nights, an agreement that would see the remaining hostages released and a ceasefire in Gaza was finally agreed to, was something that we welcomed so much. This is a moment for peace and renewal in the Middle East. It opens a path that could finally end the intergenerational cycle of violence, of suffering and terror that has plagued the region. It must be respected and it must be thoroughly implemented. Peace is never easy. It takes difficult, sometimes uncomfortable, but necessary decisions. Whether that's playing a constructive role in ensuring the Gaza peace agreement holds, whether that is standing with Ukraine and remaining steadfast in the principle of nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, whether that is advancing merit-based enlargement as a clear geopolitical strategic priority, whether that's supporting democracy and countering Russian intimidation in our neighborhood. The election results in Moldova were encouraging, but make no mistake, the story is far from over. Or, as I said at the very start of my few words today, whether that's pushing Europe to take responsibility over its own security. We need to get to the next level of defense. And here, Latvia just sent a strong signal of commitment to the world. For the first time in your history, you will serve on the UN Security Council. And on behalf of the European Parliament, I wish you every success. And I very much look forward to standing with you as the champion of these shared priorities. This is Europe's, I would say, security, whatever it takes moment. And we count on Latvia to help continue lead that drive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam President, for your words of inspiration and really the clear-eyed, piercing analysis. I think we can all agree that the time for excuses is indeed over, and building this security ecosystem, sustaining long-term support for Ukraine, and disentangling from Russian energy other dependencies is absolutely the way forward. I would now like to invite on stage Dr. Maria Golubeva, the founder of the crisis simulation startup Malaise, for a guided conversation with the president, and then hopefully some grilling from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this inspiring speech, President Metsola. And the first question is not going to, and welcome to the Riga conference. And the first question is probably not going to come as much of a surprise. We are here in the Nordic-Baltic region. It probably plays a special role. So my first question to you is, how do you see the role of the Nordic-Baltic region in the security and defense architecture of Europe, especially the security, which is not just territorial defense, also other aspects of it, and both as a region which has a lot to share, the experience to share from being so close to Russia, but also, of course, as beneficiary of the new European security and defense policies.
So when I said in my intervention a few moments ago that it took us way too long to realize and listen properly to our colleagues from the Nordic-Baltic region, that the threats were clear and they were getting closer and closer. And I say it openly and frankly, and you had Commissioner Kubilius here. I was his colleague in the European Parliament, and I can tell you there were endless moments late at night in debates where Andrius would tell us, you're just spending time on subjects that you should be focused on elsewhere. And I want to say it because I come from a country that is pretty far away from this region, but I'm married to a Finn. So it's also a very domestic conversation for me. I've spent the past 2 decades listening to exactly the same warning that Andrius Kubilius had given us. And it took all those years for Finland and Sweden to join NATO. A long domestic discussion also there as to whether that was the right step to take at the right time. But all it took was an illegal, unprovoked, unjustified invasion in the neighborhood to show that those threats have become real and have become closer. And the leadership that Latvia and the neighboring countries show, not only in putting money where their mouth is, in other words, that you really are the first leader of the pack to say we are going to increase our investment in defense, that we are going to match the GDP requirements of NATO, and that we are going to be at the forefront of saying we need more alliances on drones. We need to have more initiatives in order to help Ukraine, because Ukraine's security is also our security. I can tell you that if it was not for countries like this one, if I were a member of the European Parliament today legislating from a country that is much further away, I would perhaps be thinking, look, is this really a threat for us today? And that is what, thanks to Latvia, we are not in a position.
Indeed, and this already leads to the second question. Speaking of citizens in countries that are not so close to the front line, so to say, how do you think can citizens' expectations be managed? We have heard, for example, in the President of the European Commission's State of the Union address about the real socioeconomic problems, especially the housing crisis, other issues. And it is true that citizens in many countries say, well, there should be more money allocated for that. And sometimes question is asked, so why is so much money spent on defense and security? This is something that has to be managed because each of our member states is, of course, a democracy and elections matter, and the electoral cycle might bring results which would be less than ideal for our common security and our common future together. So how do we manage the citizens' expectations?
Well, the reality is that we need to be honest with them and admit that for many years we underspent and gave a false sense of security which wasn't. The reality is also that states of the alliance's commitments were not matched with the demands. That years would pass before commitments entered into effect. That we have developed parallel systems that are more costly than they need to be. That we only used to speak about the defense union as though it was something really far away on another planet. Similarly with the energy union, which came into focus when we had to uncouple very quickly from Russian gas. My point is that one expense in what guarantees the security of our citizens should not be played at the expense of another. Now, how do we do it? Citizens are right to ask that we need to make sure that there's security for all, just as they are right to ask that we need to make sure that we offer affordable and dignified housing for all, that access to free health and education across our continent are pillars that we will always defend and invest in. Now, we're being faced at the European level with big decisions on where we take our next multi-annual financial framework, budget for 7 years. It's always a big discussion as to where our priorities are. But what we have learned is that the current 7-year budget that we're currently sort of living through, wading through with great creativity, without the flexibility, is that what we thought was going to be good when we negotiated this batch absolutely is not fit for purpose today. So at least our eyes are wide open as to when we go into the next negotiation. And those next negotiations are going to have to be underpinned by a phenomenal, I would say, decision, much awaited, that member states' defense expenditure would not trigger the excessive deficit procedure. And that needs to be coupled with economic growth, with strengthening our competitiveness, with us investing more in trade, and with making sure we protect our businesses and our citizens. Is that going to be easy? Absolutely not. But if we don't go back to the very first thing I said, that we need to be honest, then we would be facing an argument where citizens feel further and further away from us and our decisions, and that will only mean elections of movements or systems that threaten the very being of everything we stand for.
Thank you very much. And going to the question of citizens and businesses being protected, you have mentioned a lot the need for a more common unified security architecture in Europe. And indeed, there is still a lot of disjointed security infrastructure, especially what concerns the silos. There is the cybersecurity silo, there is the cognitive warfare silo, people who are mostly in charge of tracing and responding to sabotage do not necessarily always immediately share this information with other member states. How do you see the task of the European institutions in making this work together to keep both citizens and businesses more secure for the next couple of years? Of course, lots of steps have been done. The cybersecurity documents that have been adopted, the NIS2 Critical Entities Directive, Cyber Solidarity Act, but probably most people in this room would agree there is space for more work. So how do you see the next steps?
Well, absolutely. And there is always room for more steps, and we can always be faster. That's why we have reformed internally in the European Parliament in order to adopt legislation faster. We did it for procurement and defense, ammunition production in support of Ukraine, repurposing parts of Europe that could be now, let's say, invested in new types of jobs because of security and defense industry. We need to make cross-border procurement easier. We need to make sure we do not have borders that we've been so, I would say, we worked so hard to remove land borders, but we immediately reintroduce borders for anything else, for our businesses to be able to operate in more than one country, for our young, talented researchers to be able to use those talents in the European Union rather than losing them to other continents. And this all against a space of there is room to build modern, faster, better, also cheaper methods of infrastructure that protect us. Will this be easy? Absolutely not. You will still find a tendency to protect rather than be open to your neighbor. This is normal. But if the last 5 years, and I would say 5 years because it's been since the pandemic, has shown us is that alone we can't manage. And back to member states not sharing information, what is clear to all of us, that is what used to be covert is now overt. I mean, it's done brazenly, cynically even, to destabilize us. And the biggest success for those who seek to destabilize us would be for us not to talk to each other. And last week's meeting in Copenhagen sent the opposite message, which I came back and I took away with me a sense of, I would say, cautious optimism that finally we are in a situation where we can look forward to finding new proposals and being faster in the decisions we take. The Chancellor of Germany said something that will remain with me last week, that if we had, when Russia invaded Ukraine, been fast to help Ukraine with all the equipment, all the help that we've seen with our allies since, but in 2022, we would not be in a situation that we are in today. And I think that is something that we need to take away with us. That if the European Union and its allies, if NATO and its allies had acted fast in understanding that this is something that will threaten all of our security, then perhaps we would not be in a situation today. And it's a lesson for us all in the speed with which we react, but perhaps even more importantly, in having the capacity and readiness to react. That takes political will, it takes leadership, it takes courage, and it takes honesty. That where you could do better, you admit it.
Indeed, and readiness to react, I think, is what this conference is very much about. Now, I'm a little bit in a difficult spot because before the host mentioned that there should be some space for grilling by the audience. Do we still have 5 minutes for that? We do. All right, so let's have 2 questions. Please, in the front row, we have Edward Lucas.
Yes, hello, Edward Lucas. You talk about being honest, and that's vital. How are we going to pay for this without landing it all on the taxpayer in one lump? When we had this crisis in 1991, paying for the reconstruction of Europe, we set up a bank to do it, which was able to tap private sector savings. And it also applied conditionality. My other worry is we raise the money and we throw it into a broken procurement machine, which is great for the share prices of the defence companies, not so great for everyone else. So how do we reform defence finance in a European context, bring in the UK and Norway, because they're big in one case and rich in the other, and get this done really quickly?
Shall we take all the questions?
All right, so let's take the second question from the gentleman over there.
Hi, my name is Avi Sahar. I'm Israeli Portuguese. I run an Austin-based startup in Tel Aviv. I'm also a speaker here. My question here is I listened to your really remarkable statement about the need, like to rearm Europe, basically. And I would like to hear your reaction about, or your answer, about the convergence of interests between my country's war and the war in Ukraine when it comes to a Russian attempt to halt the Rearm Europe program. And I'm referring to the cooperation between European dock workers that we saw 2 weeks ago, labor unions in Genoa, in a meeting with basically every single dock worker union, 5 Palestinian organizations, 2 American organizations, basically proclaiming their desire to halt Rearm EU as the next step, as the evolution of the halting of supply chains to Israel. Like we tested it on a smaller conflict, now we're trying to implement it on a larger conflict. And I would love to hear your reaction. Is the EU prepared to the evolution or the convergence of conflicts, Ukraine, Middle East, that will affect Europe?
So there we have 2 questions, and I'm afraid we don't probably have time for more. So, President Metsola.
So for the second question, I would say that the Italian government has been very clear in making sure that rules are followed and laws are obeyed, and that humanity and peace reign. And this is, I would say, the thread that has been keeping us in looking for what was agreed yesterday morning for 2 years. I can tell you that exactly 2 years ago, I was in Israel on the site of the attacks, and those memories have meant that I have been placed it upon my responsibility to make sure that we work for peace in order for us to continue to be able to have an interconnected world. Whether that means interconnected in terms of people, humanity, but also in terms of interoperability of systems and also economic growth. And I'll jump to the first question with the words economic growth, because perhaps what you are correct in saying that we've spent now the past 5 years in essentially just talking about how we need to find more money to pay for first a crisis and then another. But there has not been at the same time a real push to make sure that we are more agile as economies. And I'm very encouraged by the UK government and the Prime Minister's a push for what he calls the coalition of the willing, which is not only a political or a military coalition, but it's also an economic one. If we don't have interoperability between the EU and Norway and the UK, prices will remain incredibly high. If we don't grow our economies, we will continue to lose in the competition with China, India, but also the United States. If we don't make it easy in our continent to start up, but then to scale up, we lose our best. If we think that only our products are the best at the expense of people who struggle to pay their hospital bills, their school bills, and their rent, then we're not doing our job. Now, what's the answer to this? Do we turn our back to Ukraine on the basis of this? Absolutely not. what is happening in Ukraine could happen anywhere else. But does that also mean a harsh realization that we will need to be better and flexible at the way we finance, what we spend it on, how we procure, and how we can move even equipment from one country to another? I'll take you back to the very first days of the war, when it took months to move helmets that had been sitting in one member state to Ukraine on the basis of licensing and patenting and essentially movement across what are supposedly non-existent borders. Now, this does not apply to the United Kingdom, but I started by saying that that coalition, that willingness of your government into saying that this is something we are willing to join forces on is what keeps us going too. Because then we know we're doing what is right. And if you know that what you're doing is right and you believe in it, then you need to find the ways to finance it. And there are different options on the table, of course. I referred to immobilized assets. I referred also to the excessive deficit procedure exception for defense spending. All of this difficult, but is an option on the table, which was, I would say, impossible until a year or two ago. And that is something that we need to recognize as willingness to do really whatever it takes for security.
Thank you very much indeed, President Metsola, and I hope all agree that this deserves a round of applause.
Also, thank you, Maria Golova, for hosting this conversation, and thank you for honesty, and President, thank you for your human aspect in all this. But as you know, Riga conference mainly is security conference, and I'm glad to announce that the next panel will be dedicated to a hard security. Europe defense commitments in new era, we all are now, as we heard in speech, balancing burden, capability, and innovation. I would like to invite the moderator, writer, and strategic communication advisor, Eleanor Russell, on the stage to announce all the panelists, and also invite all of you to be part of this discussion later on, asking questions. Hello, welcome.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Good.
Good, great. The energy level is very good. So
Where do you want me? Can I?
Yeah, sure. You're down here. Yes.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The title of this next panel is Increasing Europe's Capabilities to Uphold the Transatlantic Link. Now, I think there's nobody in Europe that doesn't realize that it's now or never when it comes to upholding the transatlantic link. And the decisions that were made at the NATO summit in The Hague were the result of that. But those decisions don't stand on its own. The whole 3.5% plus 1.5% wasn't just made up. It came from an immense effort of overhauling all of the military strategies and plans that NATO and NATO allies have. That complete overhaul of military planning led to two historic achievements. The first is that because of this overhaul, NATO and national defense plans are now more integrated than ever. And that is unheard of in the world, unheard of in history, that so many armed forces are able to do that, that they trust each other enough to say, okay, if you develop that, then I will develop that, and then together we will be strong. The second historic development is that for the first time now, this sort of tapestry of military planning forms the basis of our NATO defense planning process. That means that where the money is spent on, that set of capability targets is for the first time threat-based. It's not a level of ambition, it's not a nice to have, it's very much a need to have. Europe knows that it's now or never. The willingness is there. Increasingly, the money is there, but that doesn't mean that it's easy. It's still difficult to get this done. And we're going to talk in this panel about why it's difficult, but also we're going to talk about the things that are going right. We have four esteemed panelists to talk about this. And the first is Dr. Andris Spruits, Minister of Defense of the Republic of Latvia. Can I ask you, please, Minister, to come onto the stage as a... Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you. As a professor, I imagine you are in your natural habitat, so you will feel even more comfortable than normal. The second speaker is Mr. Sebastian Hartmann, Parliamentary State Secretary for the Federal Ministry of Defense in Germany. Thank you. He has informed me that he just came from a very long budget meeting at the Bundestag, where the good news is that the money is on the table. But now it's up to operational readiness, which is also one of the items that is in his portfolio. The third speaker is Lieutenant General Eric Peltier. He is the Deputy Director General for International Relations and Strategy at the Ministry of Armed Forces in France. And now, in that capacity, he is very much a diplomat as well as a general, and that's why today he is in a civilian dress. And our final speaker is Mr. Jack Wadling, a Senior Research Fellow for Land Warfare at the Royal United Services Institute in the UK. I found out a couple of days ago that Jack was on the panel yesterday as well as today. And when I checked with the organization if that was indeed the case, they said, yes, we would. If we had our way, Jack would be on all of the panels. So we consider ourselves very, very lucky. What I'm going to do is I'm going to offer each of our panelists the chance to give a few minutes of opening remarks. And then I'm going to turn it immediately to you, to the audience, to ask them questions. So I would like to give a minister the first opportunity to speak. Sir.
From here? Or?
Yeah, whichever you prefer. Do you prefer here?
Yes, of course. So first of all, thank you, Elena, and dear friends, dear colleagues, dear participants, also on behalf of co-organizing team as the Ministry of Defense is also one of the contributors to the conference. Of course, we are very happy to welcome all of you. Of course, my fellow panelists, but also the speakers and participants of the conference. I think this conference is really one of the main events, one of the main intellectual and political hubs where we can exchange not only thoughts, but also where we can paint the roadmap, how we can move forward as well. As you said, sort of what has been achieved, but at the same time, what are the challenges, what we are facing, what are the tasks in this regard. I think there are the very good description in a panel, the key words in the description of the panel. The key words are that it must be right mindset when we move forward for our security. There is a fundamental shift in the mindset. It must take continuously. It's about existential threats, what we are all facing, but it's also about a readiness to adjust. So it's about agility. This conference is agile. It adjusts also in terms of location, but we as a community of the like-minded, agility, ability to adjust is always important. And of course, the mindset, and I'm a bit reminded of some of the intellectuals of the previous years who expressed that, Americans from Mars, Europeans from Venus. And now it's time for everyone to be from the Mars, also for Europeans. So we must be much more assertive, we must step up in terms of the mindset, we must contribute, we must be ready also to not just defend territorial of nations, but actually defend all the NATO community. So it's our whole responsibility for the NATO alliance. So the mindset is an absolutely important basis to realize what we are facing and also to be ready for those challenges to address them. The second one is, and it has been discussed and you mentioned The Hague, the investment and commitment. So investment is crucial in this regard. Without investment, which demonstrates commitment, you cannot implement the mindset. So even if you have a right mindset, if you don't have a commitment in terms of the financial resources, it is impossible to acquire the necessary capabilities. It is not possible to implement those regional plans to build a whole defense architecture. Latvia is doing its homework. This year already we are approaching 4%, and next year will be close to 5%, and then we move towards 5% for defense. And it's not just about sustaining our system, but it's exactly about building it. It's building in terms of capabilities, air defense, infantry fighting vehicles, the artillery systems, deep strike, so everything what you need also actually to be efficient. And of course, I can elaborate on this also later on. And the last but not the least, it is about also another key word in description of this panel. It's about technological leap. So you have to be agile and adjust also in terms of technologies. We see that there is, in our eyes, a military revolution taking place in the battlefield in Ukraine in many ways, being it much more transparent as it never has been. Also exactly applying new technologies, even though we always must remember it's about combined arms. One specific technology will not change everything, but combining those technologies, implementing, integrating, coordinating, of course, this is what is important within national armed forces, but also among nations as such. So the building this architecture, it's a very subtle and very complicated task, but that's what we are doing, and I think we are doing successfully. So that's why technologies are absolutely the crucial indispensable. That was also mentioned here. The Latvia, from my first day as a minister, we immediately focused also on drone technologies. We started to co-lead together with UK, the drone coalition. We are building our drone army. We are willing to lead also EU capabilities on drones, but it's not just about drones. It's about counter drones, it's about artificial intelligence, it's about 5G, etc., etc. So it's in generally about making innovative approach and being agile in terms of creativeness to our armed forces and our security in general. So that's why we need to be agile, we need to be assertive, we need to have a right mindset, but it of course also requires investment and commitment.
Minister, the capability targets that NATO set a couple of years ago, many allies were already not meeting them, and now the new set of capability targets are even higher because the threat has gone up. Are you confident about Latvia's ability to make it, to develop and to do what it has promised to its allies?
I am absolutely confident about Latvia's.
Are you confident about the others?
That's another question. I am confident about Latvia because to reach those targets, generally we need approximately 5%, and we are very clear on this ambition, on this roadmap that we will be implementing this. And there is, here I would say there is a consensus also among political parties, about absolute majority of political parties, that investment in defense and also meeting those capability targets are absolutely crucial, are indispensable. As for others, I think I will let those others to intervene and to speak. I believe that there is an opportunity. I think the Hague summit was success in this regard. The commitment to contribute, of course, it might take some time. I can say that Latvia, of course, always encourages to do as quickly as possible, not to have in 10 or 15 years' time, because we must remember what we are dealing with. We are not dealing with a country with whom we will be able to arrange some kind of date of the battle. There will not be a date. So the hybrid warfare takes place all the time. So the hybrid incidents are not only basically on a border for the conventional warfare, it takes every time. So we see those incidents also recently in the Baltic Sea, in Estonia, in Copenhagen, in Poland, etc., etc. We can continuously expand this list. But I think also here NATO shows agility, and what we see with the Eastern Sentry, not only Baltic Sentry, but also Eastern Sentry, we show that Russia wants to have less NATO in the region, and actually it gets more and more. So there is really a reaction from the positions of strength and confidence. And this is a good sign that, of course, we are realizing what we are dealing with, and the action is also absolutely the primary goal and task.
Yeah, and exactly as you said, our adversary will determine the timeline. Hybrid warfare is constantly ongoing, absolutely. And a large-scale physical attack can come at any time in any domain. So we have to be ready. And in the past, if an ally didn't do what they promised, it took a risk only with its own security. And there was time, in crisis management, there was time to fill the gap and look around the table. And now if an ally doesn't do what they have promised, it takes a risk with everybody's security. And that's the big difference. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hartmann now to talk about Germany's point of view.
Okay, thank you very much, Eleonora. Thank you, dear Excellency. I think I can say, as a starter, I could not agree more, because we have to ensure that we are meeting the challenges of our time and make clear that Europe is on the way to do what we can do. But we should start without not without saying that Russia's full invasion of Ukraine is the greatest and the gravest threat to European sovereignty and our territorial sovereignty. And it's a threat, and Russia is acting in these days, in these moments. And we are seeing a kind of hybrid warfare. And in Germany, there's a debate on how to encounter that and how to act, because we are seeing Russia's actions. It's not only about airspace violations, and NATO made clear that we are able to act. We have doubled our capacity on air policing, for example, from Rostock, from one day to another day, to make clear we are going to see what Russia is doing, and we are going along with all of the growing numbers of cyber attacks, the disinformation, the electronic warfare, and Russia is increasing its capacities. Russia is spending more than ever on its military. Russia is increasing its industrial capacities, and we have to react on that, and we have to make clear that it's also an information and psychological condition setting. And if we are here in the Baltic Sea area as part of a strong alliance, we are seeing it's also the question of a whole of society approach to encounter that, because it's trying to, Russia is threatening us because it's a part of psychological warfare. And if we have seen already in this morning, if we are discussing the questions how to spend money on housing, for example, or spending money on defense, it's very crucial that we are going to spend enough for our freedom, and it's spending for our liberty, and it's spending for the European sovereignty. And it's already been risen the question, what are the other parts, the friends and the allies of Latvia doing? And I can give you the information that Germany is on a fast track. We have changed the debt brake in Germany. It was part of our constitution, and we are spending more money than ever in our history on defense. In this year, it will be up to 108 billion euros. 108 billion euros. And I think it's a change of history that I'm in the region as a German politician, give the information, and the audience perhaps is applauding. Let's hope so. Because it's showing we are taking our part of our responsibility. And it's not about only about talking about meeting the requirements and spendings. We are going to show presence with the 45th Brigade Lithuania. We are showing that we are taking part of our responsibility. We want to make it clear. Words alone or goodwill alone will never deter an aggressor. It's only military strength. And the military strength comes from spendings, from showing the presence, from being ready. Defense readiness is the new word. It's implemented in the German debate. We call it Kriegstüchtigkeit, Verteidigungsbereitschaft. We are debating in a situation we are seeing that the full-scale invasion of Ukraine means that hundreds of thousands of civilians are killed by an aggressor in 2025. It's a war raging in Europe, and so we have to bring Russia away from this way. I've talked about our brigade, and we should not only talk about the money and the questions of the budget. It's very important. I think the third question is, are we ready, or do we going to fight for our freedom? Are we citizens? Russia is recruiting its soldiers from prison camps. They're recruiting its soldiers from prison camps. In our Western democracies, you can join as a free citizen the army. And if I see the new soldiers in Germany, up to 15% of young men and young women are joining the army, besides any questions of if we have changed already the new law. We are discussing in Germany a new model for our military service to bring new amounts of personnel into our German armed forces. And we are on the fast track too. It's nothing less than bringing the amount, if we can compare today, 183,000 soldiers. Within the next 5 to 10 years, more than 260,000 active soldiers as personnel, plus 200,000 in presence. to make clear that Germany is taking our part of responsibility. And I think last and the fourth point, because we want to debate it, we should talk about procurement and changing laws. Europe is a big opportunity. Europe is the answer. But if there are laws avoiding that we can get to a success, we have to change the laws. Spending more money than ever means implementing the Rearm Europe process, giving money to every European country with the safe vehicle, for example. And now it's up to the European and the German industry that they are going to set up new capacities. Because we are bringing, you have said it already, we are bringing the money on the table, and now we are waiting for the products.
Are you confident about their ability to do that?
If we make it clear that there will be long-term contracts and the German and the European industry can rely on our spendings in the next year's budget, and we are going to make this clear, we can rely on that, and I'm still very confident because we are seeing innovation cycles. Last point, if I am going to sign a treaty on new drones or UAVs, for example, I need other kinds of products in the next 2 or 3 years, for example, because it's about setting up a complete new industry. And we've heard this. We have parts and we are taking knowledge from Ukraine, from our partners in Baltic Sea area. And it means showing presence, spending more money, making clear we are fighting for our freedom, and we will not accept any aggression by Russia, and we should name it as it is. Thank you.
So we've heard an expression of confidence from Latvia. We've heard an expression of confidence from Germany. Is France just as confident?
Always confident.
Or even a little bit more, maybe?
Yes. No. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. And I would like to share with you some reflections from France's perspective on how we can effectively strengthen Europe's capabilities, and in order, of course, to uphold or to reinforce the transatlantic link. Sorry. So we all agree on the threat, on the Russian threat, and we think that Europeans must take their defense in their own hands, because we cannot and we should not expect the US to ensure our security, as it has been the case since World War II. And why? Because the peace dividend period is over. Because the US pivot to Pacific is accelerating. And because the USA urged European countries to take more responsibility in their own defense. So it clearly means that we have to reduce our dependency to the United States. This dependency can create resentment on both sides of the Atlantic. And this dependency can make us less safe in a tense, complex, and very changing environment. So, reduce our dependency does not mean that we will get rid of our best ally, United States. Reduce our dependency means to be more responsible, to create the condition for Europe to ensure its own defense within the alliance, and to be more autonomous, to be more resilient, and of course, to produce our own capacities in Europe. And it is for that very reason that strengthening both the EU, the European pillar within NATO, and EU is our collective best interest. This interdependence is a very powerful strategic leverage. As mentioned yesterday by Commissioner Kubilius, the EU is now a real player regarding capability development in Europe. It has made a spectacular leap forward in terms of defense since February 2022. Defense is now fully part of the EU's landscape, projects and financial tools. At the same time, the coalition of the willing that France and UK has promoted shows our ability to propose to our US partner something credible to ensure future security guarantee to Ukraine after a ceasefire, a peace agreement, or something else. We don't know. At the same time, member states, European countries, are now called upon to make an effort to work on priority capabilities area and fill our collective gaps in order to be fully operational by 2030. This is consistent with the capability targets assigned to the allies within NATO. NATO and EU are converging towards an harmonized objective. NATO and EU are now complementary. The great strength of EU is the creation of financial tools such as SAFE and EDIP. Moreover, the EU goes further than assigned targets. Member states are encouraged to propose joint projects through European Defence Agency. It shows that Europe is equipping itself with the means to deliver. It shows also that Europe is not just reacting to emergencies, it is building long-term defense capacities through an industrial base that we must consolidate. ELSA, for instance, is a capacity-building policy initiative. It aims to bring together military requirements for deep precision strike and industrial projects. Today, 25 countries work on 13 clusters. ELSA initiative strengthens the European pillar in NATO. This example shows that we can reduce our dependency to the US with our own capacities. When it comes to reinforce the transatlantic link, the bottom line is that coordination is key to the success of the US and Europe grand strategy. Europeans must recognize that the US needs to adjust its force posture and will no longer be as present in Europe as before. And the US needs to accept that the burden shifting will take time and that we, Europeans, must rearm on our own agenda. The US recognize that they need a strong Europe. They are not able, with their own capacities and their own industrial base, to sustain or to support European military needs. If we coordinate, there is a very clear path to success for all of us. To conclude, European countries must reinforce their own defense. We all know that. By this way, we will build a credible European pillar within NATO. By this way, we will allow the US to concentrate their efforts on their priorities, especially in the Pacific. And by this way, we will maintain a fair and balanced transatlantic relation. Thank you.
Merci, mon général. And thank you also for highlighting the role that the EU has to play in strengthening the industries. If I pose the same question to you, are you confident about France's ability to meet the NATO capability targets? Are you?
Me?
Yeah?
Yes, I think that we are on the good path. Of course, we face many difficulties, and the main difficulties today is to have a great connection, a better connection between EU and NATO. But we know when we read the white paper released by EU 2 years ago, with the 9 main capacity project, we think that it matches quite well with the NDPP targets. So we are quite aligned. Now we have to fine-tune the way and to build the way to connect those 2 documents and to implement to reach the NDPP targets, of course. But I think we're moving forward, and it will be the main challenge that we have to face in the coming month and the coming years. And I totally agree with my German colleagues have said. We have to be better, not only coordinated, but integrated, and to have better cooperation in our industrial base.
Yeah, absolutely. So then we'll turn it over to the UK. Jack.
I hate to paint a slightly less rosy picture, but I think it's necessary to put some perspective here. So in 2015, British policy was to have a sovereign deployable division for its land forces. And unfortunately, at the time, we were still facing defense cuts. It was unattractive after the invasion of Ukraine in 2014, to cut tank numbers or artillery numbers or something that's a visible weapon system. So the cuts fell on our enablers, essentially, logistics, this kind of thing. The result being that the military did an assessment as to how many soldiers you need in the force in order to have a sovereign deployable division. And the answer was 82,000 troops, right? So that you could have another division at home to be able to train and regenerate the force in a war and have training functions, headquarters, etc. By 2021, the enablers in the British military were basically enough to sustain about 1.5 brigades in the field. So we couldn't actually deploy a division, and the army had been further cut to 72,000 personnel, below the minimum requirement to be able to deploy a division, all right? Now, what was the commitment that we made to NATO? There is a new threat from Russia. So actually, we're going to provide a sovereign corps. Well, what's a corps? A corps is 3 divisions, okay? British Army is still 72,000 people. The main thing that's happened in the intervening period is we have given most of our frontline equipment, all of our artillery, for example. We've bought 14 howitzers back, but all of our howitzers that we had to Ukraine. Okay, so the capability has gone down, not up. All right? Now, the UK, the British military, was actually one of the more high readiness militaries in Europe at the time. And so when we actually look at the numbers, I think the investment that is happening is very positive. The arrows are all moving in the right direction. However, we are starting from a much lower base than we have publicly acknowledged. And the result is that I don't think we are actually on track to hit a lot of the capability targets for NATO on the timeline that has been outlined. If you look at how much equipment needs to be produced, how long it will take to be delivered, it will be too slow, okay? That does not mean that the forces we have, even if they're slightly below those targets, are not credible, are not well trained, and it doesn't mean that the investment is not being well spent. But I think we have to acknowledge that this is not assured, right? We have to be really, really ruthless in making sure that we prioritize what we have to have for a fight tonight to deter and what we would like to have for a fight tomorrow to deter over the longer term. I'll give you an example of an area where we need to be ruthless. Prior to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, 80% of the deliverable firepower within NATO was delivered by the air component, by our air forces. And the Russians know this, and so they have massively invested in air defense. And their air defense is not unbeatable, but it is a tall order to break through it. At the same time, we have given most of our stockpiles and most of our artillery to Ukraine. And so our reliance on our air forces for firepower has increased, not decreased in the intervening period. Now, if you look at stockpiles for munitions in NATO that are suitable, not for dropping bombs on targets that you are above, flying at medium altitude, can't do that against air defenses, but are suitable for knocking down air defenses, the Italians have 1 squadron with some capability, but it's an old system. And in Europe, that's about it, okay? And so, firstly, we need to purchase munitions that are suitable for this task because it is fundamental to us being able to bring our advantages to bear. But this also requires our transatlantic relationship to work, and we need a frank conversation with our American colleagues because we can produce all the munitions in the world, and if we can't get them integrated in time onto the F-35, which we're all purchasing, and which is dedicated to that mission of breaking down air defenses, then those munitions will not be usable, right? And so noting how many countries are buying and using F-35, I think we need a much more robust conversation with the US and with Lockheed Martin about the timelines for integration of munitions. And so am I optimistic? Yes. I think, firstly, the capability targets are not the minimum viable product for being able to deter. And I do think we're moving in the right direction. But we should not underplay the urgency. And it's very important that we're not complacent in our optimism.
Okay, well, let's see about the audience. What does this conjure up? We've had three expressions of confidence. We've had one of also confidence, but maybe slightly more critical, as a researcher is prone to do and should do, to see what the realism is behind statements. I'm going to turn it over to the lady on the left side.
Thanks a lot. Hanna Shelest, Ukrainian Prism. I have the question to the ministers. You've been talking about your national commitments to improve, but when we are speaking about the collective, let's be honest, we have Hungary and we have Slovakia that are openly saying that Russia is not a threat and de facto undermining these collective efforts. Do you think that you would be as strong as your weakest part? And in this case means Hungary, who is openly allying now with the Russian Federation in terms of assessment the threats that are going around. And I'm afraid that in terms of China, they would continue the same policies. So it would not be the positive, but even more negative.
Minister?
Yes, thank you for the question. And of course, what we see some diversity within transatlantic community, 32 nations, in European Union, 27 nations, 23 of them are NATO countries. So that's, of course, even within EU, there are some formal differences of belonging and also which can also influence some of the policies. But I would still say that, look, yes, there are differences in details, in emphasis, sometimes in quite a serious one. And some of the statements, some of the visits certainly can be criticized. And I would criticize also as a minister, as a Latvian Minister of Defense. But at the same time, once we come to fundamental issues, and one of the fundamental issues is exactly, for instance, Hague 5%. So yes, it was not an easy job. It was quite encouraging and motivating by our transatlantic partners, but at the very end, in 2025, everyone has already 2% for defense, and everyone agrees on moving to 5%. In strategic concept of NATO, it's clearly said Russia is a threat, China is a challenge. Of course, when we come to some of the specifics, some specific policies, tactics, we see some diversity. I would agree with it, but we are democracies where societies also play a role. We see some elections in recent days as well. So, of course, we have to also accept and respect it. But, once more, of course, strategic issues, fundamental issues, I would say everyone realizes on this side of the Atlantic, on the other side of the Atlantic, that NATO is beneficial and collective defense alliance, where one for all for one, beneficial to all of us.
Absolutely. Mr. Hartmann?
I would like to add some points of view to that. First of all, Ukraine is fighting the hardest fight in these decades for not only for their freedom and their territorial integrity, but also it's the crucial question of the rule-based order. And it's a question of we are going to accept that military threat and military aggression could be part of a political concept in the next century in Europe. And we should make clear that everything Russia is doing is unacceptable. And I think this is takeaway which every European country should share. As also in the eastern or in the western parts, it's unacceptable. Second, Washington, D.C. is looking at Europe. Are we taking our part of our responsibility? Talking about sovereignty does not mean being responsible. We have to do something. And so I can talk about the German initiatives. If our colleagues from Washington, D.C. offered a new mechanism like the Pearl mechanism to offer new ammunition or new material to Ukraine, we said, besides the question that we are doing our part, giving, for example, air defense systems to Ukraine from day to day with the help of your European allies. Thank you, for example, for Norway or the Netherlands. We were working close together. or for the ammunition initiatives, it's a collective European answer. And besides the fact that not everyone is doing the same, we should make it clear that we, as Germany, are doing what we can with the help of the European allies working with us. We have to put the Ukraine in a position of strength. It's crucial for every European state. And we are going to make this clear in official meetings. We are going to do this by giving the ammunition, spending the money, and also using, and we've seen by several European states that we are using, for example, the Pearl mechanism, because time is not on our side. We have to hurry up. And the third and last question, setting up a new European defense industry, more innovative, with larger capacities, is an important question to every European country. And it's not only a question of one part of our defending of our security, because if we fail, the consequences are not only unacceptable, it would lead to a phase of insecurity and not being able to any questions of defense readiness or protecting our own security in Europe, which our allies are asking us for.
Yeah, just to add, because of course this is a fundamental question in general, because what is a unity, what is consensus within like-minded community? So this is actually the crux of the whole issue. But still, I would add to the element of optimism and confidence that glass is still more half full rather than half empty. So take into account that, yes, we have those challenges. But look, I mean, in Estonia, when a Russian fighter jets violated airspace, Hungarian fighter jets pushed them out. So they took off and sort of protected also the Baltic airspace and NATO airspace in this case. As for Ukraine, here I would also fully agree and understand what you say about this underlining element that, of course, we should support Ukraine. And Latvia has been one of the front runners, one of the leading nations, and we believe exactly what you said, that what happens in Ukraine, it influences all of us. It influences our credibility, it influences international rules-based order. So that's why the position must be strict and confident. And of course, arming, first of all, Ukrainian armed forces, but also being strict with Russia, imposing those sanctions. And we are still able to impose sanctions and agree with those sanctions. But yes, we need to support militarily and financially. Latvia, we have commitment 0.25% every year. This year and last year, it's more than 0.30%. And we'll be contributing, and we will be committed also to do it next year. And of course, we say, look, I mean, if everyone would commit 0.25%, perhaps Ukraine already has been able to win the war, because it has been 3 times the size of financial military support for Ukraine. But yes, now again, we are one of the leading nations proposing that Russian assets must be confiscated. And we see that already some algorithms, some formulas are being elaborated, and we are moving closer to this. But it takes some time. I fully agree with urgency, that urgency is always there. There is no time and place for complacency. But again, on fundamental issues, we are able to move forward. Sometimes we would like to be quicker, faster, more strict. But well, we are the community of quite a number of nations.
Speaking of urgency, I think we have, if I'm looking at the organization, we can go a few minutes over time because we started later. Is that okay? A little bit, okay. I have one question here in the front and I have one question right at the back. I see that the microphone is closest there. So we'll start, sir, we'll just start in the back because the microphone is closest and then we'll come to you.
Thank you so much. My name is Lisa Vogt. I'm from BBC News. I have a question about hybrid attacks. We talked yesterday, there was a good discussion about drones, but I'm also talking about attacks on civilian infrastructure. We've seen waves of arson, cyber attacks on transportation networks, undersea cables. So I was wondering, how are your respective countries dealing with this threat? Because it's unconventional. You can't use conventional weapons to deal with it. Do you blame it all on Russia, or there are other foreign or domestic players that you are wary of? Because sometimes, like with the Nord Stream pipelines, we see that the reality is much more complicated. So I would be grateful if you could talk a little bit about that. Thank you so much.
Franz? Yep.
Yes, I have an example, and I totally agree. And we have to be better aware that hybrid warfare needs to have also hybrid course of actions. I just want to take the example of the Shadow Fleet and the intervention that we have performed last week with a Shadow Fleet vessel. It's a good example to respond to this hybrid warfare and hybrid actions committed by Russia. If we succeed in putting some pressure on this Shadow Fleet and jeopardize its economic model, it could be also a good way to show to our adversaries and to show to Russia that we can respond differently, but using some of regular means, some law, some regulations. And that's why today our friend Chad has VTC with Chad's of the Coalition of the Willing in order to speak about this issue. How could we put some pressure on the Shadow Fleet with our own means? It's a good response to the hybrid warfare led by Russia. It's an example.
I would like to thank for the question, because this shows us that the new threats are not clear. We cannot separate them in internal or external security questions, because a hybrid warfare depends on the question. It may be in a gray zone, and especially in the open sea, as we see, it's not only our part of our coastal waters. If we are seeing attacks on infrastructures, undersea infrastructures, maritime security is, for example, a question in the Baltic Sea area. We should also address, besides the question of airspace violations, for example. And in Germany, we are debating to pass a law to give more possibilities, or more to implement the capabilities and the capacities of the German Bundeswehr for the counterattacks. But a hybrid warfare relies on the question that an attack should be attributable. Can we attribute it to Russia? Not in every case. So we should put our forces, the Marine, for example, together to make clear that the Baltic Sea area, it's a part of every state in the Baltic Sea area, is part of NATO today. It's changed because only Russia is the aggressor. And we've talked, and you've given the information on the Shadow Fleet. And it could be also a question of international law, because there was a judgment of a Finnish court, and we are rule-based, and we are led by accepting international law. This should be clear. Fighting with monsters does not mean to become a monster. And there's a thin line between the question of being a responsible state and using gray zones. And we should see this as a new theater of war, of hybrid warfare, we are confronted with in the next decade, for example.
I think it's important to note that the Russians are pursuing this line of effort very aggressively, at scale, and they are looking to increase it, right? And the trend in attacks is increasing. They see this as a way of imposing cost on Europe for our continued support for Ukraine. And so from the Russian point of view, this is retaliation, right? It also has their subversive effects and other things that they are proactively trying to do. But I don't think we're going to deter them from it. What we can do is we can draw a line under certain activities and say, if you put bombs on planes, you know, we will act in a way which makes Russia uncomfortable, right? So I think we can have a conversation to deter certain kinds of behaviors, but we're not going to stop it entirely. What is important is that we work to strengthen the legislation in our countries so that we can be more proactive in disrupting this activity. In Germany, for example, it's extremely difficult to both start investigations into people, but also to move information between different parts of German law enforcement within the federal structure. And that hampers the ability to disrupt even actions which are known about in advance. Okay, so there's legislative changes. And the other thing I would highlight is that the Russians have become adept at exploiting gaps in sharing between our member states in the EU and elsewhere, so that they will often operate from one country against another. And by doing that, they are often able to again, evade the capacity to disrupt their activities. And so we need to be more collaborative in addressing this as a threat which is against us collectively, whereas most of our legislation is aimed at protecting domestic interests.
Minister?
Just to echo some of the thoughts already by my co-panelists. We are not at war formally, but we are not at peace. So what happens in the domain of hybrid, so we see that, of course, there are a lot of escalation from Russian side. Weaponization of illegal migration, disinformation campaigns, cyber attacks, arson, sabotage, incidental drones, critical infrastructure incidents, etc., etc. Latvia has been neighboring Russia for a long time. And of course, that's why there is element of silver lining. We are used to it. We already also develop our own immune system. So we are ready to react and act. Comprehensiveness of defense, comprehensiveness of security, where everyone is involved, where everyone is educated, of course, are absolutely important part. So it's not just about defense sector which is reacting. It's about interagency and intersocietal or intrasocietal the resilience and the cooperation. Also, what has been mentioned here, of course, preemptiveness is in collaborative efforts among the nations, regionally as well, to preempt some of those activities. Also exchange the intelligence if necessary, and we are doing it. And last but not least, when you act, you should react also react to some of the actions from the positions of strength. And that's why, again, the Baltic Center is a good example of it. Yes, of course, it is not panacea. It's not that silver bullet for everything, but it means that exactly what you do will have some effect, will have a reaction, a strong reaction. You wanted less NATO presence, you got more NATO presence in the Baltic Sea in this regard. It will not preclude and prevent from everything, but certainly it will add credibility and it will add also the instrument to act.
Yeah, and that will require a much more active role from the private sector as well when it comes to our energy, our food, telecom, healthcare. When we talk about money on the table for defense, we're talking about our armed forces, we're talking about defense industry, but we're not talking enough about the money on the table that has to come from private companies, because the government can't pay for all of this, who have to do deeper investment in their resilience as well. Yep. I'm afraid that's all we have time for. I want to thank all of our panelists for their contributions. No doubt we can't solve everything in this panel, but at least we've talked about it, and that's quite something for a Friday morning as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator, as well.
Thank you.
coffee break. They're really interesting conversations, but we have another special conversation today, and it's going to be really interesting because we also have a book opening.
Yes, everyone is still coming down from the second floor, from the coffee, from the pastries, but we're in for a treat. We have a special conversation with somebody who has been at the center of NATO's most important decision-making, most recently in the period from 2021 to 2025. And I'm, of course, talking about Admiral Rob Bauer, who is the former chair of NATO's military committee. And the conversation will be moderated by one of Latvia's finest journalists. And I'm a bit biased, but also he's the host of Latvia's best podcast.
It's true.
Pauls Rauceps. I think I will not waste my breath. Pauls, please take over.
Thank you, Thomas. We cooperated on that broadcast initially, so Thomas is apparently a little bit of self-advertisement as well, but that's fine. I'll
Self-admiration society.
That's right. The question looming over this conference, obviously, is what to do about Russia. And I think that Admiral Bauer is perhaps one of the best placed people to answer that. And he has done that extensively in this book that is in front of us. His distinguished career has prepared him to write this book. He's been the commanding officer on ships in the Royal Netherlands Navy. He's grappled with pirates off the coasts of Somalia. He was the overall commander of the Dutch Armed Forces. And from 2021 until January of this year, he was the chair of the NATO Military Committee and thus the alliance's highest ranking military officer. He's also a TikTok star, I understand.
And not actively, but...
Not active, which actually may be pertinent to some of the things we will be talking about. But his experience being the top-ranking NATO military officer at the time when Russia launched its full-scale Ukraine means that he has special insights in how we can prepare to be ready for the Russian threat, to deter them, and if necessary, to resist them. The book is organized, that is put forward here, is organized to lay out 7 principles. We don't have time in this 20-minute little talk to talk about all of them. There are 4 that are kind of self-explanatory. Expect the unexpected, think like an investor, take responsibility and trust the professional, obviously. That's what we will be doing here. But we'll focus on 3 of them in this talk. And I'll start with the first one. Admiral Bauer, you say one of your principles is choose effectiveness over efficiency. And I read that, and then I think about all these stories that, as a journalist, we love these kind of little tasty tidbits about waste in the military, you know, there's very expensive toilet bowls and things like that. How do you reconcile these 2 things of saying we have to be effective and efficiency maybe isn't that important, but then you'll have people saying, but aren't you just wasting money?
Yeah. To start off with, I think it's important why the topics in the book are what they are. Okay. Because basically, after all these years in the military and the change, the overhaul of all the strategies and the military plans, basically, the brunt of the work now is not in the military thinking anymore, but it is in the execution of those plans. That's one. And to make it a success, we need much more than the military. And the book is basically about a whole of society approach. We need, you know, the companies, we need the financial sector, we need the government in a wider sense than just the Ministry of Defense. We need the individual citizen. In terms of understanding, they all play a role in our security. That's why we wrote the book, Eleonora, Russell and I wrote the book together. And so that is the reason why I wrote the book. It's not a military book, it's a book about basically a call for help from the whole society to do more. So that's to start off with. I think we have had a hyper focus on efficiency for too long. And I remember as a chief of defense that people would say, you want to have more toys for the boys. When we were talking about frigates and submarines and tanks and all the things that an armed forces need. Now, then I tried to explain, and the reason was that we did counter-drug operations in the Caribbean, and we did counter-piracy operations in the Gulf of Aden, and so why do we have these expensive frigates? And I said, you know, you can do shopping with a Formula One car, maybe not a lot, but you can do shopping with a Formula One car, but you can't race with a normal car. And so if there is no war, you can do other things with expensive military equipment. But if there is a war, you can't change a normal car into a tank. So that's sort of and I think more and more people start to understand that. Now, efficiency for a good reason has been chosen, let's say 40, 50 years ago, as one of the holy grails in our thinking. The government is spending as little as possible, and companies keep the costs as low as possible. And that is not bad per se, but we have sort of forgotten to think what the consequences of that efficiency can be. And we have reached points in the armed forces, but I think in our society as a whole, where there is so many single points of failure because of efficiency that we actually have become extremely vulnerable. And to give you an example, when I was Chief of Defense, I was told by the Chief of the Army 2 weeks into the job that the Dutch forces that were supposed to be ready on the 1st of I became CHOD in October 2017. So I heard from the Chief of the Army, we cannot provide the forces on the 1st of January for the EU battle groups. I said, why not? And it's nice to hear that end of October. And he said, well, it was many problems, but one of the problems was the fact that the medical equipment and the medical goods for those forces was not available. I said, why is it not available? He said, well, we're not allowed to buy it. I said, why are we not allowed to buy it? And who says so? Well, the Ministry of Finance says we're not allowed to buy those packages. I said, why not? Because, well, there is a date on the bottom of all these packages that is closer by than the end of the deployment. So then we have to throw it away, and then we have to buy a new one, and even that one we have to throw away if we're not using it. And because it's very unlikely we're going to use it, so that's why we're not allowed to buy it. So we're not ready. And I said, okay, so if I decide now to buy it, when will it be available? He said, 3 months. Okay, so I went to my colleagues in the EU Military Committee and told them that we're not ready because of this. And I thought they would be extremely disappointed and angry with me. And they sort of looked like, that's interesting. But when coffee break came, they came all to me and said, it's fascinating because we have exactly the same problem, but you're the first one that actually is open about it.
This is interesting because it reminds me of the discussions we had during the pandemic, which basically the same problems, where you have very right-on-time supply chains and things sourced all over the place and you don't have reserves, and all of a sudden you find out that you don't have enough masks.
Yeah, so efficiency has led to this idea of just enough, just in time.
Yeah.
So that's a different problem from what I described.
Yeah.
And just enough, just in time is fine. If you order a car, you basically know from the dealer that your car is going to be delivered in the 3rd quarter of 2026. And that's the car with the leather seats and the open roof, etc. And so if you want to buy a car that is available earlier, you can go to another brand. You can go to another dealer, and hopefully they have one available. But in the defense market, there is no alternative. There is one manufacturer of Patriot. So there is no market. Yeah. And we treated that as a market as well, but there is no market. There's one customer, which is the government. And then the government is an unreliable client over in the last 30, 40 years. So there is a lot of issues there. But just in time, just enough means that if there's a peak demand signal, like in COVID, and the same for a war, then the industry is unable to respond.
The second issue is be ready to deal with risk. And I understand this is why you got on TikTok, because you were asked, how people should prepare for an emergency situation, and your answer was viewed by 33 million people?
2.5 million. I heard that from my sons.
Yeah, okay. So But you have an interesting point there where you say that we should, by recognizing risk, we actually decrease it. And I think there's a great fear among politicians and amongst opinion leaders. If you name the risk, you're going to scare people. You're going to lead them into a panic. How do you find the balance between those two things?
Yeah, I fully disagree. I think by sort of trying to hide under the covers and hope everything will go by, we are in a time where that is not a responsible reaction. So I think we have to make sure that people actually understand what the risks are. Of course, you have to mitigate as much as possible of those risks. It would be stupid not to. But the fact that we live in societies nowadays where everybody sort of thinks every risk can be brought back to zero. And that's nonsense. Especially in a war, that's nonsense. So we have had this issue in the armed forces in peacetime very, very much, where we sort of have to prepare people for a situation where the armed forces have to take risk, because you don't know everything in a conflict. You don't know where the enemy is necessarily. You don't know how much ammunition they have. You don't know whether they have a new weapon overnight. You don't know a lot of things. And still, the fight is there tomorrow morning. Even if you don't have ammunition anymore, you can't call up the enemy and say, hey, we have to produce a stash of ammunition, and I will call back to restart or continue the war when I am ready again. That's not how it works. So we have to teach our military that you have to be able to deal with risk, whilst, for example, in training in peacetime, politicians do not accept if somebody dies, for example, in a training incident. I'm not saying we should aim for that. That's not the point. But things can happen. Things can go wrong. And we're all angry nowadays if your mobile phone is not working, if there's no electricity, if there's no water. Even if it rains in Spain when you're on holiday, we're angry. And I think we should stop doing that. There is risk. And we have to recognize it. We have to mitigate it as much as possible. And then there is a residual risk, and you have to talk about it. And the best situation is where someone takes responsibility for taking that risk.
And the third point that actually is connected to this, you said we're all angry these days. Partly that's because we're all sitting on our phones, on social media, that separates us from other people, but stokes our emotions, makes us more individualistic. And one of your major points, and I think this is incredibly important, is about how Ukrainian society came together in the face of the threat and formed and said, we are fighting this, not just we individually. But in the West, maybe this sense of we has, I wouldn't say evaporated, but it's been dissipated. How do we get back to that? Because without that, clearly we cannot stand up to the Russian threat.
Yeah, so everybody talks about my rights and my privacy and my happiness, and everything is about me. Now, I don't know whether anyone in the room thinks they have any privacy. Is there anyone who thinks there is privacy? Yes? Well, Google knows you're here, and actually you gave them permission to know that. But if the government says, can I look in your phone? We have a revolution. And so we have given away everything. And at the same time, if the government asks, we are angry. Now, I think it's not bad per se that we talk about my rights and etc. But we forget that a society is not the sum of all the individuals. It's more than that. And if we, and I've tried this many, many times, a room with 600-700 people, and I ask, who wants more security? And all the hands go up. And then I say, so can you imagine you will become part of the solution? And so people say, what? Part of the solution? What do you mean? So what, we have 60,000 professional soldiers. We have outsourced everything in the 90s. We've outsourced security to our armed forces. And so someone else will solve my problem. Whether it's security, whether it is healthcare, everything is someone else will solve my problem. And so the 70,000 soldiers we start the war with, unfortunately, after a couple of days, Soldiers get wounded and soldiers die. And then where do you think those new soldiers come from? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are part of the solution. And then people sort of are shocked. No, that's the armed forces. They do that. Yeah. Do you think we have a stash of people somewhere that is outside our society? It is our problem. And, one of the things, I know part-time working is great, and we are the champion of part-time workers in Europe. But we might have to work harder. And so people say, it's a right. No, it's not a right. It's a luxury in a way. So if you talk to a guy in Ukraine who builds guns, he said to me, we get 240 hours out of an employee, 20 days per month, 12 hours per day. Well, in Europe, it's 160 or less. And we're angry for the fact that healthcare is not ideal and we have a mother or a grandfather or a nephew who's in the hospital and nobody's taking care of him or her. And we're angry about that. And the government should solve this problem. They've calculated that if the people that work part-time in healthcare work 5% more, the personnel problem in healthcare is over. So instead of saying someone else solves my problem, we can solve it.
We are quickly coming up to our temporal limits for this little talk, but I wanted to ask you a question which is very closely tied to the theme of your book, but that's very much on the minds of people, I think in Latvia, I think all over Europe. We're seeing, as we heard on the last panel discussion, an increase, a ramping up of Russian cyber hybrid attacks. And the way, these are not only disturbing in and of themselves, but they are also weaponized to decrease trust in governments, in armed forces, because they say, look, the Russians are hitting us, we're not hitting back, we're weak, we can't respond. What do you think, taking into account the lessons of your book, of what you've learned in NATO, how should we be responding to these cyber attacks, both in terms of substance, but also in terms of communication?
Hello? Yeah. I did 4 interviews yesterday, 2 for television, 1 for radio, and 1 for a newspaper. I don't know whether you read it or saw it, but this question was very much up front in every interview. So first and foremost, the fact that we responded as an alliance to the drones attack in Poland is extremely important. The fact that it wasn't the Poles alone, but it was an Italian AWACS, it was a German a Patriot missile battery, and it was Dutch F-35s, and of course the Poles themselves, and then even Dutch F-35s shot down together with the Poles a number of the drones. Now we can have a discussion on how effective that was, and we need to become better at that. But the fact that there was a response, including physical kinetic response, is for me worth gold. And then, of course, the controllers, the people of the efficiency, they say, how it's ridiculous to shoot with a missile of 600,000 euros, a drone of 20,000 euros. That's ridiculous. Well, it's not the smartest way, I will agree, but if that's what you have, you will use that to kill what the threat is. So we have to become better at that. But the fact there was a response, that was extremely important, and that it actually was a NATO response. So I was in Poland on television, and they said exactly, yeah, you are leaving us alone. I said, what do you mean we are leaving you alone? We had your back. The Dutch, the Italians, and the Germans, we were there with you. What do you mean leaving you alone? So, so that's one. Second, then people say, yeah, but we didn't shoot down everything. So, for example, in Denmark. So the drone was there. Yeah, the Danish Air Force didn't do anything. What makes you say that? Well, they didn't shoot it down. Well, does that mean they didn't do anything? By the way, it was on purpose they didn't shoot it down. It was a choice not to shoot it down. They saw it. They were able to track it. They knew everything about it. They actually assessed it was not a threat. Very important, because we can shoot down everything, and people can think that a drone attack or that drones that infringe your airspace is a military attack, but actually it wasn't so far. The assessment across the alliance is this is not the start of a military confrontation with Russia. It isn't. It's a nuisance. It's irritating. It's not good. So the most important thing is we have to make sure we detect it, we follow it, and if we want, we can shoot it down. That's first and foremost a decision of the government of that nation, not NATO, because the nations are still responsible for their own airspace. And so the Poles did it with the help of the Netherlands. That required changing of laws, by the way, because in many nations across the eastern flank they had to change laws, including the constitution, to allow the military to do anything in peacetime. Because in the early 90s, a lot of the nations changed their laws to make sure the military was unable to interfere in any way during peacetime. So in Romania, they had to change the laws. In Poland, they had to change the laws for Rzeszów, the little airfield in the eastern part, to make sure that was defended. So the fact that Dutch F-35s were able to shoot down drones over Poland is a huge change, in accordance with the law as well. So there's a lot of things happening. We responded. We didn't overreact. We did respond. And even if a nation decides not to shoot it down, it doesn't mean they didn't do anything. So people, please stay calm and carry on. Because in a way, there is no immediate threat. And we have to be vigilant. We have to check every day whether that stays that way. So I'm not predicting anything for the future. But the incident so far was not the start of a military conflict with Russia. So please support your government. Please have trust in your armed forces. Please have trust in NATO, because we are here and we have your back.
Great. That's an excellent place to finish up this conversation. A call to calm. I think that's something that we all need right now. Thank you very much, Admiral.
And a call, if I may.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I'm sorry.
I may.
But then a call to action
If
as
I may.
well.
Eleanor and I brought some copies. So outside the room, we are going to sell books. If you're interested, bring your phone to pay, and then you can buy a copy. I'm in business now, ladies and gentlemen, so the time of free work is over after 44 years in the armed forces.
And I can heartily recommend the book. It's very, very interesting and inspiring. Thank you very much, Admiral.
Also use your chance to ask questions, because we have present amazing experts. But soon we are going to have an amazing expert panel again, and answering those questions. What does Russia's soft and hard power offer to the countries near and far? How effective is Russia at escaping international isolation and finding allies and partners in the other regions of the world? How is Russia adapting its modus and domestic repressions to sustain its war effort? Today is the National Mental Health Day, and I know that it is sometimes very hard to talk about Russia, but it's mentioned almost in every conversation here. So I have honor to invite on the stage the moderator of this panel, which is Dr. Golnaz Sharafutdinova, and she's a director of King's Russia Institute at the King's College of London, and she has a great panel of experts talking of the questions I just mentioned. Please welcome on the stage. Great. I just announced you, so you're welcome to join us on the stage. We have a great panel. Maybe I could, yes, you can come on the stage and take the floor. And also those who just arrived, you can take your seats here.
All right. Oh, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Golnaz Sharafutdinova. I'm a political scientist at King's College London and professor of Russian politics and director of King's Russia Institute. And I'm delighted to open up today our panel on things Russia. And specifically, we will be focusing on the more recent evolution of patterns, strategies, actions of the Russian government inside the country and outside the country. And certain a lot of things are changing, but some patterns are still remaining. Hence, the panel has a lot of discussion on imperialism and imperial strategies, and but we will be looking at the strategies of foreign influence wielding of Russia, but also what's happening inside Russia. But most importantly, hopefully, we will turn the discussion also to the actions that are necessary to be taken to confront the aggression and to think about what's waiting for us in the future and how we can shape that future. And with me today is a distinguished panel with, let me just go over, David Kattler, who until the end of September, I think, was the head of the Defense Counterintelligence and Security Agency at the Department of Defense, US government. And until 2023, he was an Assistant Secretary General for Intelligence and Security of NATO. Then to his left, Dr. Marie Mendras, a common participant, I think from last year as well, and the years before at Riga conference. Dr. Marie Mendras is a professor of political science at Sciences Po. And I'd invite everyone to read her very recent book on La Guerre Permanente, Ultimate Strategy of the Kremlin, that came out in 2024. And then to her left, Dr. Natasha Kurt, senior lecturer at the Department of War Studies at King's College London, my dear colleague at King's College London, whose research is focused on international relations and Russia, China, and Russia, Asia relationships. So we're going to start with brief comments from each of our participants, and then we'll open up to questions from the audience. And if there is time, I'll intervene with some additional questions and comments. Thank you. Yep, please,
All right,
David.
thank you. Thanks. It's a privilege to be back in Riga and to serve on this panel with my colleagues. This panel's title captures what we're seeing in real time. Russia's internal authoritarian tightening and its external wars of expansion are two sides of the same coin. The regime sustains itself through repression at home and aggression abroad. Both are driven by a single logic of domination. When we talk of old and new Russian colonialism or imperialism, therefore, we're really talking about continuity. We've seen the rhetoric may shift from divine empire to socialist fraternity to the Ruski Mir, but the essence is essentially unchanged. Now, from my time at NATO, it was clear that this worldview has shaped both Moscow's strategy and its methods. Russian frozen conflicts, cyber attacks, assassinations, disinformation campaigns, political interference are all parts of an integrated system of coercion. What we now call hybrid or gray zone activities are in fact the modern tools of an older imperial and colonial strategy. So today we confront that strategy in its most aggressive form. Putin has turned Russia into a war machine, a state that survives only through conflict. He's converted the economy to a war footing. He's raised a generation to believe that violence abroad is patriotism at home. Inside Russia, censorship, surveillance, and indoctrination have become the glue that holds the regime together. Outside Russia's borders, the same propaganda that dehumanized Ukrainians as Nazis is now being used against other Europeans. And this is not simply foreign policy, it's become the political metabolism of a regime that requires war to endure. And that's why the outcome in Ukraine matters far beyond Ukraine itself. If Russia succeeds, every border in Europe becomes negotiable, and every so-called frozen conflict becomes a template. When Ukraine prevails, the message will be unmistakable. Aggression will have failed, borders will hold, and that colonial model collapses. Europe has acted with sanctions, with energy decoupling, and increased defense spending. But our task now is to move from alarm to sustained action. We must turn moral clarity into action by increasing defense production, closing sanctions loopholes, strengthening resilience against the next wave of hybrid aggression, and we must confront the collective challenge before us. Europe and the United States each bring different strengths. Europe has proximity and resolve, and the US has global reach and resources. What matters most now is aligning both into a durable, unified strategy to end this Russian cycle of aggression. History shows that when unity wavers, Moscow exploits the gaps. So our responsibility on both sides of the Atlantic is to ensure that those gaps never open again. In the end, this is not only a question of policy, but also a question of will, whether the free world has the determination to outlast a regime that is built on repression and aggression. And the answer will determine not only Ukraine's future, but the future of the international order. So it's time to meet that challenge with confidence, consistency, and with courage.
Thank you, David. Let's continue with Marie. Yeah.
Natasha.
Yes, please, Natasha. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, David. As Gulnaz said, I focus more on Russia, Asia. And I agree absolutely with everything that David has said vis-à-vis Russia, Ukraine, and Europe and the United States. But I've been looking a lot at Russia and the global south. There isn't really such a thing specifically as the global south, but it's still a term that we do use in policy, that is used also at the United Nations and so on. And obviously within the global south, there are still a number of different groupings, if you like. But I think that we do need to be careful here because, yes, there is an international order and the war in Ukraine has already shown that it has reverberations way beyond Europe. At the same time, there are still a number of countries that do not want to be drawn in to taking one side or the other. And there are also other countries which are being actively courted by Russia, as we know, specifically in Africa. Russia paints this in a very ideological way. They talk about not the global south. They have completely rejected the term global south. They talk about the world majority. And they do this very deliberately. There's a much more sophisticated Russian narrative now which talks about a second front against a global minority. And we already know this type of language when we look at kind of more domestic populist type of rhetoric, even Donald Trump, for example, in the US, this idea of, an elite against an oppressed minority. So it's a kind of slightly populist narrative as well. So the idea is that Russia is helping this global majority against the global minority with all of its wealth, while also asserting Russia as a moral leader. And we can obviously laugh about that, but this is the way that it's constructed, and it does have some purchase in certain areas of the globe. We also know that, via organizations such as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, it's more there probably about China asserting a particular kind of narrative. Its global civilization narrative, its global security narrative, and so on. But Russia, India, and others are also very much involved with this. And I think you can see now that there is a kind of architecture evolving, a multipolar architecture of BRICS, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and so on. We shouldn't overstate the influence of these organizations, but it shows that there is a sense in which, as I mentioned at the beginning, there are certain groupings of countries which would rather not be drawn in to what they see as faraway conflicts, whether we like that characterization or not. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they are on Moscow's side, but we shouldn't necessarily also expect them to come out in support of us. And meanwhile, in Africa, Russia has also, via the Africa Corps, the successor to the Wagner Group, begun to deepen its security footprint there. And of course, it is no match for China economically, for example, in terms of investment and so on. But it can do quite a lot of damage by enabling war crimes and supporting all sorts of hideous regimes, essentially. And, we can say, well, the US isn't really particularly interested in that area of the world any longer. Obviously, the cuts made to US aid and so on. All of this, though, means that Russia, while it is not able to claim any kind of dominance in that arena, is making all sorts of alliances, which we should still, I think, be keeping an eye on. And also significantly, those that we need to be keeping an eye on are those kind of, if you like, those who have not declared for either one side or the other. Because if we lose those groupings, countries like India and so on, then, I think it will be difficult for us going forward.
Thank you very much, Natasha. All right, Marie, please.
It's very, very nice to be back here at the Riga Security Conference. Thank you very much to our hosts. To start, I would like to pay tribute to the Ukrainians. We are walking fast into the fourth year of the war. It was difficult in 2022 to imagine such a long war. And I think if somebody had told me it's going to last at least 4 years, I would think that the Ukrainians won't manage without us. Well, they did, because they're extraordinary, smart, brave, and very patient with us, and very determined. And also because Russia has made lots of mistakes. But also because we have supported them. And, when I hear about Shanghai, about the BRICS, this war is being waged in Europe. The EU is the strongest multilateral community of economies, of nations, and NATO is by far, the biggest military and political alliance in the world. So this is the reality. And as David also has said earlier, Russia is probably not in capacity to go for a prolonged war. Based on the reality of today's situation, I would like to say that even if we've made many mistakes, and we continue to make mistakes, in particular with Georgia, as a scholar, to me, there were two major turns in Russia's post-Soviet history. It was the wars in Chechnya and the war in Georgia, an independent sovereign state, 2008. And we didn't get it. I mean, you got it, the Baltic nations, but we didn't. We didn't get it at the time. It is absolutely clear that the European Union, NATO, and all European nations, I'm not talking of governments, nations, they absolutely want this war to end, and if possible, Russia to be defeated. Because you can ask anyone, I think, in our countries, is it a good thing to still have the Putin regime in a few years at the east of Europe? It makes absolutely no sense. The man has shown his senseless desire and for destroying Ukraine, for destroying societies and institutions in Georgia and other places. And he is doing a lot of harm to his own population, and he has already gotten rid of all public institutions in Russia. If you, and it's also very interesting, if you think of my country, France, the French were very, very supportive of the Ukrainians from the start. And they are still quite supportive, even though we have this huge economic, financial, and political crisis in France today. So this is good news. This is good news, and we have to do what was said this morning, spend more, rearm more, but also probably really act on our words. You remember that President Zelensky on the morning of the attack on the 24th of February 22 had asked us for take a number of measures, and one was the no-fly zone, which would have saved the Ukrainians from bombing. Today, we are demanding a shield, anti-drone, and we must do it. It's not been done yet. And there's a whole list of very practical measures we can take. And one of them is to have more and more men and women from Europe, from America, from all the coalition of the willing, based in Ukraine with many different types of missions, not only military missions, so that the Russians understand that we take the risk, the political or geopolitical risk, of having thousands and thousands of our representatives working in Ukraine. Finally, I'd like to share a thought with you, and I hope we have time to discuss it. It is, I think, one of the mistakes that we've made together with President Zelensky was to talk about peace conferences and peace negotiations. And from the start, I said that was a very, very bad idea. In the 1940s, we had war conferences. And that's what we should have had, war conferences. We know, and David has made his point very clearly, we know that the Putin regime is not able of de-escalation. They are, it's just a crazy passion for aggression, and they can only be forced not to peace. They can be forced to defeat and withdrawal. This must be our objective. And all the negotiations and talks that are going on are amongst us, the allies of Ukraine, with the Ukrainians. And this is working. This is working. It will be forced on whoever will represent the Russian state when the time comes. Final conclusion, because I study Russia inside as well as much as I can, in a way my field work has come to me in Europe. There will be peace and security on the European continent if we start thinking also about the future of the circa 135 million people that live in the Federation of Russia. It is, I think, our obligation and our right to think about it, because we know that we will have to accompany the process of reconstruction in Russia, reconstruction of public institutions, of society, of trust, of public services, everything we need to be rebuilt. And I am positive about this because now, and it was certainly not the case 2 years ago, I can talk with Ukrainian colleagues and politicians about the fact that one day, like we, the French, with the Germans, there will be reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. That day might, we don't know when that day will be.
But we must have an objective. Yeah. Must have an objective.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. We already have some hands up. I wanted to open up with my own question, but I think I'll let the audience speak first. And I saw the hand just rising right there. Please start with your name and
yes, thank you,
short.
Julian Lindley French. Nice to see you all. I'm just wondering, listening to the panel, what your reaction is to the previous panels of this conference, where we seem to be saying in the previous panels that Putin is a rational actor, that we don't have to worry too much at the moment, that NATO has everything under control. But it's plain from your expertise that on the one side, the economy is in a growing peril because of the war. On the other side, the Russians are learning new ways of war. The General Staff is learning new ways of war. We now not just have a war of conquest, we have a war of destruction where they can't actually conquer. We have a war of exploitation, which is being a whole range of instruments of power being applied, not just against Ukraine, but against the Western partners as well, and a war of coercion, an attempt to impose a sphere of influence over those nations which it can neither conquer or destroy to its immediate west. So I'm confused. I'm hearing from this conference that don't worry, keep calm, carry on, Rob. And at the same time, your analysis is persuasive, that this is not a rational actor at a rational moment.
Thank you very much.
So we take several questions?
Yeah, we'll take one by one. I saw David.
Yeah, I'd just say, look, I always love Julian's questions. Thanks so much. Look, I think more than one thing can be true at the same time. And I think you've eliminated a few things in your questions that could seem contradictory. I actually don't think they are. He is rational. He's just painted himself into a corner. He initiated a conflict that he cannot win through the force of arms. But that doesn't mean he's irrational. And for what it's worth, I think if you go back and you read Herman Kahn's book on nuclear escalation, you also get a better sense of where he might be as well with the periodic threatening of the use of nuclear weapons employment. The chapter, especially on rational irrationality, is what I would refer to here. I think it's very apropos in this. Russia is learning new ways of war, Julian. Yeah, I agree, at the tactical and operational level, but they're not learning how to win. They're learning how to cost themselves even more and even greater losses that will set them back generationally. I mean, just look at the demographics of the losses, even if you don't look at the economics of it. But I think where I'd end, though, is that I think that what Putin continues to bet on is that others outside Russia will enable him to prevail, either through a failure to maintain resolve and follow through. We give him a partial victory or a complete victory. And I think Kaja Kallas's analysis on this from before she was at the EU is very also relevant here. And I think that he needs that. He's not just painted himself into a corner in terms of the war, he's also painted himself in a corner at home. Because the internal propaganda and the repression regime is maintained on the idea that Russia will eventually prevail in anything it chooses to engage in. And once that veil is pierced, there could be some significant consequences domestically, not just internationally.
May I just add one word? I don't think in any event Russia can win or have a half victory the way you mean it. And they will never be satisfied. This war was started with it was the decision of one man, Vladimir Putin, against his own men and advisors. So there is something paranoid and crazy about it. But of course, the paranoid leader has his own logic. So let's not think it's our rationality. This is where I would not use the term rational. It's suicidal. That war was suicidal. Why? First, the Russians had managed to spoil part of Ukraine with its invasion of 2014, annexation, to stop Ukraine's path towards NATO and the EU. They still had very strong networks and corruption working on. They could have continued with their policy in what they still call their near abroad of spoiling, just having no real states, no institutions, and being able to manage by very corrupt and violent manners and pay their men in those countries. That's what the Ukrainians have always fought against. As early as the 1990s, then the Orange Revolution and Maidan, and what the Moldovans also have been fighting against, and the Georgians, and this is really the situation. This man started a war that he said would last 10 days or less, then had no option that he would consider. He was offered negotiations by the Ukrainians. Let's not forget, in April 22. And at that time, Zelensky made quite a few concessions to stop the war. You talk to people have forgotten this. And say, well, the Ukrainians don't want to make concessions, except to lose territories. Russia is much bigger; they have to accept this. This is where we are today. The criminal part of the war is not only all the massacres and bombing, and it's also criminal because it is being waged with no objective of peace. And this is typical what we've always considered to be unjust wars. If you wage it without any objective of reasonable human peace. So today, a half victory, nobody's going to accept it. I mean, nothing is going to be set. The Ukrainians will continue to fight. We will continue to. There's no way there can be this half victory. And what I hope we don't get is a half defeat of Russia.
Thank you, Marie. I want to take this issue of rationality a tidbit further and add a new angle to it, and an angle that is a result of something of Valdai's speech that I listened to, but also of very strong pronouncements yesterday at the conference here from Admiral Bauer about the impossibility of Putin's deciding to attack or engage in open war with NATO. We're in Latvia. And the degree, the perceptions, of course, and the level of confidence that different actors have in this difficult reality is part of the war situation, is part of the information strategies, cognitive warfare, Avi, if you're around. So perceptions are very important. And what I noticed in my own observations as a political scientist of people talking here at the stage, there is a lot of confidence that's associated with officials from the United States, and a lot of confidence. But I've spent some time here in Latvia in summer, and we saw Andriy, the photographer, small session, the pessimism and the very hard feelings and the lack of that confidence that we see as well. So the closer you come to the borders, the less confident you become. Let me just turn this into a very short question to David. Thinking about rationality as relative to the conditions in which an actor, a decision maker, finds himself, herself, can we think about such conditions that we can imagine a war against NATO, an attack of Russia on the Baltics, on Estonia. How is NATO, but also DOD in the US, what's thinking about that possibility? Because yesterday the conversation was that that's impossible at all.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, I mean, I'm not speaking for the US, just for myself. And what I would say is that it's quite easy for me to envision it. I would not, I love Rob Bauer, serve with Rob Bauer at NATO, but I do not agree with him on the point that it's impossible. Because I, like Rob, am old enough to remember the Russians saying very clearly what they wished, which was a complete reorder of the European security architecture and a rollback prior to the NATO expansion in the East to also then reestablish the sphere of influence. It was quite clear. To roll back elements of the UN Charter, Helsinki Final Act, rights of self-determination, rights to make choices about security architecture, methods of self-defense, and so on. And I'd say, as a former intelligence officer, sometimes your target just tells you what they're thinking in public. And I think that for me, this is where I'll wrap up and say, because it brings together why I feel so strongly that you have to at least consider the possibility. I would not reject it out of hand. Because again, I believe Putin is rational in his own way. I agree with your point about he has his own logic. You may not agree with it. It may hurt your brain to think in the way that he thinks, but that doesn't mean that his thinking is invalid or he doesn't have a methodology. And he has the power, certainly, and authority in his system to take the decision unilaterally. He has that plenary power if he wishes to exercise it, and he clearly did choose to do so. So I think we need to take at face value the statement that they wish to see a fundamental reordering of the security architecture, at least in Europe, in what Moscow defines as its sphere of influence, its empire, without losing sight of the fact that if we consent to that, either affirmatively or implicitly, we will have surrendered the concept that borders are defined by law and not by force.
Thank you.
Can I just come in
Please,
and say,
please, Natasha.
I think if we're talking about the Baltic, I think it's instructive to think about all of these, so-called acts of hybrid warfare, the undersea cables and so on and so forth. I think I'm not completely denying the label hybrid warfare, but I think that it has a lot to answer for, because I think people have thrown everything into this one kind of category, if you like a catch-all grab bag for too long. And so we're starting to conflate all these different threats together, and then it starts to become very difficult to know actually which are the salient threats and which are not the salient threats. And, actually with the underwater sea cables and so on, we're talking about acts of sabotage. I wouldn't really call that hybrid warfare. And I think that we're, we should maybe move a little bit away from grey zone, hybrid, and so on, and just call a spade a spade.
War is war.
Yeah, war is war.
And I brought up this question because at Valdai, Putin, in a very casual way, discussed that there are, laughable talk about and fear that Russia might attack NATO. And Russia observers know that when something is pronounced, we better, especially with Putin, look at the contrasting idea. If it's on the table, then that is on the table.
Yes,
I may
exactly.
just add one thought, because I fully agree with you, Natasha. Hybrid war has always been a misnomer or a very counterproductive notion. Yes, we got caught into this, but I guess the Russian decision makers, whoever they are also completely caught into this sort of, they had this big bag with all kinds of weapons and subversion. And so it's also probably very difficult for the man, around Putin. They don't trust the guy, that's for sure, to know, what do we still have in the bag that we'll need to take out. And we shouldn't fall for this sort of fear that maybe we're going to miss Putin's latest threat, because he said it at Valdai. He did the same with nuclear weapons. And the only thing we can do is just say no. You're not going to cross our borders, even just flying or whatever. And this is the actions we are taking so it won't happen.
Thank you. All right, I saw the hand here, right? Please. You can't really see anything.
Thank you so much for a very interesting discussion. My name is Lolita Sigana. I'm a seconded expert to EU advisory mission based in Kiev. And my question would be about the supply side of this war. Because basically we are all fueling Putin's war machine by buying Russia's energy. The energy imports, LNG imports in Europe have increased. There is shadow fleet passing the Baltic Sea, and it's very hard to combat it. And most of the shadow fleet vessels are actually registered under European flags. And of course, there is a very strong presence of re-exporting of Russia's oil, which is being refined in India.
Yeah.
So how do we stop this war machine from continuing to fuel, from this energy from continuing to fuel this war machine, also in the view of what was happening in Kiev last night? Kiev again was under a very heavy hammering of both Russian drones and missiles. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would only say that on the subject of the oil, it's actually not a huge amount of oil that is being transported. If you compare it to the amount of gas that Russia used to, ship to Europe via the gas pipelines, I think, it's not nothing, but it's actually not. I don't think it's necessarily decisive, I would say.
Well, but it is a key center of gravity and does sustain.
It does sustain, yeah, but...
And we've had many of our politicians, including my own president, right, has been very clear on this idea that we need to do everything we can to end the energy connection, because that is a principal form of revenue generation. The shadow fleet obviously related to it, but I think you also see Ukrainian military actions against the oil and gas infrastructure in Russia having a pretty dramatic effect, both internally and externally, on that machine's ability. So to a certain extent, the Ukrainian military and security services have been some of the most effective sanctions enforcement or enforcers in recent months.
Great point. Thank you. Great point. Thanks, please. Elena. Hello there.
Elena Rybakova from Kiev School of Economics. My question is about the role of China in this war. We've seen also some combatants from North Korea. China is probably the most important person for the export controls evasion. How do you see that? And very quickly on the earlier question, Europe is the largest importer of LNG since the beginning of the war, and Hungary and Slovakia have increased their overall imports of Russian gas and oil because they have the exemption since the beginning of the war.
Okay. Are we going to
Natasha,
come in now?
you want to?
Well,
Yeah.
I'll just talk about China. I don't know so much about the Hungarian component, but Russia is. Russia is still able to use certain Central Asian countries to essentially evade sanctions, and that's continuing, and that's obviously very concerning. And this is a major area where Russia and China are able to cooperate. China clearly has a big footprint in Central Asia, but it doesn't mean that Russia is leaving Central Asia. It's actually ramped up security cooperation with some Central Asian countries. And it's still, China isn't able to completely replace Russia in a number of instances. So yeah, that's a big concern. And I know that in the past, Blinken and others have warned Central Asian countries, but this trade is continuing to happen under the radar. So I don't know what tools there are at the US's disposal to do any more on that.
Natasha, to continue on this question, to build on it a little bit, yesterday there was a suggestion, very clear and straightforward, that actually China benefits from the war and has all the interest for the war to continue because it weakens the opponent. It allows for the resources, etc. I don't know what's your position on
well,
this.
it's funny. I did an exercise with some people at the UK FCDO and divide them into two groups. It's like one group argues for, China wanting the war to continue, and the other group argues that, China wants the war to end and Russia to be defeated, and then China will reap the rewards of reconstruction. I mean, it's very difficult to actually divine completely what China's goals are. But I think there is a lot to be said that China is, for now, benefiting from the war. Obviously, the argument that the war is a distraction from, what China might be doing vis-à-vis Taiwan, for example.
So if we have two big powers here, Russia and China, both interested in permanent war, in continuing war, in discontinuation, it's a quite a powerful coalition, sort of.
I mean, the only counter-argument is possibly, does China want to be shackled to a corpse? But then again,
This understanding of the interest of both countries in the continuation of the war raises a question about, and brings us to the view of, their ideology in terms of how the world, the global order should operate, right? And, we frequently, when we talk about Russia's relations abroad, we talk about certain transactional relationships, right? But there is also ideological. What's your view on what's stronger? Is it the ideology of anti-Westernism, of unfair world order, of Western colonialism that brings these countries together onto the same stage to look, to have their PR campaigns for such a coalition? To what extent is it transactional in terms of Russia's trade relations or military support or whatnot? And to what extent is it this ideological, or is it both?
Well, I was going to say, I think it's both. I mean, I don't think you can just reduce it down to a marriage of convenience, but it's not going to be an alliance. And, I don't think that they're on the same page ideologically. China has this kind of global civilizational initiative, and then Russia proclaims that it is a state civilization. So what happens when, are you going to get a clash of civilizations there? China's constantly, via the SCO, proclaiming this civilizational initiative. At the same time, it tries to promote this harmonious discourse. It has different narratives depending on where it is. And it's very active, obviously, at the UN in trying to promote itself as a globally responsible player. So that's one area where, continuing to support Russia in the war may, mean that China kind of comes to grief, or may have to kind of revise that thinking, because it's difficult to continue to maintain your role as a responsible global power, tilting at various high-up jobs in the UN, and still continue to support Russia. So, it may depend on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe on energy?
On
energy and Hungary.
Yeah, please.
If I may, a very quick response to your important question. First, the EU has been used now to having the 1 or 2 odds out. But most sanctions until recently, since 2014, have been voted in the EU, sanctions against Russia, without even much discussion. Okay, so I think this is the major trend. This is the major trend. Yes, on energy, there is a lot more to be done. But I think we're working on it. We're working on it. But as you know, most of our countries have great economic difficulties, and so we also need readable, understandable US policy in terms of. Now, what I would like to add is that sanctions have been working, not so much because they would strangle the Russian economy, or today a war economy, which is certainly not growing or developing in the reasonable sense of the term. But those sanctions fragilize the elites. And that's a subject I'm working on. Not only the ruling elites, because I'm sure if we had more information, and I get some information about ruling circles and even in the military, they would all have liked this war not to happen and to stop. But we also have what I call the professional elite, people like us in the Federation of Russia. The fact that we're putting so much pressure on their government, on their economy, and on their perspective for tomorrow and next year, this is fragilizing the dictatorship. And this also is what we could be working on much more, and communicate with the people inside the Federation of Russia, and also work more productively with the Russian resistance, in our countries.
Thank you, Maria. David, you wanted to
Yeah,
add
I'd just
something?
say very briefly, as almost a two-finger intervention, that I think one thing I would call back to President Metzzola's remarks from earlier this morning, that there are allies within NATO, and there are nations within the EU as well that have significant energy resources and are certainly prepared, willing to sell them, including the United States, not in the EU and in the NATO side. And the other, I'd say, on the efficacy of the sanctions, I think, yes, the sanctions have bitten and had effect, both within on elites and I think at the macro scale also. But I would just highlight, there's been some interesting analysis lately that I still feel, again, as a former intelligence officer, I always have to point out where policymakers fall short. It's great when the policymakers say things like, it took 18 tries, 19 tries, we could have been, or even as was said this morning, if we had shipped some of the weapons in 2022 that we're shipping today, how much better off would the fight be? Would we even be where we are? To which I say, it took that many iterations in the sanctions regime or in the policy decision-making to provide the weapons to shift the Overton window. It just took time. It was a different context. I mean, think about even the provision of the helmets, even non-lethal weapons in 2021 and 2022 were perceived by many capitals to be very controversial. And then the Javelin and the Stinger and a lot of other things, because there were obvious consequences of the provision of anti-tank and anti-aircraft weapons, meaning that Russians would die. To which many of us said, yes, that's the point of the provision of those weapons, yes. Because until Russians die, they're not going to stop fighting. That's what war is. But it takes that maturation, it takes the contextual shift to make that Overton window slide also.
Thanks, David. Please.
Thank you very much for the discussion. So I wanted to ask about the impact that Ukraine's strikes on Russia's energy grid, on Russia's infrastructure, are having, fuel shortages in some of the more remote parts of Russia, other consequences of ordinary Russians perhaps feeling more and more that the war is being brought to them. Do you think Russian society is hopeless in this sense, or could the war coming closer to them have some sort of impact on the regime's calculus?
Thank you very much. Important question. Who wants to?
Well, I think that's the hope, right? And I think the latest analysis is how much of the energy infrastructure in Russia is assessed to be either completely out of order or significantly damaged. I think it's nearly 40% now. I think it's notable, as has been said, when Putin raises something, when he acknowledges something that's uncomfortable, as he's had to now to say that there has been an impact on the energy infrastructure, is significant in itself. The statement is significant in itself, because the countervailing statements from Moscow have been to deny the whole thing, and yet there are videos still posted online of significant lines, and of a lack of availability of certain fuel specifications also for private vehicles and so on, or prioritization of military over civilian. So clearly that has effect. But I think we haven't yet reached the breaking point in civil society at which the impact is so pronounced that the population will rise up. And I think it's really more about the elites until the elites feel the squeeze and are directly threatened. And here I don't just mean the removal of luxuries, you know, an ability to travel into Western Europe to purchase certain things or travel or move money around. I think they have to feel that their lives are a bit in jeopardy, that their way of living is in jeopardy because the population has reached the breaking point. But how long that takes, you know, some of us might have thought they would have reached it already.
If I may, on this subject of, I think it's important to debunk the myth about a Russian populace or society. Or in a dictatorship, there's no public opinion and there's no society as we study it in our countries. You know? You have many human communities living in very diverse parts of the continent and in very different conditions. We know that at the beginning of the war, they lived very much in, you know, in the world of propaganda, and they were like us in a way. They were paralyzed by the shock of this huge total aggression of a very large country in Europe. I think there was such a shock. And then they were, you know, they've been living in that huge noise, which, as you know, if you sometimes have the courage to watch Russian television and channels it's very brutal what they show, the pictures. They did the same during the Second Chechen War. So we cannot expect a society that does not exist institutionally or to erupt or but what I think we know, and I try to get as much information as I can from inside Russia, and there's lots of very good blogs and sites. For example, also tonight I'm going to meet a Russian friend who went back, who lives in Riga now, went back and is coming back tonight. You know, and those people that come back also and tell us stories, and not only from Moscow, you see that the major, what I see, what I understand, but it's not scientific, of course, is that most people endure unpredictability, that there is this great anxiety, and that now there is also this anger against a leader, a regime, an army, first that is taking their men, and many don't come back, but also never tell them when it's going to stop. Never.
Thank you. Thank you, Marie. I think we've reached, we've reached the end. Yeah, we need to wrap up. So I would like to take a moment to thank our panelists, and please give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gunnar.
Good. The most important people, the actual speakers, are here. That is an encouraging sign. Please take a seat. Welcome back, everyone, to the Riga Conference 2025. We will now have a technology-focused panel. And I think there are two main aspects that should be considered with the brilliant minds here. First is the ability to innovate, integrate, and adapt an increasing number of emerging tech solutions in modern warfare. Of course, I'm talking about AI, quantum, machine learning, biotech, and others. And the second is the ability of us as the Euro-Atlantic Alliance and our like-minded democratic partners to sufficiently rapidly and effectively integrate the lessons from Ukraine's experience, from the speed and elasticity of the innovation cycles taking place in Ukraine. So without further ado, I will hand it over to the moderator of the panel, Mr. Richard Walker, who is the Deutsche Welle Chief International Editor. Richard, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, great to be here. Thank you very much, everybody, for making it back from lunch, and I hope you don't fall asleep. I hope you didn't eat too much. And I'm thrilled to be here in Riga, my first visit to Riga actually since 1997, which is making me feel even older than I already felt. And I'm really thrilled to be hosting this panel in particular because it feels like, I'm sure anybody who's been in the conversations that we've had over the last couple of days, a lot of the things coming out of that really kind of point directly at this panel, some of the questions that we're going to be asking. So we've already had the topic kind of queued up, so I'm going to give a super quick introduction to who's speaking. Obviously, we have 5 panelists, so we're going to be, as the Germans would say, auf Zack, trying to keep things moving along quickly. So we have Agris Kipurus from Origin Robotics, so that's a drone startup based here in Latvia. We have Kaspar Polaks of LMT Defense, so that's the main Latvian telecoms provider, also now in defense. We have Hector Guerrero from the Spanish Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation. We have Liga Reiter Rosenthal from CrowdStrike, and we have Dmitry Alperovich from the Silverado Policy Accelerators. So I want to start, first of all, with Agris, because you're as the Brits would say, you're at the coalface of this. You are trying to make drones that will really kind of ramp up the defense of this whole region. Obviously, the whole, everybody, the public is seeing the risks that are out there at the moment. It's very much in the public mind. So great that we're talking about it now. The overriding question we have here, as we've just heard, is about trying to speed up the adoption of important new technologies such as drones. And we're not just going to talk about drones, but obviously a big part of it. First of all, tell us a little bit about your company and what is your experience with this so far, as you've been going for a couple of years, trying to get your products sold into European defense establishments?
Sure. So Origin is a defense technology company. We focus on neutralizing targets on ground and in air with precision. We are fortunate to be in this region. I do believe that Latvia is setting a good example for how we should work with the new industry, how we should procure these new capabilities. I think that in Europe in general, we have a problem with that. Our procurement process is just too slow and not necessarily super welcoming to the new industry, to buying, field testing, and really understanding through hands-on experience what these new capabilities are bringing in terms of advantages. I think that small democracies is where that example will be set, and I'm very hopeful that it will spread across Europe. So in that sense, I feel very fortunate to be in a situation where we can solve for the problem, but then also see our systems adapt, and that has helped us to grow the company rather rapidly through our 3 years of adventure.
And just before we move on, so explain quickly to people, what are the products that you're developing? What are the contracts that you have?
Right.
That people can have a sense of that.
Sure. So we currently sell to 3 NATO countries in Europe. One of them is Latvia. We sold to the Netherlands, to Sweden, and then obviously our systems are in the theater as well. So the system that is most talked about these days is an autonomous interceptor drone, a system that is solving the problem that we are all very well aware of. But I can't say that we are being torn apart right now. We are actually actively going to countries with the demonstration of the capability. And that is what is a bit surprising, because we do have a solution, an autonomous solution for solving these threats. And I, coming from a consumer drone space, I come from a civil market, I'm used to seeing if you have a solution for such a big problem and such a well-understood problem, you know, things kind of catch fire. It's not necessarily happening in defense. You know, we have to still be very, very proactive ourselves. You know, we have to basically convince everyone across the board that we have it, that it is something that you definitely want to see, you definitely want to understand it. And I think that is, you know, a bit surprising to me, to be fair.
So you feel that you should be way ahead. You've got 3 customers right now. You should be. Right. What would you like to have at this stage? And then I want to move on.
Right. Right.
Where would you like to be?
No, I think that you know, when it comes to new capabilities, I think every country should really try to understand what that new capability provides. And in that respect, I would expect that an interceptor drone is something that everyone wants to buy and play with and gain hands-on experience. So, and with us being the first in the European market to really have the system built and ready and working, I would expect that, you know, at this point we have, you know, contracts in at least, I don't know, how many neighboring bordering countries do we have? 7? So at least in those, all of those 7. Yeah. So that would be my kind of, yeah, expectation.
Kasper, let's come to you. So LMT Defense, this was the major Latvian telecoms provider, now in defense. Explain a little bit how your company moved into this sector and what your experience has been with the procurement process.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. So LMT Defense is the defense technology arm within the LMT Group. And LMT Group is a very, let's say, different in the activities what we are doing. As originally, as you said, company is the telco provider, similar to Deutsche Telekom and others. But throughout the years, especially when the 5G technology arrived, we were thinking that at this point we will have a problem selling 5G to the ordinary customers as you do, because none of you needs actually 5G. You are good enough with the 4G, maybe even 3G. When 5G arrived, we started to think about the use cases, because that's exactly how you sell the stuff on the technology market. And especially in defense at the moment, you have to see how things are working in order to get to the procurement. And Agris, through the tests, vigorous tests, is experiencing exactly this. So we started to think what 5G can give to different types of the end users. And defense, logically, was one of that. And the 5G technology in general is one of the first telco technologies military has paid so much attention to. And in order to sell and in order to persuade the end user, you have to test. And we started with the establishing first in Europe 5G test site. And that is exactly our field of expertise, because at the moment, in order to persuade the end user, you have to test, you have to validate, you have to demonstrate the capability. And at the moment, in general, you have 2 opportunities to do that. Either technology heavy, close to reality, and maybe beyond a bit, testing environment here in the safe area in Europe and NATO, and on the battlefield in Ukraine. So we are covering that first part, bringing the best, the newest, the highest tech, and testing it here in Latvia in our 5G test site, which is part of NATO Diana now network as well.
And I want to move straight on to Hector at this point, because you're in government. You're in the Science and Technology and Innovation Ministry in Spain. I mean, right now, Spain is kind of on the naughty step in NATO. It's the sort of place where Germany used to be, of being criticized a lot over defense spending. But the Prime Minister has talked about, capabilities of what counts. Do you see embracing emerging technologies as one way that Spain can fill that capabilities gap without the extra spend?
Okay, thank you for the Riga conference, for inviting me as representative of our government in some way. And indeed, I guess that this regarding the 5%, what you mentioned, is Russians are doing their job. They are introducing a division in the Western countries, just saying that a country should not be here, etc. That is amazing. In our culture, when we say something, we accomplish with this, we supply. So therefore, I don't know the others, if we'll have this percentage in a few years, we will see. But in any case, we are really compromised with NATO. We have here our troops. We have a full brigade in Slovak. We spend a lot and we are rising. What's happened? That the fourth economy of Europe, having this high top investment, requires time. Time and inertia is normal. But we are working in many different systems. For example, I don't know if we are making the first IoT constellations for device to device. Was announced yesterday by a company in Barcelona. We are preparing the first constellations for air traffic control for space as well. We are a leader on that. We are supplying here in different vehicles for your army, the Latvian army. We are really compromised. Said that, my speech now about accelerating technology is as follows. I am here because my previous capacity in the NATO Emerging Disruptive Technologies Advisory Group, this was a high-level group, and we set up Diana, the NATO Innovation Fund, at the beginning. The chair of that group was Deep China, now it's in the headquarters at Imperial College, and we were 12 in the first configuration, and we were another 12 in the second configuration, and Deep China and me were in the two configurations. So Diana, for me, is a good way to try to make a faster technology adoption, but it's like Blade Runner film said, tears in rain. We need to provoke a reaction chain with this kind of things, because this is not enough. What is the best way to accelerate the adoption of innovation in warfare technology? To consider that your country is in conflict, is in war, to see on the horizon that the war is coming. This is the best way to do that. We are Europeans, we are all the day harmonizing, we are making rules, we are societies in that way. So we need to change that strongly if we want to be there, because maybe we are not going to have enough time when the aggression will come. The aggression is here, there is no war, there is no peace. Yesterday, so some of the speakers here from that country saying that we shouldn't be there were making jokes, that the Russians are not are a little bit stupid, but we are here. Really concerned. The Baltic states are really concerned about that. We are really feeling the fear. We need to be smarter. Intelligence is the ability to adapt to the environment. We need to be faster there. So said that, I guess that first, we should be much more proactive in identifying where the innovation and the good science is. What is unimaginable is that in our groups, in my country, in your countries, the Chinese and the Russians send people to make PhD and they know better our capacities than we know. So this is amazing. We need to identify where is the good knowledge, trying to accelerate this, because from the defense we don't have enough power. We need to mix with the civil. Okay. Once that this kind of people, seekers looking for that, We need to start to accelerate and to have technology brokers just to accelerate that with funds, releasing the paperwork, the bureaucracy, etc. And third, we need to have interfacing military units to rapid test of that. This is in the sense of Diana. Diana is doing this well. And don't forget NATO. NATO in the AG summit a few months ago, they gave 3 nice receipts for this. They put a rapid adoption action plan to have technologies inserted in the warfare systems in less than 24 months. The Russians are lasting between 2 and 12 weeks in having some innovative technologies to the final systems. They are in war. We should improve this. As well, NATO has the front door for industry. This is copied from the US Space Force, that they have this front door to accelerate the companies. And as well, this NATO innovation badge to gain some kind of credibility in your company for being accepted in this military world. Just to conclude, I guess that we need to work together in the full supply chains. We say we have 27 countries, 180 different technologies, etc. Let us focus in this initiative, that this drone initiative that the UK is here with the labbing, etc. Just to say, from the R&D to the final production and internationalization, let's go together as Europeans thinking about final products. Why? Because if you think well, buying drones outside Europe is not a solution anymore, even to the Americans. Why is this not a solution? Because in the case of a conflict in Ukraine, in 4 to 6 weeks, the drones are getting old because all the countermeasures advance. And we need to, from the innovation to having there, to produce there. And to have several of these supply chains in Europe globally coordinated by the Commission, the Observatory of Critical Technologies proposed this 1 month ago, etc., just to be smarter.
Thanks, Hector. Before I come to you, Liga, I just would like to go to you, Agris, because to pick up on what Hector was saying there about this concern that some of these new technologies, particularly drones, as he said, become obsolescent in 4 to 6 weeks or something like that, as Hector just said. Is this a false narrative? Is this really a software issue, and that the governments need to accept that you just need to update the software, or do you see a genuine weakness there?
Well, it's a bit more nuanced. What gets old is tactical innovation. So when the innovation happens at a tactical side of things, that gets very old because that is easy to be replicated. When the innovation happens at a technology level, when we are truly pushing the boundaries of what the technology is capable of, that doesn't get old that fast, because that also gets pushed only through immense effort and hours. And the hard problems always remain hard, and solving them is difficult, and that cannot be replicated fast. So when you ship to market something that is truly pushing the state of the art of the tech, that doesn't get old. What you see in the theater, for the most part, is innovation at a tactical level. They are in war. They don't have time for fundamental research and innovation in most instances. What is happening there is they're trying to produce at a quantity that is overwhelming, and they are predominantly busy with that and with finding tactical innovation, basically using something that exists in a way that was not used that way before, and that's different. So I think it's very important to separate between these two kind of types of innovation.
Yeah. Kaspers, you wanted to come in?
I just wanted to add on top what Agris said and elaborate a bit. The fundamental problem, if you're touching drones as the technology, is that from the procurement perspective, we are looking on the procuring drone in the same way as a procuring 155mm artillery, munition. We are thinking about the procurement of, 1,000 drones and putting them in the shelf, and then we are ready, for a combat. It's not working that way. Because the companies, as Agris's company or LMT or any other industry company, have to live from the procurement money coming in, and then you are funding the manufacturing side and part of the R&D. And in order to avoid those 4-6 weeks and to be in a favor of the fundamental technology achievements, you have to fund companies' R&D. That should be joint effort. And Latvia, in that case, is a good example because both Agris's company, LMT as well, we have a contractual relations with the Ministry of Defense funding both the procurement side and the funding the R&D side. This is fundamentally important. And then you get that cycle much, much, much slower. Not slower, smaller.
Liga, let's come to you. So you're with CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity company. We heard from Hector naming some of the schemes that have been brought up on the NATO and EU level in terms of there's Diana, there's the Rapid Adoption Action Plan, there's SAFE. There are all of these schemes aimed at trying to speed up technology, but also get joint procurement going on. What's your impression from a cyber point of view? We've had a lot of talk about drones so far. Are these schemes paying enough attention to the needs in the cybersecurity sector?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I think that we can jump right in on the drone discussion. We see that there are Russian operatives interrupting drone video feeds. So whether the technology that's involved in creating that drone or evading detection, there'll be a way that the adversary can get into that drone sooner or later. So certainly the speed of adoption of technology is necessary. But it's not only the production and the procurement, but a consideration of the cybersecurity that goes into every part of what encompasses the warfighting machine. We have Chinese intelligence agents working on infiltrating military movements and information across every continent at the same time. There's North Korean hackers that are working on disrupting supply chains that are coming from South Korea. I think that this doesn't necessarily get the attention that it needs to in these kind of programs that focus on tanks and guns and drones, and having it be a partnership between the cybersecurity of those products that are being developed is underestimated. I think that, and we are slowing ourselves down in Europe in a sense with the regulatory and the procurement burden by having both good programs and good focus on developing. I'm happy there's so much efforts on defense, but the misfit between industrial policy of Europe, security policy of Europe, and digital policy of Europe is slowing us down. And if you look at the SAFE program, for instance, SAFE identifies buy better, buy together, buy more, buy European. How many of those points are you going to choose? Because you can't have them all at once, all the time. And those kind of policies are slowing down Europe in a sense.
But can you understand where that's coming from the Europeans?
Yes.
The buy European part of that. I mean, there are quite obvious reasons for that, right?
Yes, certainly. I think that's a legitimate concern. But when it comes to the speed of adoption and innovation you need, sometimes when you have somebody on the ground who needs to choose a product or service, that political pressure disrupts the speed and the availability of the state of the art. And I think that we have to recognize that in a way that there has to be a balanced approach to either the partnerships between non-US and non-EU and EU companies. And this gets into a heavy debate, which also filters into the regulatory process, which is trustworthy products. If we had as much attention towards speedy procurement as we do towards trustworthy products and digital sovereignty, we'd already have solved every war in the world. But these kind of things are slowing us down unnecessarily. I think a lot of us who have worked in military procurement or in defense procurement have a visibility of what we trust and what we don't trust and how to identify those products. But the process of releasing funds that are very drastically necessary for addressing security problems get too much bogged down in these discussions.
And before I come to Dimitri, just one question to kind of get us up to speed on the state of play. I mean, your company talks about AI and agentics in your technologies. Get us caught up on the state of play. Where is the advantage in the AI tech coming into the cyber sphere? Is it more on offense or defense? Where do you see the advantage?
It's certainly on both sides. The adversaries are using it for both sides. We certainly need it also to be able to detect behavioral analysis of adversaries, to be able to have the fastest response time possible, because adversaries are simply working at the speed of without any restrictions in this space. So I think that AI allows us to be much more efficient, much faster in this space, and to predict what we don't necessarily see even yet.
Dimitri, coming to you, you have all kind of touch points into this conversation. You're one of the founders of CrowdStrike, so you're a cyber guy, you're an entrepreneur as well. You've also got quite a global view and looking very much at the kind of competition with China. When you listen to the conversation that we've had here, what are your thoughts right now?
Well, look, when you look at defense procurement, I think there are three categories that have to be of procurement that have to be approached separately. So on one end of the spectrum, you have the traditional big ticket items, manned battle tanks, attack submarines, sixth generator fighter jets. And we do have a problem on that side as well in terms of procurement being slower than we'd like. Most of that is not on the R&D side, though, because you do need relatively slow, unfortunately, R&D to produce cutting-edge innovation that would be required in that space. But what you need is really mass production. And the way to solve that is through long-term procurement contracts, right? At least in the US, and I know in some of the European countries it's the same, we tend to buy things 1 year at a time, right? We know we're going to buy 10 submarines for the next 10 years. We're going to order one per year. And the problem with that is that the companies cannot invest in scaling up their manufacturing as a result of that. They can not invest in stockpiling of parts, and we end up paying more, and we end up having long-term procurement cycles for each one. So in a sense, the government gets exactly what it buys, low and slow, because that's how it wants to buy it. On the other end of the spectrum, you have essentially commercial technologies. It could be software, it could be other commercial technologies that can effectively be bought off the shelf, maybe with a few modifications, maybe with a few certifications, but essentially the same thing that the rest of the market is buying. And unfortunately, in a lot of defense ministries, you still have the old process being used for something that you can literally buy off the with a credit card, right? And that process needs to be completely blown up. And you want to enable the warfighters and certainly procurement departments to buy that capability quickly, because you already know how it works. You already have a lot of experience in industry. Maybe you need a few tweaks to it, but you should not be applying the crazy long RFP, RFI process to this capability as you do to others. And then in the middle, you have this mix of technologies. You know, drones certainly fall into this category, and others that have come sometimes from commercial industry, but have been adapted for defense. And you know, there, I do think we need to be a little slower than industry would like, because the reality is that when you're building things specifically for military purpose, you really need to make sure they satisfy the requirements of the military. And you know, having spent a lot of time on the Ukrainian conflict, I can tell you that a lot of the capabilities that have been sent by the West to Ukraine have performed terribly because they were designed with commercial requirements in mind. I can tell you one of the first drones that one of the US companies sent into Ukraine used Wi-Fi for communications. Wi-Fi. I mean, it was completely useless on a battlefield that is, you know, completely saturated with jamming and other forms of electronic warfare. I get, you know, pitched a lot by defense companies these days from our family office, and tons of them are using off-the-shelf components, sometimes coming from China, for GPS and other sorts of navigations, not completely appreciating that in this new world that we live in, that technology is not going to perform at all on the battlefield against advanced actors. So you do want to make sure that you sort of sit back and say, is this durable enough, right? Can it work in all sorts of terrain, in all weather conditions, and applicable to other types of battlefields? I'll tell you a quick story. I was talking to one Ukrainian maritime drone company that was asking me to connect them with folks in Taiwan, because I also spend a lot of time on the Taiwanese issues. And I said, well, send me the spec sheet for your drone. And it said, oh, we can operate in, amongst other requirements, we can operate in up to 20 knot wind weather. And I said, have you looked at the Taiwan Strait? You know, Black Sea is a lake. Taiwan Strait has some of the roughest wind conditions, weather conditions on Earth, right? Unless you're in 45, 50 knot capability, don't even show up. So there's a lack of appreciation of, hey, this works in Ukraine, everyone else should use it. Well, no, Ukraine is a very unique battlefield. The way that this war has progressed is in large extent a result of the limitations of both sides, the fact that no one has air superiority. This is one of the reasons why you've seen this proliferation of FPVs. That does not mean that every other conflict in the future is going to look like that.
Yeah.
In fact, most likely not. And certainly a conflict involving NATO that has a very different doctrine, that has the focus on air superiority as a key tenet of that doctrine. So we have to be appreciative of the fact how this all fits into our ability to fight, into the training of the force, integration. So in that second category, I think it's really important to enable experimentation, to buy it in small volumes, feed the R&D, give it to the force, but also appreciate that a lot of these things just will not work out.
Yeah. Before I open it to the floor, and I know there are lots of people who will probably have great questions and points to make on this topic, I just want to raise one other issue which links up also to some of the previous panels, and that is of the kind of raw materials that are needed for some of these new technologies. And we've seen that, yeah, I mean, the Chinese have really been kind of flexing their leverage this year on rare earths. I'll come back to you on that, Dimitri, in a moment. But Agris, as somebody who's, manufacturing drones at the moment, what is your exposure to Chinese supply chains for your drones in terms of rare earths, magnets, and so on?
Well, we are not unique as the rest of the industry. So we are exposed in that sense. Magnets that are used in motors is an issue. Chemistry that is used in batteries is very often an issue. You have suppliers in the Western world that would supply you with the battery, but then if you really kind of look deeper into it, where the chemistry is coming from, very often that's the kind of the source. So in that sense, I think we are not unique. It's a joint problem. It has to be solved. I'm not necessarily, I can't say that I know exactly how it's going to be done. It's also a problem of scale. Now when we see these unmanned systems getting to scale in terms of production volumes, it probably starts to make sense to solving for it somewhat locally.
Yeah. So Dimitri, I mean, these two issues, the parallel issue of needing to ramp up new technologies quickly and secure supply chains, are these two priorities being connected sufficiently in the West at the moment?
Well, I can speak for the United States. This is a huge priority for the Trump administration. We've known for a long time that we have this insane dependency on China for both rare earths, but also other critical minerals that they don't necessarily mine a lot of, but they certainly have cornered the market in many of these cases on refining and processing, which is a huge issue. And in fact, just yesterday, the Chinese have basically declared an economic equivalent of nuclear war.
Yeah.
Right? They have declared that come December 1st, so just a month and a half from now or so, they are going to require individual licenses for end use of any rare earth exports. And they're going to be explicitly banning anything that goes into advanced chips. They're going to be banning anything that's going into a military use case everywhere around the world, right? And given their dominance in certain critical minerals, like yttrium, for example, really critical in defense applications, really critical in semiconductor manufacturing equipment, this is a huge concern, right? The answer to that is not necessarily to trade something else away to relax their controls, because that's a recipe for more dependence and a recipe for disaster in the event of a conflict with China over Taiwan, but it's to invest in indigenous production. And the good news is that we have the minerals in lots of places in the US. We have mines for rare earths. There's a mine just 45 minutes outside of Las Vegas called Mountain Pass that I visited last year that actually extracts 15% of the world's rare earths today. And they're now investing in refining and processing on site of those minerals. It doesn't even cost that much. When I asked the CEO of that company, of MP Materials, what it would cost to process everything that's coming out of that mine domestically, he said, the answer is single-digit billions, which sounds like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, for something as critical as this, is a rounding error, right? And he's not even asking largely for government support. U.S. government, the Department of Defense actually invested in the company along with Apple and General Motors this year. But the critical thing that they need is to make sure that the Chinese cannot upset the market the way they've been doing it by dumping below cost these minerals to drive everyone else out of business. That's how they've captured most of that market share. But the second critical need here is to have these long-term contracts to provide stability to the manufacturers to invest in production. And the good news is that with a lot of these, particularly rare earths, you don't actually need a lot of these materials. 50 kilograms of yttrium is going to last you literally 10 years. So if you can, as a Department of Defense or other militaries, can place contracts to start stockpiling these materials, you're going to see investments, you're going to see others come to the fore from the private sector and say, you know what, we're going to be in this business because we know we'll have guaranteed contracts.
I mean, let's bring this to Europe before opening up. I mean, maybe to you, Hector. And let me just quickly cue this up, because I was in Japan earlier this year, which also doesn't have its own resources of rare earths. And there I was accompanying the German president who was on a visit there, and they were studying the example of Japan, which after tussles with the Chinese over the Senkaku Islands a decade ago, had a huge cut in its supply of rare earths from China. So that was kind of a laboratory test of this situation. They're held up as a successful country for having managed to reduce its dependence on China from the 90% to the 50% through supplies from Indonesia. That's 10 years from 90 to 50%. If the Chinese are really going to get aggressive on this, what cards can Europe play? And should Europe be kind of connecting these issues more strongly, just like we're hearing about the US?
In Europe, we call rare earth advanced materials, because it's not only the minery of them, it's the process. Is the key aspect of China is how to process these minerals. This is where the Western countries, we are very far away to not only to extract, just to process and to produce the purified material. I wanted only to say that.
Okay, let's open it up. I think we've got roughly 20 minutes to go. We started 10 minutes late. And Hector, I know you have to make it to the airport, so if we start kind of getting into the danger zone for you, just quietly slip off and we'll.
I have my troops nearby. They will send a helicopter.
Or they can fly you out. Okay, I see. So everyone has said the lights are very, very bright, but I do see a woman at the back there just waving. So if somebody could get the microphone to the back over there, great. And if you could say who you are and also who your question is primarily aimed at, if it is aimed at one person. Thanks.
Thank you very much for an interesting discussion. My name is Minna Olander. I'm an associate fellow at Chatham House. My question is sort of actually to everybody, but happy to hear maybe from the industry representatives on the panel. What canon should we learn from Ukraine, and what canon should we not learn from Ukraine, given what was pointed out that a NATO-Russia war would look very different? Thank you.
Great question. And I guess I would add to that, are we potentially over-indexing the lessons of Ukraine?
Yeah. There are some lessons that are very important, and in large part, those are the lessons that the nature of war actually doesn't change much, right? The importance of training, the importance of strategy, the importance of personnel, right? You know, with all this talk about drones, the reality is there's a huge amount of human capital that the Ukrainians have to spend to operate these drones, to make sure that they're effective, to train up the people, particularly on the FPV side, to be really, really proficient operators. It takes up to 6 months for someone to be really, really good at that. So those fundamentals that have always applied in warfare have not changed. The exact tactics that are being used with FPVs, with fiber optics, I'm more skeptical that they will be applicable in other conflicts. And particularly if you look at the next likely conflict, you know, with regards to China and Taiwan, that is going to be maritime conflict. That is not going to be land war, right? And you have the tyranny of distance, you have the tyranny of weather, and the naval domain is incredibly complex. Communications are very difficult. The jamming that the Chinese are going to engage in a much smaller geographic area than Ukraine is going to be much more intense. So it's going to present very, very different challenges. And we should learn also the lesson from other past wars that you should never fight the last war. You should think about the future.
Liga, from a cyber point of view, what are the lessons of Ukraine so far?
Maybe not necessarily from a cyber point of view, from a technology point of view. I can reflect back to the invasion in February of 2022, when before that, Ukraine had been debating for years its own Cloud Act. So it had been in the position where it did not want data to leave its territory. Within 2 weeks of the invasion of Ukraine, the parliament convened and changed that act in order to transfer data outside of Ukraine. Within 2 weeks, in wartime, recognizing that territorial integrity is part of what your security also in the digital space. So I would take that as a learning to consider that we shouldn't put ourselves into situations where the discussion about how data flows is going to put us in a very tough space if that territorial integrity is not maintained.
Yeah, I agree. Presumably the learnings for your business are significant, yeah? And you're working on as you said, an interceptor and also the sensors, the whole kind of drone defense system. How much is that informed by what's going on there?
Well, very much, of course. I think, you know, something that we learn, and I think everyone learns, is just the sheer volume of targets that you are dealing with. So therefore, the price per one successful strike is of essential importance. I think that cannot be overlooked. But then at the same time, I do agree here with Dimitri, over-reliance on manual app operation is not something we will be able to adopt in the Western world to that extent. We are professional, somewhat small armies relative to the army of Ukraine. So we need to rely on autonomy. We need to invest in autonomous weapon systems. So that is what we do at Origin. We recognize that we don't have the numbers that Ukrainians have. So the technology that can give us scale has to be autonomy based.
Kasper, anything from you before I move to the next question?
Yes, from the LMT sort of a core business perspective, the separate story is communications. What we have seen throughout this war is that we actually entered this war with completely obsolete, outdated general communications doctrine as military has been trained. It has been completely changed, and it is evolving all the time while this war is going on. The question is when the next war will be and where. That is the separate debate, I guess. But the digitalization of the battlefield, the presence of the digital technologies, presence of the commercial communication technologies will be completely different and has evolved hugely.
Okay, next question.
I would like to say something from the European policy point of view about technology. Is that technology is not everything. Think that why the Ukrainians are resisting there, because they have the willingness to win. Think about all our technology in Afghanistan we lost with an army without technology because they wanted to win as well. So, but technology as well is important from the point of view of our independence. Why? Because when the signal of the telecommunication commercial network was shut down in doubt, we lost Kherson. Okay, so technology is important, but not always is the same. So we need, at the European level, independence to be all together and to have the willingness to win.
All right, so I think there was a hand over here. Yes, the woman down near the front.
Hello, Maria Golubova, Malays Crisis Simulations. I have a question about Europe, and not so much from a point of view of procurement, etc., but from a point of view of the security of its critical infrastructure, and where do you see the largest technological gaps there? I mean, there's a lot of regulation. There is NIS2 for cyber, there is Cyber Solidarity Act, etc., etc., but one hears, for example, that electronic warfare can be deployed much more as a hybrid threat than it is currently. I mean, everybody heard when Ursula von der Leyen's plane was spoofed or jammed, but apparently there can be lots of effects on transport, communications, etc., etc. Lots of companies are pretty vulnerable if they have SCADA systems to people penetrating from their IT system to their operational system, etc. So where do you think European institutions should be taking the new step to protect the infrastructure in terms of technologies?
So come to you, Liga, first on that one.
Sure. I think it's a very good question to think about when you think about the kind of holistic security of Europe and how we could integrate the approach to technology with defense. If you think about the weakest sectors, for instance, on cybersecurity, you think about education or healthcare, or who's most vulnerable to also criminal attacks. It's these organizations that are kind of the gateways to different parts of your systems and technologies. I would certainly encourage Europe to look at, if you think about, buying together, buying products in a different way, I would also encourage you to be smart about buying products and think about how you can offset risks to your cybersecurity by when you ask companies to create safer systems for you. For instance, if you were to buy something from my company, is there an opportunity for you to ask us to do more training, to do more integration into the education systems or into healthcare systems, and look at a whole of society approach rather than having kind of a sectoral approach to procurement, which might lead to losing some advantages that you could be asking from bigger tech companies to invest and make your society more safe, not just in the defense sector, but also in those sectors that are a bit weaker.
Casper is obviously a big infrastructure player. Thoughts?
Yes. So the big question is, again, the cyber threats, physical threats, but in general, the big question is about the threat perception. At the moment, if you're looking at Latvia and the telecom industry in general, we have been learning a lot from the Ukraine's experience about the resilience of network, the multiplication of the network systems, data centers, etc. The question, has it been a widespread tendency in Europe? Maybe not. But the reality is that at the moment, the problem is that at the moment we are sitting like 20 kilometers from the border of Russia, meaning that the Russian Shahed drone can reach this point like in 30 minutes, if that is the ordinary one. The reality is that nowadays, and we have seen that through the recent incidents, that's not only a problem of Baltics, Poland, and some of those 7 countries. That's the problem of all countries. It could happen in Portugal, it could happen in Spain, it could happen everywhere where you have a coastline and where you could have a problem of the systems potentially launched from the shadow fleet or whatever. Is it a general tendency at the moment? Practically, telecom industry is learning a lot from the experience of Kyivstar and other industry players in Ukraine. The question, which I will not be competent to answer, has it practically been widespread in Europe?
Okay, more questions. Yes, the man in the front here. Is there a microphone anywhere near? Yeah, so just if you could raise your hand again. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Toby Moore, I'm a venture capital investor. Agris
is it an easier discussion now with a defense technology drone company rather than a consumer drone company?
From a venture capital?
With potential investors, and while you're waiting for your next government procurement contract and you need money in the bank?
This time around, so my previous journey was obviously in the consumer drone space, and there we did the approach where we are going from one investment round to the other one. This time around, we try to make, in terms of revenue, enough to sustain the company, and not only sustain it, but grow it. And because we are from this region, it is actually possible, and we are actually doing very well with that. So I'm not taking that many venture capital calls, to be fair, and I'm actually avoiding them. I just don't think that that's what I should be focusing on right now. Right now, it's about building, it's about deploying, and that's what we do. That's what we do as a company. But for sure, it's becoming easier to talk about attracting venture capital funding to this industry. But then again, you know, many, especially in Europe, are still very reserved when it comes to weapon systems, and that's bizarre. You know, we have even NATO Innovation Fund that is somewhat reserved about the opportunity to invest in a new weapon system. But weapon systems, new weapon systems, is what our military need most. Everything else is nice to have, but we have just an enormous amount of potential targets that we need to figure out how to deal with, and that can be done only with weapons. So I'm still, you know, somewhat surprised that you know, we are still so reluctant in Europe and reserved about the idea of investing in what the military actually need.
And Aris, I also wanted to pick up on that fact that you had, you know, your first company in this area was commercial.
Yeah.
And of course, that got completely eaten up by the Chinese, by DJI.
Right.
I mean, if things had gone differently, you could have been a dual-use company by now. I mean, what are the lessons from that experience? I mean, there are so many of these experiences, whether it's solar panels, this or that, where, you know, something gets started in Europe and then just gets completely gobbled up.
Well, we still sold the company, right? So it was still an exit. So that's still a reasonable outcome. Obviously, we wanted to be a lot larger than we ended up being, and it's true. You know, at the time, it was very difficult to compete with China because apparently, you know, they had that strategy well figured out. You know, with just subsidizing DJI to the extent that they did, and they just pushed everyone out of the market, and now everyone's coming back up a bit because governments are starting to recognize that this technology is a critical asset and critical piece of capability to have. So we need to support our Western companies in terms of government procurement. So that's kind of coming up. Yeah, but sorry, I a bit deviated from the original.
Okay, but yeah, so you came out of it okay,
Yes,
but you know, Europe maybe not so much in this area.
Yes, for sure. You know, it's a matter of, I think it's a scaling problem to a large extent. You know, we are a saturated market. You know, US in that sense is in a lot better position. You know, it's harder to get things going, but if you are in the business, you know, you get to scale, and in many of these businesses, scale matters. Europe, yes, is still very saturated. We talk a lot about joint procurements, procuring things together jointly, but you know, it's not something that we see to the extent that it would allow us, you know, to really scale these businesses and really grow them really big.
We need to start moving towards the end of this panel. I think I want to come to Hector before he needs to bail out. Oh my goodness. Look at these guys. 5 minutes? Yeah, we started.
One last.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So well, I would like to pick up on that with Dimitri actually, because I mean, it just seems that if you count the number of sort of, you know, lessons where China did something right, you know, whether it's on all of these technologies or it's on their, you know, their foresight in terms of rare earths and, you know, mining in Africa and all of this. In terms of the actual topic of this panel, procurement. Obviously, I mean, the Chinese famously have civil-military fusion.
And they don't have a democracy problem.
And they don't have a democracy. I'm going to say democracy, not democracy problem. But what are without turning the West into a dictatorship, what are the lessons that can be applied to this area of technology, procurement, and everything that could be potentially learned from the Chinese?
Well, look, when you're competing with these authoritarian regimes where you have state capitalism at best and perhaps socialism at worst, you have to appreciate that, particularly in the military domain, but in certain other critical sectors, the governments have to be way more involved. They have to be involved with purchasing. They have to be involved in potentially investments, as we're now doing in the US, directly into these companies to support them. And frankly, you also need a level playing field where you have to target these abusers with tariffs, if appropriate, to make sure there's a level playing field for your own companies, but also to the companies that are supporting Russia in its conflict with Ukraine. You have to sanction them. You have to go after their funding sources. So there has to be an offensive strategy here as well to make sure that we damage these companies as much as possible. And look, we have to preserve our advantage in the critical components that we still have in the West. And the number one critical advantage today is semiconductors, right? China has not been able to bypass us or even catch up with us in the area of production of certainly advanced semiconductors, although they're trying to do that at the foundational level. We have to make sure they don't get there. We have the choke points because in the West, we produce virtually all the equipment that you need to produce semiconductors. We produce the chemicals and other ingredients that you need for the processing. We have to cut off China from that. Just as they're trying to cut us off from critical minerals, we have to do the same on semiconductors.
So it's going to be a very interesting meeting between Trump and Xi Jinping if that really happens at the end of October. Okay, I think I would love to come back to you each for a last comment, but I don't think I'm allowed, right? Okay. Well, this is not a democracy, even though we're in Latvia. Thank you very much from me, and yeah. All right, let's move on to the next thing.
And thanks to the host as well. Thank you. It looks like we are in the middle of the Riga conference. If you have any questions about agenda, remember that on the website you can find everything, also the side events, rigaconference.lv. But now we have a coffee break until 3:30 p.m. So let's see you back in 20 minutes for the next panel. welcome back after the coffee break. Thank you for joining us. So we have another great panel talking about security in the fragmented world. As you know, in this conference, Riga Conference 2025, the fragmented world is a theme that we are going through every discussion, but we are trying to put this puzzle together. And so security, we have great panel here. And it will be going to be moderated by Alena Kucko, who is Executive Director of Globsec US Foundation. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much.
Let's give a round of applause.
Thank you so much, everybody, for being here, especially to those of you who abandoned the end of your coffee break to come here and start the discussion. Appreciate it. So at this panel, for the next 60 minutes, we're going to be talking about security in the fragmented world. And before I introduce our great panel, let me paint a picture of the year for you in a couple of sentences. If I had to summarize it, I would say that this year, the world is arming faster, trading less, and trusts almost nobody. Why do we think that? A couple data points for you. If we look at the defense budgets are exploding. They went up globally at about 10% in comparison to the previous year. At the same time, confidence in global institutions, multilateralism, is at the record low. Only 1 in 4 individuals globally trust organizations like UN or regional institutions and think that they will do something good for the world, which is a very low number. At the same time, if you look at the number of active wars and conflicts, it's record high since 1946, which is again a pretty dramatic statement for the past 70 years. But if we look also at economy and trade is technically still expanding. As a whole, the world trades a lot, but only within political comfort zones. So the trade between political allies is going up, but the trade between emerging rival political blocs is going down, and it's already down by 1/5 over the past couple of years alone. So fragmentation is no longer just a risk scenario, it's already a reality that we are living in. But luckily for us, we have a fantastic panel today to discuss these issues. From my left, we have Ambassador Zeki Levent Gyumrukçu, who is currently Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey, but was until last year the permanent representative to NATO and has an immense experience dealing with NATO as an institution. Then we have with us Ambassador Angus Campbell, who is currently Australia's ambassador to Belgium, the European Union, NATO, and Luxembourg. But before that, he served as the Chief of Defense Forces of Australia 6 years prior to his appointment as an ambassador. And we also have with us Professor Jason Lee, who is Director of the ILMI International Relations Institute and Director of the Jean Monnet EU Center of Excellence at Korea University. Professor Lee works a lot on the EU, but also US foreign policy and global institutions as well. We will start with a short warm-up questions for everybody. We talk a lot about fragmentation, but it's very important to understand what it actually means in practice and what defining this fragmentation, how it makes the world different from what it used to be. So I will go to each of you and ask what it means for you and maybe what do you fear the most when we talk about fragmentation. And Mr. Minister, I'll go to you first.
Thank you so much. I mean, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. That's my first time in Riga. Definitely not going to be my last time, though, so I really liked it. And it's, of course, a privilege to be on the same panel with Ambassador Campbell and, of course, Professor Lee. In response to your question, in fact, I mean, what you said in your introductory remarks, I mean, I think presents the right picture, really. Because, I mean, I remember when I joined the Foreign Service back in 1990, we were all very hopeful that the post-Cold War was going to produce a more peaceful and democratic world, where the, international order was going to be based on rules, principles, and standards, rather than on a balance of terror, as it used to be during the Cold War. But now, as you have just, described, we are even worse off than in the Cold War years, in terms of wars, in terms of the slide back from democracy and such. So, but the net result of that is, and especially, the fact that, the global institutions that we have created over the last 80 decades, 80 years, is, increasingly increasingly becoming more ineffective and unfunctional in dealing with those issues, in maintaining peace and security. So the net result is a loss of faith in international diplomacy, of course, which is triggering, also a big risk for the credibility, relevance, and even legitimacy of institutions like the UN. And I think what, of course, the immediate reflexive response of the countries are to look more inwards, in a way that triggers more protectionism, more transactionalism, and more crude nationalism, unfortunately. I think that is the fragmented world order that I see. More and more countries are, in fact, losing their faith in international diplomacy and global institutions and trying to take matters into their own hands. But I think we should do precisely the otherwise, because we know by history that those kind of crude nationalism, protectionism, and transactionalism never produced anything good, neither for the countries which pursued those methods, nor for the rest of the. So the first thing that comes to my mind in how to deal with that issue is to reform the UN and is to reform the United Nations Security Council. I know it's easier said than done. I worked in the United Nations in our mission to the United Nations 20-some years ago, and guess what? The UN reform was top of the agenda at that point in time. And still it is the case, without any progress being made. But I think we came to a point where we can no longer afford such inertia. Because, the conflicts today do tend to not stay within their confines of the region and origins. And in fact, even the big powers find themselves in the forefronts of these conflicts and at times in full confrontation with each other. So I think this is the time to look at this issue more seriously and to do something about that. And given the fact that the veto powers of the permanent countries are in fact the core of the problem, I think we have to resist the temptation of increasing the number of members in the Security Council as such, but do something really in order to make the Council more representative, more functional, and more credible. And maybe just one sentence, of course, having said all that, I think regional ownership of our security, and that brings my own NATO experience as well here, is also quite important. Because in the absence of a functioning system, rules-based international order, I think the regional organizations have to step up even more to take more, assume more responsibility. And in that regard, for Europe at least, that means more NATO, that means more OSCE, and that means more EU. But only if and when they realize that Europe is beyond EU and larger than the EU. We need NATO for defense and deterrence. We need OSCE as a pan-European dialogue platform it is for confidence building and everything. And we need EU for its financial capabilities, regulatory authorities, and also for its soft power. So that's what I wanted to say in my introductory remarks. But I'm sure we'll come back to many of those
Excellent.
points.
Thank you so much, Mr. Minister. Indeed, the most natural instinct right now is to start looking inwardly and try to do whatever you want in your own interest, whereas it's the opposite of what everybody should be doing. But Ambassador, over to you next.
Thank you. There are many similarities in my thoughts with the Vice Ministers, and I go back to the sense of exhaustion and horror at the experience when the Second World War concluded. And much of the world was devastated. People were so determined not to see or allow this to arise again and desired something better. Now, I'm reflecting on great power conflict. I know there have been many wars since 1945 and many regrettable wars since 1945. But the architecture established in the post-war years was all about preventing great power conflict. And it was designed and created by a generation across a breadth of nations who so desired never to go back to that horror. It wasn't perfect, and a lot of countries didn't like it as what they would prefer, but they were prepared to put up with it. It was good enough for enough of us. And so it flourished as the rules-based international order, which allowed an extraordinary growth in human prosperity and opportunity. I think that social restraint, generationally, is not dropping away from the point of view of people suddenly like war, but they are far, far perhaps less conscious of the horror of great power war. And along comes the extraordinary opportunities of technology and also the atomization that is enabled by technology. So you can see a narrowing of interest, a narrowing of historical perspective, and a focusing on the near term or of the local or the specific, rather than the beneficial effects for the community of nations in an international order that is sufficiently good enough for everybody to be engaged in. And I think we're at that point where there is a lot of questioning about the international order, a lot of manoeuvring around it, a lot of distrust generated in it. And in that, we are forgetting that it was our best solution, perhaps least worst solution, to avoiding the horror of 80 million dead.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. You're raising at least two very consequential questions. The first one is whether we can actually transform the world without living through the horror, because that's what it took to design the current system. And of course, the second one, what kind of horror and shock to the system is still required to do that? Because bringing it back home to Europe, there are quite atrocious developments here on the continent, but we still seem not to fully conceptualize that we need to do something about that before it gets much worse. But Professor, over to you next.
Okay, let me join in thanking the organizer, and this is great pleasure and honor to be a part of this Riga conference. Fragmentation. Well, fragmentation today, in my eyes, is what I term the networked instability. The world is connected. The world is still well connected, but less properly governed. It's not ungoverned, but less properly governed. And that comes with our changes, with the changes in our belief system. For a long time, maybe after the Second World War, or especially since 1989, 1990s, we have taken for granted a lot of things. Some principles, sovereignty, international liberal order. But nowadays, that kind of belief is gone. And that's why confidence, people's credibility or confidence in international institutions, or even the neighboring countries and bilateral relations are deteriorating. And so we are living under a huge and big unpredictability, but that unpredictability has become policy. The big power, great powers, now treat volatility itself as leverage to some degree, and forcing the middle power countries of Korea would be an example, but also the Turkey, the Australia, this middle power country to manage a crisis that they did not create. And so, and here, once again, going back to fragmentation, I would raise this question. Are we really fragmented, or the world is fragmenting? So is it ongoing, the procedure, or is already an outcome? Most likely, it seems, well, ing is still going on. It's not yet totally fragmented. We do have the order. We do have and this setting is certainly, well, this is still the converging forces of the world order. Well, that is certainly centripetal, but also there is a huge divergent power, both from the big powers or the multiple theaters and multiple conflict we are witnessing. So the big question is, okay, we have converging forces, we have diverging forces. Which one will over the other? And that will determine, are we being fragmented or fragmenting? So if we have to stop the divergence, then how and who can do that? That will be the major question.
Professor, I really like the way you frame it in terms of there are forces that pull us apart, the forces that pull us together, and also this element of middle powers that you brought in, because to me it seems like the middle powers are the countries who seems to be best positioned to manage both the forces that are pulling us apart and pulling us together. And since we have the panel of middle powers who have all the responsibilities right now, I really want to do a little bit of a dive into your respective regions and see how your respective countries are navigating this fragmentation, but also divergency and convergency at the same time. Mr. Minister, I'll start with you. Turkey has always been important, but recently, over the past years, it started playing an even more interesting role. At the one side, you're very neatly integrated into Western security alliances, NATO. On the other side, you managed to have pretty workable relations with quite a lot of countries, not just in the region, but also Russia. In many ways, you try to facilitate and be a mediator, be it for the Ukraine grain deal, or sometimes conversations with Syria or other countries in the region. Economically, it's becoming even more complex in terms of the trade flows. While some European countries or your Western allies are cutting sometimes with Russia, your trade remains pretty significant and stable in many ways. How do you handle all these divergent forces pulling in different directions, and what's your strategy in navigating them?
You're right. I mean, in fact, we haven't started doing that lately. Since the end of the Cold War, this was our foreign policy, really, a multivectoral, a 360-degree approach to security in all four directions around us. In fact, we have been telling our allies that, the world, unfortunately, is not becoming the peaceful and the democratic place that we all hoped for in the post-Cold War period. That the so-called peace dividend that we all, of course, were quite hopeful, should not lead us to complacency in terms of our defense and security readiness. We were telling that, we have to continue to invest our defense and deterrence capabilities. That we have to be able to look to security from a 360-degree approach. And we also have to be able to reach out in this globalized world where things are not black and white, need to be able to reach out to our partners and even sometimes our adversaries to try to find the common grounds and to try to maintain the channels of communication. And that's exactly what we have been doing. And I think most of our allies are also waking up to that. And this is really the case to do. And NATO, for example, over the last 5 to 10 years, especially after the adoption of our strategic concept, of course, really started looking at our defense and deterrent capabilities in a much more serious manner. And now we're trying to revitalize our defense industry bases. We're trying to also, tighten the cooperation schemes among ourselves as well, but also trying to reach out to our partners in all directions, like, for example, the Asia-Pacific partners or our partners to the south. Just a year ago, for example, we have come up within NATO with a new action plan reflecting on our relationship with the countries in Northern Africa and in the Middle East. So I think Turkey has been doing the right thing for some time. And yes, of course, it puts us in difficult situations time to time, as to what need to do. But this is, of course, that comes with the package. You have to make those hard and bold decisions as they come. But when you have a principled approach, what I am telling is, multivectoralism is not neutrality or is not impartiality. Of course, we are guided by some principles, standards, and values, but we are trying to, find the practical value of, dealing with different countries in different formats. And sometimes, of course, we, had this dialogue going on with certain countries. At the same time, we had some serious problems with them in different theaters. So this is the kind of way that we are trying to do. First of all, investing in our own defense and deterrence capabilities, having a principled position on these issues, and not shying away from, pronouncing this position with different actors as well, and trying to find the common ground to the extent possible. And of course, you said that, even, for example, in a war like Ukraine, from the very outset, we condemned the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We have, of course, committed ourselves politically, economically in support of Ukraine, but also we maintained our channels of communication with Russia as well, which brought some very important initiatives to the benefit of not only the Ukrainians, but to the whole world. Black Sea Grain Initiative, for example, helped us avert the global food crisis at that time. So this is the, kind of mentality that we approach to foreign policy at this point in time, in a more wider, multivectoral, but still in a very principled way.
And Ambassador, I'm really, because you've been a permanent representative to NATO for a few years, and as you mentioned, Turkey has held this position for quite some time, especially over the past years. Was it difficult to explain this position to NATO partners? And do you feel like now the entire NATO is moving more towards your thinking than before?
I'll give a short answer to that. Yes.
Tell us.
It was difficult. It was difficult for a very short while, but I think people started understanding us much better over the last few years. That's what I'm going to tell.
What is still not understood? Which issue are you still struggling to explain?
Depends, of course. I don't think you can generalize that. This part of what we are trying to do in our own region, in our wider neighborhood, it's a case-by-case, approach. In every single situation, there are certain things which are difficult to understand and appreciate at the outset. But that's why we have NATO. NATO for us is not just a military alliance. It's also the ultimate transatlantic policy consultations forum where we can get together with all our 31 allies, but also with our partners from different corners of the world and discuss these things in a very honest manner. So that is, I think, the best value of NATO. And that is where, of course, we first maybe start from diverging points of view, but at the same time, every time, at the end of the day, we reach a consensus.
Excellent. Let's move to partners across the world. Ambassador, let's zoom in a little bit on Indo-Pacific, but also Australia specifically. Australia is also a very interesting case, especially for Europeans, when we try to understand how to merge our understanding of security with this reality of trade and economic relations, depending on where you are in the world. And Australia is a great case because on the one hand, you are very deeply integrated also in the Western security infrastructure and actually going deeper and deeper into this integration. On the other hand, China is your largest trading partner, if I check the numbers correctly, and that seems to be working well for you. At the same time, we know that Indo-Pacific is becoming one of the most contested regions in the world. Can you guide us a little bit through your thinking from the position of Australia, how you're thinking about it?
Sure. Australia, like I think any country, is most influential and most perhaps actively present in its nearer region. But that doesn't mean it's absent elsewhere. And Australia has had a very long history of engagement throughout the world. And one that I think is both based on values and interests and with many like-minded partners. Because we do believe in a multilateral world in which middle and small powers can depend on rules to assure themselves of their future and their opportunities and their prosperity. The fragmenting question is all about the fragmenting of the opportunities of multilateralism for everybody and the less clear relationship between a community of rules and a hierarchy of power. We have relationships in Europe, in North America, in Southeast Asia, in the Pacific, in North Asia. And yeah, we have a wide trading relationship. For anyone who is looking for critical raw materials, we have them. We'd like to sell them to you. Okay?
We are buying.
Yeah, exactly. Great friend in Korea. And one of those countries with whom we have a very significant trading relationship is with China. It is our largest trading partner. China has a trading relationship, I'm told, with about 100 to 140, depending on how you count it, countries see China as their largest trading partner. And China, of course, is an emerging, it is a great power which is emerging more powerfully. And that can cause some security anxiety in the Indo-Pacific. It has a worldview and a perspective on some issues across the Indo-Pacific that cause concern or expressions of a variance in that view. You could look at the tension in the Scarborough Shoal between China and the Philippines as an example of a great power expressing its worldview of interests and a middling power seeking to acknowledged the Arbitral Commission's finding of its rights in the Scarborough Shoal. So it's a complex space. It's a complex region. We don't believe you can ever have too many friends. We always like, as a country, to work together with others because we believe that that is the best way to solve problems. And we don't believe in not talking to those who have a different view, but rather to seek the variety of mechanisms and modalities to engage, to use diplomacy and use as many mechanisms that might build a consensus or see the management of a tension or an issue, which might not be resolved, but managing it is a whole lot better. And I think that the South Koreans would probably agree that managing the relationship with the North Koreans is better than what could otherwise be a terrible conflict on that peninsula. So we're an active participant in the Pacific, in Southeast Asia, in the Indo-Pacific, in South Asia, and wherever our interests are engaged. And we believe that the multilateral system is worth supporting, worth shoring up, worth seeking to reinforce wherever that possibility remains, because fragmenting is not fragmented, it is not over, and we have agency.
You're now in Brussels and trying to explain this complexity to Europeans. Do we here understand the complexity of the region well? And if you said that there is one thing that we do not properly understand here in Europe yet, what would that be?
Look, I don't presume to suggest what you do or don't understand in Europe. I will offer you a question that I hope just piques your curiosity, and that is, do you know what is the single, the number one, the overwhelming security concern of the Pacific Island nations?
Climate?
Climate change.
Climate change.
It is existential. If that was not immediately on the forefront of your mind, then I encourage you to keep exploring the Indo-Pacific. It is an extraordinarily diverse, rich, wonderful place, and it's part of a world that is deeply interconnected. What happens there will influence Europe, where 40% of your trade flows. What happens in Europe will absolutely influence what's happening in the Indo-Pacific. And I think our collective determination to remain curious and to remain engaged is the best way to approach solving problems together.
Thank you so much. I really love the framing. There is no such thing as too many friends. So let's move to our friends from South Korea. Professor, for me, South Korea was always a very interesting place to look at when we talk about discussions about the change in world order, because in many ways, some of the situations you're facing right now with the North Korea, it's still the remnant of the Cold War. But we also see that some of the rules and mechanisms for stability from the Cold War are evaporating. How are you handling this situation? And maybe from the point of view of South Korea, how are you looking for new friends? Because you can never have too many in terms of trying to establish new alliances, new combinations of partners to work on the specific security issues that you are having?
Well, having many friends is very important. Well, going back to 1950, when Korea actually had a Korean War, well, a lot of friends actually came to Korea to join the Korean forces. Well, the Korea shares actually, especially when I'm coming to the Baltic state or in Poland or in the eastern flank of NATO, I feel a lot of similarities of security environment, because Korea is having a constant threat. Korea is living with a constant threat from North Korea. The city of Seoul is only like 100 kilometers from DMZ, so it's just an hour from DMZ, and we have China and we have Russia. So,
Seems worse, actually.
yeah, and Korea is technically, South and North Korea, they are under the truce agreement. The war did not end. So yes, we are still living in the Second World War, the legacy. And I thought, well, that was very unique and peculiar case in the world. But since 2022, since the February of 2022, actually the clock of the world geopolitics went back to the Second World War period. This is like 1945, and it was the Yalta when the Korean Peninsula was divided. And that is nowadays the Crimea and the Ukraine. So, well, security is certainly connected, but have to keep in mind that Korea has Korea has a strong alliance with the United States. Well, that will be the backbone of Korea's security. And during past few years, Korea has built a trilateral partnership between U.S., Japan, and Korea. And nowadays, Korea is very active. Well, Korea has been invited several times to the G7 summit as an observer. And also Korea joined NATO plus AP4 or IP4 in the Pacific for the Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand for the past 3 consecutive years. This year, the 3 leaders from the in the Pacific country did not attend by themselves. They sent the delegate. So Korea is trying to outreach, trying to engage in a much broader security network. But Korea's dilemma is, yes, certainly, Korea will be happy to be a responsible the partners of this free world. No doubt about it. But at the same time, we have to adeptly manage the risk of China and Russia and North Korea. We certainly have to keep a certain line. We are already actually under we are stepping on the red line. And managing the temperature and avoiding the extreme escalation of tension will be another huge round of geopolitical concern. So Korea, as a major economy in the world, and Korea's GDP is actually is equivalent to Russian GDP. And yes, Korea is a major economy, and now this the key partner of the free world. But we always have to think about maintaining strong partnership with the United States, Indo-Pacific partners, European partners on the one hand, but also have to manage China and Russia issues. They are just big neighbors, and that is very existential.
Professor, and can I follow up with one thing? Because you very nicely described the situation, security environment, and the new partnerships or continuation of the old partnerships you wanted to have. There's a lot of discussions in Europe. Much of it is probably coming from the pressure from the United States to pay more attention to Indo-Pacific. And if you were to give advice Europeans in terms of what would be something that Europeans can actually get involved more in Indo-Pacific that would actually have some practical, constructive, positive result, be it on some narrow issue like, I don't know, protection of undersea cables or maybe some technology issue. If you were advising Europeans to focus on something to get involved in the Indo-Pacific, what would that be?
Okay, I would say still Indo-Pacific is quite far away. I was welcoming from the other side of the Eurasian continent. I was welcoming the European outreach to Indo-Pacific. But we also have to keep in mind that their willingness, we have a lot of strategies and vision. But what are the actual common interests in the Indo-Pacific between Europe and Indo-Pacific countries, and especially Korea. One example that is more kind of Korea-specific issue, but for example, North Korea. North Korea was a threat, but very distant threat to European people for a long time. But North Korea is just a few hundred kilometers away. North Korea is fighting against Europe, the Ukraine, in Russian territory. So North Korea actually became the existential, the real security threat. On the other hand, South Korea is contributing to the defense industry and security preparedness of European countries. So yes, certainly security is getting connected. But we still lack a lot of practice. And still the risk is the strategic inconsistency. We are talking a lot about the common Indo-Pacific policy, NATO plus IP4. But for example, NATO's focus on Ukraine and Asia's focus on deterrence against China and North Korea can evolve separately. And that could leave a gap that authoritarian coordination want to exploit. So the answer is we have to close that gap. We need cross-regional habit of cooperation. I think this session is in that sense particularly meaningful. So we need to learn and practice how to solve the issues together. Well, security dialogue will be one thing. Maybe advanced level will be some sort of the kind of the common exercises. But I think especially the cybersecurity and that kind of more neutral but more common interest agenda should be tackled in the short run.
Excellent. We have also an opportunity to bring in questions from the audience. So if somebody wants to ask a question, please wave at me. I'll try to see through the lights as much as I can. I already have 2 hands recorded. I'll get back to you in 2 minutes. But before I do, I wanted to go back to the speakers with a bit of a different angle to the same question. Because if we talk about change in rules of the world order, if we're talking about fragmentation, inevitably it also creates opportunities. And maybe middle powers, middle-sized countries, actually the ones who paradoxically benefit not insignificantly if of course, they're doing the right things to grasp these opportunities and both position themselves or maybe create new rules for the world order. So I wanted to go very briefly to you with this round. Like, if you had to name what's the opportunity is right now for your country or in general for the world, what would be the thing that you would highlight?
No, thank you so much. I wouldn't call it, middle powers benefiting from this fragmenting world order, but I think, it really puts a responsibility on our shoulders to do something about it. Because, I think the big powers do not have the necessary appetite to do something about it, and the small powers are not sufficiently powerful enough to do something. So it really rests upon the middle powers like us to really push, the things in the right direction. And I don't know whether you've heard, an organization, an initiative called MICTA, which started about 10 to 15 years ago. And I'm so happy to be on the same panel with the 3 countries. MICTA is Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia. An initiative to bring middle powers from different parts of the world, but really quite like-minded. And, of course, we were all friends even before that, but we tried to turn this friendship into partnership. Partnership in my mind means not only friendship, but being able to do something in concrete terms for a common cause, for a common good of the whole humanity. And I think that's what we are doing. And the kind of agenda items that we are trying to deal with is UN reform, first of all, and also how to tackle the global challenges from a point of view of the middle powers. And we do that by initiating a security dialogue that Professor Lee pointed out. Because, from this security dialogue, what comes out is that, of course, we are all very much consumed by our own immediate problems, the regional wars and this and that. But when you are able to look at it in a more sort of a global perspective, you've found out that, I mean, climate change, for example, is a threat for all of us. The widening gap of digitalization between the developed and the developing world is even a more serious threat. Or the disruptive impact of advancing technology on modern warfare, including cyber warfare and cybersecurity, for example. These are probably more consequential, going to be more than anything else in the mid to long term for the future of our planet. So that is, I think, I mean, first and foremost, rather than trying to specify one or the other thing, this is the kind of thing that we need among the middle powers, a security dialogue, a sort of a partnership, and to take lead in certain areas in global institutions like UN or in our regional sort of formats and try to do something differently, try to bring some difference on the ground. So that's what I'm going to say as our priority from the Turkish point of view.
Sounds like BRICS, but for a different set of
certainly
actors.
different, certainly different.
Yeah. Ambassador?
Look, I think we are stronger together, always. And wherever we can reinforce the truly multilateral system, we absolutely should do that. Where that is not possible, we shouldn't give up on the multilateral system, but perhaps it will be plurilateral or minilateral or bilateral. But building more and deeper relationships together with others across a breadth of areas of common interest is what I think we should all be seeking. And where you can connect those groups together to move from bilateral to minilateral to plurilateral to re-energize the multilateral, this is a great pathway. But today, in a fragmenting world, we have to try in all of the pathways, and we are stronger together.
Professor?
Okay, fragmentation is painful, but it forces innovation in governance, especially for the middle power countries who will uphold the international norms, international liberal, say, or institutional order. Would it be the big, just big powers? I would say this will be the moment where a lot of middle power together will have to work. And so this is a great learning period. This is a great learning period to act together, but without waiting for permission sometimes. And one example, the Korea and Poland built the defense partnership, and I think that is a good example. A commercial deal for defense industry that we have discussed well throughout the days, and especially this morning, has become a new pillar of Europe's rearmament. So these kind of modular networks are the silver lining in a disordered world. So we are finding new modus vivendi, but there is a condition, only when those countries are ready and those countries are proactive.
Great. Start talking to whoever you can, and then we can quickly, not quickly, but at some point scale up and diversify all the groups coming together. Let's start with the questions. I have a hand over there, and then I had a hand in the middle. If you could please raise them so that microphone can reach you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Richard Walker from Deutsche Welle. I'd like to ask the panelists about China's nuclear weapons expansion and the potential destabilizing impact of that. Obviously, there's been an ongoing debate about nuclear deterrence in Korea anyway. I'd like to ask for each of your views on that and its destabilizing potential. And is there anything that middle powers can do to try to change the calculation and planning that the Chinese have? Thanks.
Thanks so much. And for the sake of time, we'll take a few questions at a time. There was another hand somewhere in the middle. If we can get... Okay, somebody has the microphone. Go ahead.
Hello, Hanna Sheles, Ukrainian Prism. I have the question to our Korean colleague. When in December 2023 we were in Korea and we're speaking about the first North Korean soldiers already being in Russia, that was the perception like, no, we are not involved. Europe is too far. We don't care. And we're afraid that Russia can spoil something here. 2 years later, we have 30,000 North Koreans already in the mid of Europe. Does it change the perception of South Korea? What type of the alliances it needs? That to be concentrated only on the regional alliances, Japan, yep, something around, is not any more relevant considering the threats that are really posing just transcontinental, that you cannot be at the different continent and feel that you're safe.
Perfect. Let's take these two questions at a time. You don't have to answer both. You can pick. So, Professor, you go first.
Okay. China's nuclear expansion is nothing new. China has expanded, especially in military terms, over the past decades. And technology-wise, do not underestimate China's very rapid the growth in digital technology and other military satellite and technology. So the issue's been there. The rather may for South Korea, how to, well, we have North Korea nuclear threat. That could be more imminent. We could have potential Chinese and Russian nuclear threat. So how to build the extended deterrence? Unless South Korea will go nuclear self-armament, which will be highly contested, but how to maintain and how to build a solid extended nuclear deterrence together with the United States and allies. So that, I guess that will be the foremost priority. And the second, related with that, what we are still pursuing denuclearization, or at least freezing the North Korean nuclear program. So in that sense, non-proliferation regime should be strengthened. But at this moment, one very kind of the dire things going on is not many people, and especially United States and or the key players, are paying sufficient attention to the proliferation issues. So we need to, and here, I would say the key stakeholders should be much keener on implementing properly the measures for non-proliferation. There are several measures to prevent the nuclear, especially the transfer of nuclear technology or nuclear the material. North Korean issues, yes, well, certainly that is a very serious issue. But I would say that would not dramatically change the partnership or alliance issues. We already, South Korea, already have participated in the, well, been standing in solidarity with Ukraine. I would rather say the more salient issue in Korea regarding North Korean dispatch to Russia is first, Russo-North Korea military ties and alliance got strengthened. North Korea, I would say, has been the biggest beneficiary of the Russo-Ukrainian war. They got the hard cash by dispatching soldiers. They got the technology transfer, missile technology and other satellite, but the key technology transfer from Russia, allegedly. Plus, they are learning fast. Koreans are learning fast. North Korea is not an exception. North Korea is rapidly picking up the information and necessary tactics and technologies in dealing with the drone wars and other kind of the modern technologies. So that will increase both the conventional and non-conventional military threat potentially to South Korea. So we are very keen on that. We are closely following up that issue.
Ambassador, what can we do about Chinese nuclear?
Australia is concerned by the scale, the speed, and the sophistication across both the conventional and nuclear development of military and military-related capability in the People's Republic of China. Concerned because all of that is with a lack of transparency about intent. And we are not a nuclear weapon state. We have absolutely no intention of becoming a nuclear weapon state. We have a long and very proud history of being a signatory to the whole breadth of nuclear non-proliferation treaties and regimes. We are also an ally and have greatly appreciated our alliance relationship with the United States and the extended deterrent component of that relationship.
Minister?
I think both questions show how interlinked we are in terms of our security in Euro-Atlantic and Asia-Pacific regions, really. And I mean, I don't think we can turn a blind eye anymore to what is happening in different parts of the world, because nothing is local anymore. Everything is global in terms of the impact that it brings to the world. So, so I fully agree with what my two colleagues have said. I don't want to add too much, but I think with respect to China's nuclear program, it is very important because, I mean, nowadays, of course, I mean, when it comes to nuclear issues, we're talking about the new START, it's expiring next year, and how important it is for the US and Russia to come together and to find a way to extend this sort of strategic risk reduction talks. And I think it's going to be highly important to be able to bring China into the discussion as well, because, I mean, it's obvious that, I mean, the scale of nuclear weaponization that we see in China will become a very important matter in terms of the strategic risk discussion globally. I'm not only regionally, but globally as well. So that's my take on that.
Thanks so much. Let's take a few more questions. There is a person with a microphone over there, and I need the microphones here to the front row as well.
Hello. First of all, I would like to greet and say thank you each and every speaker for the interesting panel. My question will be to Minister. Considering Turkey's increasing engagement in the South Caucasus and its support for regional initiatives like the Zangezur corridor, how does Ankara view NATO's potential role or limits in promoting stability in the region after the Karabakh conflict? Thank you.
Thanks so much. Let's get the microphone to the front row. If there are any other hands, please wave at me so that we can make sure we bring you in.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I have a question for you, Professor. We see that how now Russia is a really big, strong allies with North Korea. North Korea supports Russia not only rhetorically, but on the battlefield, yeah, as you perfectly say. So my question is, what is your red lines about Russia-North Korea friendship? Because we understood that, yeah, Russia can pay by money, but of course, North Korea is interested in Russian military technologies. So, what's your red line? After that, your country will support Ukraine even more with armor, with ammunition, because we know that South Korean ammunition and technologies, military technologies now is really popular for Europe, for Poland, and I think also will be interesting for Ukraine.
Let's divide and conquer these two questions. So, Minister, you'll take the Turkey, and Professor will go back to you on the Korea.
Let me go first, if you like. I mean, yes, indeed. I mean, what we are seeing in the Caucasus, in South Caucasus right now, is very positive from our point of view, but I think from a more regional and global point of view as well, because for the first time in the last 35 years, the Southern Caucasus has the real potential to become the linchpin between Europe and Asia in every sense of the word, in terms of transport corridors, in terms of trade routes, in terms of energy pipelines and whatnot. So I think we are very supportive of what is going on in the region. I mean, in terms of the peace agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia, also, but in parallel with that, in terms of our own normalization efforts with Armenia. And both of them are going in the right direction. As you know, Azerbaijan and Armenia has already agreed on a draft peace agreement. There are just a few stumbling blocks for it to be signed very soon. And also in parallel, we are also working on our own normalization process with Armenia, and it's going quite well. I think in a very short period of time, you will see this region becoming fully normalized and changing the entire geostrategic landscape, not only of this region, but as I said, between Europe and Asia. So that's, I think in principle, how we approach that and how we try to support this process from our point of view. But as it comes to NATO's role in that, of course, as with all the other partners, I think NATO has a role and value added to bring into this with its own partnership, relations with both Armenia, Azerbaijan, and for that matter with Georgia as well. I think this region is so important that NATO cannot really, afford to be indifferent to. So I think in terms of defense reform, in terms of, capacity building, in terms of reaching an understanding on the pressing security issues, NATO's partnership with those countries are going to be very important in the years to come, especially when peace is solidified and when there is more lasting and sustainable peace and security in the region.
And Professor, on the red lines?
Okay, I guess they already passed the red line.
So are you supporting Ukraine more?
The Russia-North Korea ties. Well, I think they already passed the red line. But if we find a bit kind of thicker and darker red line, I would say. Then I would say a few things, especially regarding nuclear. One is Russian kind of recognition and political support at an international level of North Korea as nuclear power, and bringing North Korea into that level, and giving kind of the political cheering. And a real red line is Russia working as a venue of actual nuclear proliferation, North Korean nuclear weapons or missile technology to Iran or other potentially the dangerous countries. So that would be the real red line, and very immediately, kind of the Russo-North Korea kind of military exercises in East Sea, and especially when they violate the flying zone or other kind of the border issue, that would be a real red line.
There are very thick red lines on the clock that we see here, so we'll need to start wrapping up. But I wanted to wrap up with you and go back with one question to everybody. Since we're now having a panel of responsible middle powers, I wanted you to highlight one action that you or your country can take in the upcoming year that would decrease fragmentation in the world. And please be warned, next year you'll have to come back here to Riga and we'll check how you did on your own commitments. So, Ambassador, let's start with Australia.
Look, I'd point to an interesting development with the intention of the European Union and the CPTPP community to establish a dialogue. And I know that Commissioner Šefčovič is going to be participating in a gathering of CPTPP delegates. And I think this is a really interesting example of one of those coming together, engaging opportunities across different groupings. I don't know where it'll go, but I'm pleased to see people are thinking about these innovative initiatives and opportunities to pursue new forms that encourage a world that can develop through trade, which has been so beneficial to so many hundreds of millions of people over these last decades.
And for those of us who do not know TPP.
You got to be kidding me. It's CPTPP. And I'll get one of my trade experts to get back to you on that.
Thank you so much, but we get the message, new creative forms of engagements that are blurring the domains and portfolios.
Yeah.
Professor?
Okay, in the Pacific, I would say, it's not just a maritime term. In the Pacific is a huge sea of emerging market and advancing technologies. Korea, Japan, also China, Taiwan, Singapore, and all those players are working on these technology issues. So, if European partners and Indo-Pacific partners are coordinating and cooperating, I would say maybe cyber and technology will be the two key domains we should make an instant move forward. So by next Riga summit, I'm pretty confident if we keep the right speed to move on, then the Cyber and Technology Alliance and Technology Cooperation will certainly increase the resilience of both regions to deal with growing uncertainty.
Right, that's another area where a lot of fragmentation is happening. And a quick update.
And just so you know, not only does Google tell me the answer, but my very good colleagues back in our embassy in Brussels have also told me the answer. And you'll understand why I can never remember it. The Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, trading relationship. Fantastic. Love it. And CPTPP just rolls off the tongue.
Bottom line, trade more with the countries in the region. And Mr. Minister, your action point.
I mean, I think apart from what we are trying to do in our own region, in terms of, for example, brokering a deal between Israel and the Palestinians in Gaza, which the first phase has just been agreed and Turkey has taken a very important part, or our attempts to host and facilitate the direct talks between Ukraine and Russia in order to reach a ceasefire and a lasting solution, and many others in our region. I'm just going to name two initiatives that we have started for more than 15 years ago. I mean, one of them is 20-year-old now. And one thing that we are hoping to do in the just next couple of years. The two initiatives are the Alliance of Civilizations and Mediation for Peace. Alliance of Civilization is an attempt under the auspices of the United Nations in order to fight against growing radicalism, extremism, racism, and xenophobia, which is unfortunately on the rise in global terms all around the world. I think that is a very important initiative, bringing almost every country from different parts of the world. And it has been now 20 years. It is working on, media, women, youth, and digital sort of issues. I think it's a very important initiative in terms of trying to, fight against this fragmentation in the whole world. The second one is Mediation for Peace, which really focuses on, our capacity building efforts on conflict prevention. Rather than just crisis management, I think there is so much that we can do before the conflicts and crisis erupts. And that requires diplomacy, but that requires also some sort of expertise in mediation efforts. And that's what we are trying to do within that initiative, trying to build capacity in Africa, in Asia, in the Middle East, but particularly focusing on women and youth in order to bring the next, generation of leaders from those countries in that area. And the third thing that I'm going to say, we're hoping to host the next climate conference, COP, in Turkey. But we're not trying to do it alone. We're hoping to do it together with Australia. Hopefully, we're still in discussions with that, but we're hoping to co-chair it with Australia. And the reason why is because, we both have a priority about the Pacific Island states. And no matter how it ended up between the two of us, I think the situation of the Pacific Island states, which are, of course, feeling the existential threat of climate change, is going to be so much important for both of our agendas. And I think that is also something, a country like Turkey, very much in Europe and Middle East, but also trying to respond to the expectations of the countries in the Pacific Islands. So this is the kind of methods and initiatives that we are hoping to respond to this fragmentation.
These are excellent points, and they actually point out exactly to the areas where the big powers are either not interested to involve. Let's take climate or women's and youth issues, or in some areas, these are the areas where the big powers are growing further apart, if we take technology and cybersecurity. So thank you so much for doing that, and thank you so much for everybody who's been with us today. And remember, we'll have to check on these commitments a year from now back in Riga. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
welcome back. And hi to everyone who is watching us online. Thank you for joining us. Also, thank you for your questions and comments and networking. It's been a pleasure, both during the panel sessions and the coffee breaks, and thank you for coming back. As you know, we all are in the gray zone right now, the Baltic Sea region, and I think it's worth to have a conversation about that. We have a great panel of experts, and we have an amazing moderator, which is a senior fellow at the Stockholm Free World Forum, Minna Allender, and the floor is all yours. And she promised that she will give a floor as well to you. So if you have any comments, critics, opinions, and questions, you'll be very welcome to take microphone and ask in the end of the conversation. So let's have a round of applause. It just cheers up people.
Thank you very much, and welcome to this very, very topical conversation about the so-called gray zone warfare, or actually, as the title of the panel says, we are now out of the gray zone and very much out in the open. And indeed, one of the issues that we are facing today with this Russian hybrid warfare that is like significantly accelerating all the time in the past weeks is that Russia seems to care less and less about whether there is any amount of plausible or implausible deniability in these actions, and is becoming more and more overt about this. So turning first to you, Margus Tsahkna, Foreign Minister of Estonia. Estonia is certainly no stranger to Russian airspace violations. Unfortunately, we in this region are like sort of used to this stuff happening. But the latest one was qualitatively different for sure. So it was, first of all, the number of Russian fighter jets that were sort of participating in this incursion, 3 of them, and then that they lingered for a whole 12 minutes in Estonian airspace. So this sort of raises a lot of questions, and we saw a very heated debate in this region about like whether we should start shooting them down or what should be the proportional answer to this. What, from your perspective, does the Baltic air policing still feel like an adequate arrangement, or should NATO start moving towards like Baltic air defense and not just policing?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here as well, and the question is actually very appropriate. But I do my point about this gray zone. I don't know who put the name on that, but we are not in a gray zone anymore because we are 21 years in NATO and European Union. But the gray zone is for the countries who are not yet in. And as we know as well that the gray zone for Russia, if you're the neighboring country, it is a green light for aggression, and we have witnessed that. And that's the reason why Sweden and Finland joined the NATO as well, and we were very happy about that. And turning back to this heavy violation of Estonian airspace and NATO airspace, it was the clear witness that NATO is actually working. This air patrolling, what we have in our Baltic states, worked well. And as well, technically what happened, and it is like the protocol that if the Russian planes take off, then Finland actually took over the first. And then our planes, actually in Estonian case, the Italian ones, they went up. And then the Swedish was up as well. They were up as well. And so you can see as well that NATO is working on that level perfectly. And for NATO as well, it was first time such a brutal violation of the airspace. So I can say as a former defense minister as well, everything what we agreed, it worked. And as well, there is always the question whether we could shoot them down or not. And I assure you, we have all the protocol, all the rights for that. But this time, it was provocation. It was not immediate military threat to Estonia. But if this plane could turn into Estonia, I think that this command would have been given. But what Putin wants to achieve, and this is about the hybrid attacks, and I hate the word about hybrid attacks. We're talking about attacks on all different levels which are not reaching on the Article 5 level. So in Europe we have lots of them, and in Estonia as well. If we list everything hybrid, what we have had during the last 3.5 years, and put this list like 4 years back, we could be all like in shock, maybe even called as well Article 5. This is a strategy what Putin has. Boil us as a frog, turning on the heat and testing the societies and unities. But in this case, it was not like the single one, what we had in Estonia. Just a couple of days before, we had a drone attack against Poland. And if you put it to the pattern, now we have had as well, something happened in Copenhagen airport, Munich, and so on. So it's not proven whether it was Russian or not, but the heat is increasing. And we need to respond. And I think that Estonia and Poland, we called as well Article 4 consultations. It was the right thing to do. Ours was only 8 times during the NATO history, but already too often, I can say. And also the Security Council meeting, what we asked and called, it worked brilliantly in the meaning. I think that Putin made a mistake because one thing is practical capabilities, what NATO has. And we agreed as well that the Eastern Sentry mission, what we have, we will increase the capabilities and we look the protocols and everything. And I'm sure it will happen and strengthen the Eastern flank. But mainly, I think Putin is testing as well our political unity. Amongst Europe, Europe is more united than ever before about defense, I think, but also transatlantic unity between Europe and US. And there was a clear message and also the vocabulary that President Trump used after the Security Council meeting and after meeting with President Zelensky during the UNGA week in the beginning, when he was asked whether we need to shoot and are you ready to shoot down the Russian planes next time, it was a very clear message that yes, if there is need for that, it will happen. Not exactly the wording, but the meaning. And also the change of the vocabulary and rhetoric from President Trump was really tremendous, what we haven't seen during the last half year before, about Russia is weak and also Ukraine has an opportunity to win. So what we see, of course, we do our part, and also Eastern Sentry on military level, the planning is there to increase the capabilities. But please don't use this word like hybrid, that hybrid is nothing and then military attacks are something. It's all together actually the situation, what has been improved on a bad way during the last 3.5 or even 4 years. And now the question is, finally I'm saying, Putin is playing with our fears. And all the military people, also the politicians, they know already, yes, our how to say, the stand is like, mindset is, let's not escalate. But exactly Putin is using that. And he's actually more afraid of escalation than we think. So I'm sure that next time, if the planes are coming to NATO airspace, if there is a need for that, we should act as well. To send a very clear message that this is a red line.
Very good points. I think that, like, from my perspective as well, it looked like a very actually proportional and good response, and at least European NATO worked exactly as it's supposed to be. I'm a little skeptical that this change of heart will last with Mr. Trump, but we will see, and time will tell. We will probably know in the next 2 weeks, as tends to be his preferred deadline. Turning now to you, Colonel Hans Granlund, who is the Chief of Staff at the Commander Task Force Baltic. And this is actually quite a new thing within NATO, and one of those multiple ways that NATO has responded in the past years and months to the rising or increasing maritime threats. So if you could just walk us through what does the CTF Baltic do? Like, what is its role in the NATO response to these attacks? How does it relate to these other initiatives Minister Tachna just mentioned, for example, the Eastern Sentry, but we have also the Baltic Sentry and Task Force X. So how does this all sort of hang together? And if you could also just share something with us, what kind of Russian activity do you observe from?
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for having me here today. So the CTF Baltic, as you alluded to, is quite new. We were inaugurated 21st October last year, so we're not 1 year fully. And but we went into action on the 10th of January this year, and we've been leading the Baltic Sentry since. And CTF Baltic is a task force answering to NATO MARCOM when we are activated. And with that, we are also a multinational staff hosted by Germany. And currently 13 nations participate, all the nations around the Baltic Sea, and then some. So our task is to, in wartime, command NATO forces in the Baltic Sea, and in peacetime, plan for and then coordinate any actions or activities in the Baltic Sea. And as you said, the Baltic Sentry is one of these activities that is ongoing right now. And just also to follow on to what we heard here, hybrid warfare. In my daily work, there is also a lot of talk about the shadow fleet. Both these labels, I think, is something that draws attention away from there's a situation at hand that on our tactical level needs to be addressed, and that's what we do. And the formal task for the Baltic Sentry is to protect the critical underwater infrastructure, and that's what we do. And we do that on a daily basis with the nations that is providing forces. So under our command, on a daily basis, there is the NATO standing maritime groups when they are in the Baltic Sea, and then other forces associated or affiliated to us by the nations. And on a day-by-day then status, we see to it that we can be where we need to be in order to protect this infrastructure. And one funny thing with this critical underwater infrastructure thing is that when this all started, a lot of this was said to be bad seamanship. That was the bad weather, bad seamanship. And apparently we haven't had any bad seamanship and bad weather since the Baltic Sentry started. So we've been lucky so far.
Climate change.
Could be. We have seen a change in the situation in the Baltic Sea over the last month, we would say. And the level of action and activity in the Baltic Sea is much higher since before the summer than it has been in many, many years. And this is something that people now try to address as the new normal. There's nothing normal about it. There's nothing. This is a changed situation, and it's a situation that needs to be addressed for what it is. We are also linked, of course, to all the work that is done with the Eastern Sentry, and some of the ships under our command has capabilities that also can work in the air domain. So I think we are well versed. And you asked also about the Task Force X. We have been cooperating with them, and of course they are part of the future. The unmanned dimension, both as a sensor for us and as a threat against us, is something that we need to take seriously and how to both follow closely and also learn how to utilize for our own part. So a lot of moving parts on the tactical level right now.
Indeed. So I think we are sort of in a situation where we're facing warfare that is conducted against us, but we're still living legally in peacetime. And this comes back a little bit to also what you pointed out, Minister, about these airspace incursions, that because we still have peacetime skies, there's a lot of civilian traffic as well and commercial traffic, both in the air and on the water in the Baltic Sea area. So it's not always so straightforward about resorting to tougher measures. Now, coming to you, Iris Rikvelis, National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister of Latvia. So what's your view on this question on the sort of, are you as optimistic as the Estonian Foreign Minister on with regard to the Baltic air policing situation and that the procedures work? And then also, I just want to add to this because, and it has been addressed a couple of times during the conference already, these attacks really pose quite a big challenge in terms of strategic communication. Like, how does one sort of avoid, as an authority, how does one avoid sort of like playing into Russia's goal of sowing panic in the population? How do you tackle this here in Latvia?
Thanks, Mina. I think Minister Tsahkna already described everything, so it's absolutely in agreement. I think here in Latvia that we are not in a so-called gray zone. We are proud NATO and European Union country, and if Russia feels that it can go and succumb us back to its sphere of influence, that's not going to happen. So. With these incursions in NATO airspace, particularly the latest one in Estonia, I think response of air policing was exemplary, but obviously 12 minutes in NATO airspace is too much. Obviously, we need to do something against that, and I think this is in hands of Secure that we trust fully. I mean, Eastern Sentry is the right response. Let me remind you that the decade ago in Wales Summit, we agreed that all these measures, they were called at the time reassurance measures, but also our philosophy on deterrence and defense was based on premise that this will be scaled up and down as necessary. So I don't think we are in a situation where we can scale down. So we need to scale up. So we in Latvia always are ready to host more allied troops on our soil, on our skies and our waters. But it is important, I think, that the Baltic, the Eastern Sentry, is sustained over time. That it does not remain only on the paper, but also in practice. So if we need to keep sending our message about sovereignty or inviolability of our airspace, then maybe we need to keep more aircraft. We need to keep more aircraft in the air. But certainly these things are up to Secure. And when Secure was here in Riga a couple of weeks ago, I think he was presenting a very clear view and very clear message that this will be tackled. On the Baltic Sentry, I can just see how indeed these ships were actually making a difference after they appeared in the Baltic Sea this January. We'll see whether that was indeed a bad seamanship. I need to trust police and investigative services that what they're saying, but as a national security expert, I certainly find it hard to believe that this was just so simple. One thing that I want to say from the larger strategy perspective, and that also kind of encounters the question of strategic communication. Sweden and Finland joining NATO is not just two countries joining NATO. Mm-hmm. It is finalizing finalizing in this region area of responsibility of NATO a whole strategic process. Now we are in a position to establish and, if you will, so impose the rules how we are going to behave in the Baltic Sea. For that, we currently lack capabilities in full. So we need to work on that so that we are not scared and concerned about Russian A2AD. Mm-hmm. Not only we are able currently to overcome Russian A2AD, we actually should impose our A2AD upon Russia. And should Russia miscalculate at one moment that it can deal with its Baltic fleet in harm's way against NATO countries, it should be sent a clear message that better don't start. You are going to fail in all accounts, and your consequences will be disastrous. What I want to say with that is that this is a very strong message also from the communications perspective to all our people here. Don't worry, Suwalki Gap is strategically important, but with the open Baltic Sea and Baltic airspace, that is just one of the ways of reinforcement. Because if we dominate in the Baltic Sea, nobody actually can win the war in the Baltic Sea. So I think with this understanding, we can then build our communication strategies to our people that these incursions indeed are of psychological nature. They are nothing more than simply attempts to disrupt our lifestyle, disrupt our trust to government, and make us kind of psychologically nervous. This is, it may happen. It happened 10 years ago, it happened 15 years ago in a smaller scale. We have lived here in the Baltics under the Russian hybrid or different psychological influence operations for years, for centuries actually. So nothing new in this regard. I'm not scared of that, and nobody should. I think that we have a very good communicative background to so to say send the message not only to our people but also those in Western Europe and across the ocean that this region is particularly important, and those who will dominate in the Baltic Sea will also dominate strategically in Northern Europe.
As you say, the new possibilities of cooperation in this region are indeed very important and great. It's actually very interesting to read NATO documents from the 1950s, even where they analyze sort of the role of Sweden and how nice it would be if the Swedes maybe made up their mind. So now, 75 years later, here we are. Getting to you, John Swords, legal advisor at NATO. We have already addressed a number of sort of legal aspects here as well, and unfortunately, Russia is quite good at identifying and exploiting legal loopholes in our legal frameworks, and they of course know that rule of law is very dear to us, and based on like the recent months, you could almost say that the first hurdle to a response is quite often figuring out who has jurisdiction to respond, and that's sort of an issue, especially in the maritime area, where, for example, the UNCLOS seems to give quite a lot of leeway to this type of attacks, but not a whole lot of space to prosecute, actually, as we saw in this very recent Finnish court case against the crew of the Eagle S. So my question to you is sort of, what can NATO actually do here? Like, how can NATO help its member states streamline this kind of responses that are to attacks that are actually primarily not of military nature in that sense?
Well, firstly, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great question. But what I would, before I actually get on to what NATO and what allies are doing to perhaps tighten up on the legal side of the house, I just want to sort of push back very gently on a couple of those points. So firstly, I wouldn't say it's really a legal loophole that a state's domestic criminal jurisdiction doesn't apply extraterritorially as a matter of course, that it doesn't apply to foreign nationals, that it doesn't apply to foreign flagged vessels, in respect of acts which might be occurring in international waters. So it's a deliberate feature of the international legal system and private international law, and it also reflects the importance of freedom of navigation. So in a sense, it's really for us to try to find the exception to that general position. And of course, if we do want to upset that delicate balance, then we shouldn't be surprised if some of the other countries then seek to exploit that sort of a stance. So we'll see sort of exorbitant jurisdiction being exercised in the Strait of Hormuz or South China Sea or elsewhere. And obviously that would have an adverse effect on freedom of navigation, which we all benefit from. And I suppose my second preliminary point, which actually chimes with some of the comments that we've already had, is that although we can seek to identify legal solutions to operational problems, there are also operational solutions to operational problems. We've heard about the sort of shadow fleet. We've heard about the spooks and saboteurs. They obviously sort of thrive in the shadows. But if we change, and we are changing our operational posture, then we can start deterring these attacks rather than having debates about how we can prosecute these people after these sorts of attacks. And I think that's the prevention obviously being better than cure. But you asked about what states are doing and how we can sort of help on that legal side. And rest assured, there is so much going on in this area. There are no shortage of meeting of legal advisors on this at NATO, but also at other fora. And to pick up on your point about jurisdiction, yes, a lot of the work is on teasing out how to exercise jurisdiction. So whether allies and coastal states can exercise jurisdiction, particularly on the international waters. That's where a lot of this happens, and that's where it's most difficult legally. So they're looking at whether they can exercise these exceptions. They're also looking at whether we can sort of put some pressure on the flag states, often flag states of convenience, who do definitely have jurisdiction, and whether we can get them to do what they're supposed to do, which is to sort of investigate and to prosecute in these sorts of cases, or indeed whether they can just cooperate with us, or indeed consent to us boarding these vessels, which might be suspicious. So that's on jurisdiction. Another thing that people are exploring is the permissibility of acting within UNCLOS, within the Convention on the Law of the Sea, short of exercising jurisdiction and short of enforcing the law, short of using a force. So, I mean, typically the argument is if you have a right to lay cables and pipelines under international law, and you have a right to repair them, surely you should be able to protect them, and that vindicating your right to lay the cables must involve being able to sort of protect it, and that's not really an act of jurisdiction, it's enforcement, just giving effect to the reality of a right that you have, and whether that can be done with due regard, and that's a key sort of UNCLOS provision, with due regard for other rights under maritime law, such as freedom of navigation. And finally, outside the law of the sea, states are also looking at those sort of self-help measures in general international law. What do I mean by that? So rights of retorsion, whether you can impose costs on states that are acting in an unfriendly or unlawful way. So acts of retorsion, also legal countermeasures, which enables you to sort of do things which might otherwise be unlawful, non-forceful, proportionate things if you have been the victim of something unlawful. An interesting debate about whether that can be done collectively as well as individually. And of course, you know, I wouldn't be a NATO representative if I didn't mention the relevance of self-defense potentially. So when would some of these events potentially trigger the right of self-defense in Article 5? And then, you know, beyond that, even the plea of necessity, when the vital interests of a state are engaged, that can give you a basis to take action, even when you're not able to attribute responsibility.
Yeah, indeed, you mentioned there like a number of things. Attributions, of course, one thing, but unfortunately, it seems that Russia is way beyond the caring about naming and shaming. So I don't think that we're going to get very far with that only, unfortunately. So we need to be a bit more creative. I also find the idea of like cooperating with the Cook Islands. We can try for sure, but in this case, unfortunately, it seems like Finland imposed costs on itself rather than on the aggressor. So that was an interesting precedent that we need to think about quite carefully. Last in a lineup, but certainly not least, at least what comes to your title, the length of it. Johannes Peters, head of the Center for Maritime Strategy at the Institute for Security Policy at the University of Kiel. Did I forget anything? No. All right, great. So given that you are coming to Riga from Germany, and Germany is often special, and also in what comes to the jurisdiction issues, the legal situation is very specific in Germany, specifically difficult. So Germany is a federal state, and the military has, for good reasons, a very, very limited role in internal security. So how can Germany effectively make sure that, for example, NATO's critical infrastructure or other installations that are located in Germany, there's quite a lot of those actually, how can Germany make sure that those are adequately protected?
Yes, thank you for the question, and thank you for having me on the panel. First of all, the debate we're currently having in Germany, which centers all around the issues you just mentioned, is a pretty German one, actually, because we currently behave as if this has been the first time ever we've experienced any kind of incursion by Russia. So it's a pretty late wake up for us again. And right now, yesterday, when I come back to the hotel, I turned on the TV. There's some German stations there, and I had in the nationwide television, there was a debate going on exactly around, are we threatened by the drones, in which way, and who can we respond, and all this kind of stuff. And you sitting there and thought, okay, this is not like 2014 or so. This is obviously, it's a bit late in the game to have this kind of discussion. But that's the way it is. And the problem in Germany is we are, as you mentioned, we are a federal state, but the only two things that remain solely in the responsibility of the federal states are education and the police. You can argue whether this is a meaningful thing, but that's the way it is. So technically, the first responder, when you have a drone flying over Kiel, as we had last week, it's the the police of Schleswig-Holstein, which is neither trained nor equipped to handle this issue in any case. The next responder would be the federal police, same problem. And the armed forces are actually not allowed to do anything because our constitution forbids to make any use of the military for interior within Germany for any interior issues. So that's the current debate we're having. Right now, it seems to be the development goes in having one legal framework for all federal states that makes completely clear where is in the responsibility, when and how, which mainly means it will be the federal police. And the debate is now going on saying, okay, but we will need the armed forces as well. How do we incorporate them without having to change the constitution? Because the problem we currently have with in our parliament is that we need a 2/3 majority to change the constitution, and with the far right and the far left in our national parliament, it's highly unlikely to get a 2/3 majority to do anything about the constitution. So that is currently the debate going on. And the problem is here, which is very German again, we only see problems and not solutions, right? So there are, of course, a lot of things we are able to do. We are lacking creativity, actually. We're lacking the ability to look in what the legal framework actually is and say, okay, where are probably some gray zones, to refer to the title of this panel, or where do we have a bit of an elbow space, actually, to interpret the law in a way that actually suits us or helps us. It's a very interesting debate on the plane to Riga. I read an interview by a German professor focusing or specializing in constitutional law. And he made the point that the German armed forces are, by constitution, in charge when Germany is under threat, under military threat from another state. So, if we have reasonable proof, or we can reasonably assume that the drones that fly over Germany are associated with Russia and they are a threat to our national security, then the armed forces will be in charge to handle with these drones. That's a creative approach to our constitutional law by a real expert that would actually stop the whole debate. If you would follow this interpretation, then we won't have a debate at all. Then we can make use of the military to actually handle these drones. So that is something we have to come to be actually have a bit more courage and a bit more creativity. Nothing which is firstly associated with Germans, probably, but I do still have hope. The other thing is that we currently have to, and there it comes back to the Stratcom argument, we have to be very, very careful that we don't overdo in actually making too much out of the drones as they actually are, right? It's no military incursion. We are not under threat. There were no target data generated, or all these kind of questions that were brought to me by a lot of people over the last week. The sole reason is to sow uncertainty within our society, right? To diminish the backing for the people who actually, for the politicians in charge. That's the main reason behind it, nothing else. So, and that we have to communicate clearly that this is not a military threat, but the sole reason is actually to bring this debate into the German society and give it the certain spin that the people believe we are under threat, wars at our doorsteps, and you, dear Chancellor, are responsible for it because you are stupidly supporting Ukraine, and now we have this situation that you can't protect us anymore. That's the reason that actually the spin Russia wants to have. And we are not very much used to this kind of discussion in Germany. We now now it's high time for having it. It was not our choice. Again, it was brought by us externally, but now we're having these discussions. So, bottom line is, as I said, there are possibilities to actually deal with it if we really want to, and if we really say, okay, we actually go forward, we make decisions, and then we act. And it is important to actually frame the conversation not in the way Russia wants it to be framed, but in the way it should be framed. That is actually the two main issues we're currently facing.
I think you raised a lot of important points about like the question where we are actually on the peace-war continuum, sort of where exactly we're at the moment. And I would maybe just add to that it's one interesting point in that Eagle S verdict in Finland was that the court ruled that the damage that this would have, or this caused or could have caused, was not significant enough to really warrant a heavier sentence. So we were sort of victims of our own resilience. So thanks to the redundance of the infrastructure, it wasn't there was no case for this for the prosecution's case. So I'm very happy with the panel because like everybody kept to time. So we have plenty of time for questions also from the audience. And I see right away the first one here in the front.
Yes. Good evening.
Can you wait a minute? Somebody's running with the mic to you. Perfect.
Good evening, Christoph Karich, German Defense Attaché here in Riga. Thank you very much for us Navy guys here. It was a pleasure to follow your discussion on the Baltic Sea. On 26th January, a ship called Weshen dropped its anchor close to the island of Gotland. And the captain said, what I read from the media, he was in distress. The wind was Beaufort 5, as I call it from my Navy command in Germany, and the wave height was 1.50 meters. And the ship was 35,000 tons. He was not in distress. That was bullshit. So I would like to see him in prison, because he's a blunt liar. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Scholz from Legal Affairs and maybe His Excellency from Estonia, how can we get this crew to prison? Thank you.
Great question. Do we have a second question right away, or?
So here front.
Yes, Edward. The mic is just behind you.
Yes. Hello, Edward Lucas. I'm interested in the balance between defence and deterrence, and I'd like the panel's thoughts on that. See, if we had time, we could build up fantastic defences, but we don't. We can make the whole Baltic region into a giant Finland. So we need deterrent responses, and they probably shouldn't be tit for tat. They perhaps shouldn't even be from the country that's been hurt. They might be better from another country. But I think Russia sees that we don't have those deterrent responses at the moment, and that's why they're continuing to escalate. So how do we rebuild the escalation ladder here?
All right. Would Mr. Swart from Legal Affairs like to kick off?
Thank you for the question. I mean, I obviously sort of teased out some of the jurisdictional questions in my sort of introductory comments, and obviously that is going to be a very important part of any analysis. I'm afraid I don't know the exact facts of this case, although I can say that if lying were a crime, that would be bad news for lawyers, I have to say.
Minister.
Yes, what we should do, I'm not a legal expert, but of course we would put this crew in prison. But the question is, finally, we need to have a legal basis for that, and this is now the ball is going back to the legal office.
Ping pong.
But what I'm saying is that this is the game, actually. We are prisoners ourselves because we are following the international law and conventions and everything. Estonia as well, we were chairing this Council of the Baltic Sea States, and we proposed a non-paper, actually, how can we implement the existing conventions and laws in real life. And also there are lots of opportunities for that. not only maybe on military level and free seas, but also environmental questions, many other questions. So, but what we had a case with this new polar bear between the gas pipeline between Estonia and Finland, when you as well said that maybe Finnish court is not able to run the case, Estonia probably will. But what happened was finally, actually, captain was not caught, but under the court in Hong Kong, and it's a clear case, and it's not a small amount of money. It's finally reparation. Everything cost like 60 million, but also the energy price and everything else went up. So we're talking about a couple of hundreds of millions of euros, maybe. So it's a real thing. Maybe it was the bad weather or something, but I think that you are professionals, and I'm sailing. I'm the salesman. Small yachts. But I know as well, and I've talked to some tankers captains, that it's impossible to actually to go ahead like 200 kilometers anchored and not recognizing that. This is impossible, even with the bad weather. So, but the case is there, how much and where we can use the force. We had a case with a tanker Jaguar in spring, which came in, it was a so-called shadow fleet without flag, insurance and everything, came into Estonian territorial, not territorial, but economical waters. So we went there and we asked to cooperate. Of course, she didn't. And then we escorted the ship out from economical waters. But we could stop as well, based on all different conventions, if we could see that anchor is coming out and we see direct threat to our infrastructure. We could use the force there. Of course, after in the court, maybe we could argue it was a right and wrong. But it is all is about our fear of escalation. This is all goes there, and Russia is using. And this very specific case in spring, first time ever, Russia sent a fighter jet to follow and to protect this shadow fleet vessel. Before that, they never, connected themselves to that. They said, "Oh, sorry, these are the guys who are making some business." But this was a real, evidence that actually Russia is connected and ready to use military force as well. Yeah, but we were ready to go there if the anchor could have been out, and there would be all the legal parts. So, and happily as well, it's not a question between Estonia and Finland and the Baltic Sea. France actually did last week the same approach, and I think that this is a case we can have actually as well a legal ways out, but we need to have not fear about that.
Yeah, that was a very interesting case indeed, because it was sort of the first moment when Russia sort of came out of this gray zone that they used to, like this legal gray zone or like this kind of attribution gray zone that they
and
used to hide in.
And even they violated the NATO airspace for whatever, the 48 seconds or whatever, but they came in. So, and we were already frozen. So we cannot be like this.
The second question was on the balance between defense and deterrence. Maybe you would like to tackle that one.
I can give it a stab. I think deterrence should be seen as the first line of defense. And there is no contradiction between the two terms. But something sometimes I think we forget is that we sometimes show fear of what Russia can do to us. I think we also should recognize that Russia have that fear against us too. So if we do coordinate and orchestrate actions, it will be noted, and it should be proactive to a point. And if you take everything into concern, what is happening during a year, everything we heard here now regarding interactions from nations against ships, that is, from our point of view and a legal point of view, a national action or a national under national jurisdiction. I don't think we should be that certain that the Russians see it that way. They see more of a monolith. That we are not fully coordinated is nothing that they assume. They think we are coordinated, which we are to a certain point, but we can get better at that. And there are things we do for readiness. We prepare ourselves, we forward deploy, we are out there. And the more of this we do as an orchestrated maneuver, the better prepared we are, and we can do more of what we have seen with these enhanced vigilance activities as Baltic Sentry and now Eastern Sentry. And we should be even quicker than we have been these times.
I think Sweden and Poland also reacted with this, was it called Gotland Center? There have been so many centers now that I'm starting to mix them up, but that was actually like quite
a trademark.
Yeah, and hopefully Russians are taking note of this. Sometimes we have to view ourselves like they do, so we will be impressed. Anybody else comments on this deterrence and defense question?
Yeah, I would probably say we have to make up our minds that we are actually successful with the deterrence we do, because the case you mentioned when Russia sent out a fighter jet to actually escort this or make a statement regarding this vessel, it was a strategic loss for Russia, right? Because they gave away the card saying we have nothing to do with bad seamanship of private companies. So it was a strategic loss for them, and they decided, okay, the fleet is so important to us that we have to commit ourselves as a state with this shadow fleet. So that's actually a victory. We created a strategic dilemma for Russia, and they actually had to make a decision, and it was not a good one. So, and that's actually, I'm completely with you, Hans. It's we should less think about the dilemmas or the problems Russia is creating for us. We should more think about how we create dilemmas for Russia, because we are in a position to do this, right? And it's not that difficult. And that probably should be the way we start thinking, because the dilemmas we currently have, we can deal with them. We are not under attack. It's not a military aggression. It's doable. It's handleable. But we should think about how to create dilemmas for Russia. That would be the best.
You can play this game too, yes?
Yeah, very quickly, I think it's right to say that deterrence comes from defense capabilities. So we may say, yeah, at this moment maybe we are not where we want to be, but well, I fully agree. I don't think Russians think the same way. I think that they think that we are far beyond where they can actually take on us that easily on a full scale and full front. There are many strategies that they can still employ, but that's I don't think for this conversation. But I think what is important that we need to take three things in one continuum, and that is military capabilities, industrial capacities, and our societal will to resist. And on each of them we have a separate panel here, but I would just say we will improve on industrial capacities. We definitely will improve on industrial capacities with the help of the European Union and this complementarity of NATO and EU. But I think Russians by now should understand, and if they did not understand that, they should understand it now, today, at this very moment, on this panel. We will fight. We will fight. There will be no 1940 again. And they will perish more than they are perishing currently in Ukraine. There will be disasters for them. So don't attack. Don't even think. And from that perspective, will of the Baltic states to fight is larger than I think than ever in the history, or to defend that. Let's be more precise. Defend the country should that be attacked. What happens with the rest of our allies at NATO and member states in the European Union? I don't precisely know, but I think that is also changing the mindset. I mean, the drone incursions in Scandinavia and Germany, I think they are changing people's perception of what actually the threat is. Baltic states are not going to be the first necessarily. That might be Copenhagen, that might be Oslo, that might be Stockholm, that might be Munich, Berlin, whatever. I think also the rhetoric here must be changed. There are no first states in line. Everyone is in line for Russia. And we need to be absolutely clear about that, to communicating that to our people as well.
Very important message, Minister.
Just to add on that is that if you see the very short period, we must get rid of our fear. I'm not talking about the Baltic states, Finland, Poland, and frontliners, because we have no this fear. We are ready to fight, because this is an existential question for us, no doubt about that, whatever happens. And happily as well, we have now the new NATO regional defense plan since Vilnius summit. And I think the deterrence is actually, we fulfill the caps, and we as Estonians, and I think Latvians, Lithuanians, and Poland as well, we will be ready from the first second to take down lots of stuff in Russia and the other side of Moscow if the real aggression will start. But we need to understand as well that Russia is weak in the meaning of he's stuck in Ukraine already more than 3 years. He has no full-scale capabilities for full-scale aggression right now, but then behind that we need to have this political unity and as well the will to fight and readiness to fight. Without that, this is exactly why Putin is testing us, pushing the lines about different hybrid stuff, and then we always think about the legal opportunities and whatever. We need to show that we are ready to fight, and that's it. And that is a good deterrence with the real capabilities. We missed 10 years, actually, I'm sure, because 2014 was already very clear. So maybe 2008, Georgia, but okay. But now we're there.
Mm. We have time for one more question. Is there... Yes, over here.
So thank you. My name is Thomas Nilsson from the Swedish Intelligence Service. I would like to follow up what was brought up of some of the panelists in the discussion. Do you think that there is a risk if we, and I think most of us would agree that we are actually fighting a hybrid war with Russia, and we will do for a time, if we label every incident and bad things that happen in our society world as a hybrid warfare, and we say it's Russia all the time, could that actually be a risk that is playing along the Russian strategic objectives and the theme, the Russian spin used against us? I would argue that strategic communication is an important element in hybrid warfare. Also connected to that, a risk for overusing, using that word, overusing the Article 4 consultation, because you could imagine if Russia saying, if you look, NATO is not protecting you towards our population. They are going to Brussels and they talk and consultation, and you're spending 5% of your hard-earned tax money on this. Is that really the way to do it?
Well, I think...
I can answer that easily. I agree that everything what happens in our families and whatever, the domestic violence, Russia is not responsible probably. But about cases which Russia is responsible, or whoever, North Korea, or I don't know, we must say it publicly out. I sent out at the end of August the first secretary of Russian embassy in Tallinn, who literally was mediating the different attacks and attempts in Estonian territory. We have arrested more than close to 20 persons, some of them they are in prison, because there is a lot of evidence actually that Russian secret services are acting in Europe, financing, coordinating and hiring people. So, and these cases, of course, if we have proof, we must be allowed and then act as well. Article 4, I'm not happy as well that we need to call them, but if we call Article 4 without results, it will be the problem. But we actually, as you remember as well, we called Article 4 on Friday, and finally we gathered on Tuesday, and the reason was to have a military consultations, actually what will be the outcome of that, as an Eastern Century, increasing the capabilities, so on. So I'm sure that we have an old saying in Estonian language that don't call wolf, wolf, wolf all the time, and finally, if it's coming, then what is reacting? But these times, in the pattern, it was the right time. But also there must be a real outcome to show as well to your people that actually there was some kind of decision on whatever. Just gathering and talking, we do it in European Union a lot, but not in NATO. So.
Could you remind the audience what it was in this case, the outcome of that meeting?
Outcome was that it was agreed that the Eastern Century will be in the meaning of military level increase the capabilities. Let's see in the further. But there are some things as well. I think even in Estonia, everything is too public already. You know, all the military planning, all the capabilities. Sometimes I think that I love Finnish people more because they are doing stuff and then talking later. So I think that we'll see in the future what will be the outcome of that. But the reaction was solid.
You have no idea what kind of domestic issues that strategic culture of not talking creates in my country. Go ahead, you wanted
Yes,
to
very quickly. I mean, you are all here in the midst of almost in the midst of October, and the largest catastrophe in Riga is usually the first snow, always at the end of October when it comes. Whatever we prepare, we always have a tragedy here. Other than that, Latvia does not have any other threat except Russia. So if that is a threat, there is only one source where that comes from. It does not come from Estonia, or from Lithuania, or from Sweden, usually. It can only come from Russia and Belarus. We didn't talk about instrumentalization of the migration that we're actually fighting every day. I mean, 10,000 cases for this size of a country. I mean, this is huge strain of our border guards and national guards and military. So my point is, there are no any other threats. What should Latvian then kind of restrict himself if that is always Russia? Then on Article 4, first of all, there are no limitations, right, on Article 4, but I fully agree. If a country feels that it's being threatened, it has a right. And this right must be kept sacrosanct as any other article in the Washington Treaty. My point being that if Russians want to be loved in this world, they simply need to stop to do a couple of things. First and foremost, stop flying into NATO airspace. Stop the war in Ukraine and get rid of your empirical ambitions. And believe you me, we will be all so happy about such a great neighbor, such a rich neighbor, such a powerful neighbor. But this is not going to happen. So we stick where we are.
I hope somebody got this on a clip for Twitter and other social media. The other panelists, please, you have 1 minute left for any famous last words.
No.
Come on, Johannes, you look like you want
to
say
something. You always have last words, right? No, but that was exactly the point I made in my statement. We, particularly in Germany, we have to be careful that we don't overdo it, right? That we don't frame everything as hybrid attack now. And we have been too reluctantly for a long time to actually speak it out. Mainly the politicians have been too shied away from it. And now some parts of the population have the feeling it comes all at once in a huge wave, which is not the case. So we have to be very careful that we find the right time to actually tone that down again. But right now we certainly have to create some sense of urgency, and then we have to explain it. And then we have to set the right narratives, and that is probably exactly the phase we're currently in. So I completely agree. Yes, the biggest favor would be just to freak out and panic, or just to blame everything on Russia, because that's what Russia is doing in their narratives, right? So we are under threat by the West because we are the source of all evil we have ever been, and that's why they attack us constantly. Which is not the case. So yes, I totally agree. We have to, but that's an individual assumption, I think. Each state has to find the right way to address its people. I've been to Tallinn 2 weeks ago on your conference, and the way you guys talk there openly, we would do the same on the German conference. That would be like a no-go. People would just freak out, right? And it's a very individual thing. I love the way you do it, but that's not the way it could be done in Germany. Not right now, maybe in a few years' time.
Yes.
Just to sort of conclude, there's obviously a great symbolism attached to these articles and Article 4 consultations, but of course allies consult every single day at NATO. It doesn't have to be formally badged anything if people don't want to do so.
All right. Would you like to have any last words?
I've been living 1 year in Rostock now, so I start to get acquainted with the German way. So if I remember it correctly from my National Defense University studies, quoting an old dead German, war is politics continuated with other means.
Indeed.
And if that's the case, we are at war. We are not at a shooting war yet, which we will try to do everything to avoid. But we need to have a reset where we stand with our neighbor in the east.
Thank you very much. An excellent way to end the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our distinguished speakers. We now have one final coffee break. Please be back at 6:30 sharp. The Latvian Chief of Defense will be speaking, and he does not appreciate anyone being late. Thank you. seats. All the people are coming from the second floor. We have survived. We have made it this far. We have one last main plenary session here on the role of military mobility and infrastructure. And then I would like to remind that everyone is invited for a special reception at the beautiful St. Peter's Church in the Old Town. And there are shuttle buses leaving from this venue. And of course, remember that this is not a true goodbye. We continue tomorrow. There's also a whole range of side events to attend, so please check out the program for all of that. Without further ado, I would like to hand over the mic to the moderator of this panel, Julian Lindley-French, who is the chairman of the Alphen Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. You can tell this is 6:30 on a Friday afternoon, but we'll do our best. Welcome to this wonderful panel I have with me on military immobility, which I think will be a challenge given what's been happening and what's been discussed these last couple of days. I want to set the scene. In 2022, General Heinrich Braus and General Ben Hodges and myself, we wrote a big report on military mobility called Moving Mountains. And recently I published a major book with Field Marshal Lord Richards called The Retreat from Strategy, which is brilliant and very reasonably priced. Very good. But they both had two things in common with which I want to challenge the panel this evening, and indeed yourselves. I don't sense there is the requisite level of urgency on the fundamental issues that Heine, Ben and I addressed in that report to really improve military mobility. Military mobility is deterrence. If the enemy believes that we have the capacity and the ability to move capability quickly, there is no stronger element of a deterrence posture than military mobility. Now, Ben Hodges, my dear friend Ben, bit of a Yank, but still a close friend. Ben, as you know, was a general, head of the US Army in Europe. He said, Julian, will you pose two questions here? I think that's an American accent. So I'm going to pose two questions, which I want the channel to consider as we go through their remarks, and they'll maybe address it at the end. And these are the fundamental questions that we need to address, particularly as Europeans in the new Europe with the new NATO facing the new threats. First, in the event of the worst case, a major attack on Latvia, could Latvia hold out for the 2 weeks it would take for NATO land forces to arrive in some strength? Remember, the fundamental policy of NATO is deterrence by denial, not deterrence by punishment. We don't want to have to rescue our friend and fellow Europeans here in Latvia from a Russian invasion. We want to deter it. We want to stop it before it even crosses the border. And if not, the second question. Given all the plans that are in place, NATO plans, EU plans, national plans, bilateral, trilateral plans, to enhance military mobility, I say, again, a crucial element of deterrence. If we make significant progress, say, by 2030, which has been pretty much set as the target, would we then be able to say that Latvia could hold out that minimum 2-week period they would need to before NATO land forces could reinforce in strength? So those are the two fundamental questions that I want to address in this session. Now, I'm joined by a wonderful panel. who will address these issues. I'm going to start with Lieutenant Colonel Eric Steinman, who's a Senior Research Fellow at the Klingendal Security Unit, because Eric is going to give us a conceptual understanding of what military mobility means now, what it means for our alliance and the Union. I'll then follow with Cécile Maisonneuve, who is the founder and president of Decisive, is the title, which I'm fascinated to learn more about. That will be followed by Richard Coles. Richard, you're a member of the European Parliament of everything, foreign affairs, international trade, industry, research, and energy. Yes. I'm surprised you get time to do any work with the title that long, but there you go. I'm a good old-fashioned Yorkshireman, so there you have it. And finally, Chief of Defence Staff, Sir Major General Kaspars Pudens, who is the Chief of Defence of Latvia. And what I've asked Kaspars to do is not only to give us his version, his interpretation of where we are at in the challenge of military mobility, but also to have the last word on what he hears in the panel, and he will lead us home. Now, I will run a tight ship. Each of our panelists has 5 minutes, no more. I'll shut you down if you go longer. Then I will turn to the audience and gather questions from you, if I can ever see you, that is. So it's quite difficult with these amazing lights. And then 10 minutes from the end, I will ask my panelists to give us their final reflections in reverse order of the initial speaking. So on that note, let me invite Eric. Sir, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, sir. I want to start with a quote of General Eisenhower. He already said that you will not find it difficult to prove that battles, campaigns, or even wars can be won or lost because of logistics. So that's why I'm very fortunate and happy and proud that I'm actually here to say something about it. But of course, I'm Dutch, so I'm going to do it a bit differently. I understood yesterday that since you're Dutch and you're a military background, if you're Admiral Bauer, so it's probably predetermined that you will be being a bit blunt. Well, I might match that because I'm not even an admiral. That said, all jokes set aside, I want to have a different approach. Because when we look at fighting power, we normally see it as the moral component, which we addressed, I think, thoroughly these days, or the physical component, which can be, for example, the logistics or the stocks, etc., the command and control. But we heard, I think, very little about the conceptual part. And in the Allied Joint Doctrine publication for sustainment of our operations, the modern synthesis of what Eisenhower said was probably, logistics drive operations, not the other way around. And then I thought, well, preparing for this, then probably why don't logistical concepts should drive or war operations or war concepts? And then, of course, we look at Ukraine, which is a different kind of war. It's a proxy war. It's more limited in scale. We have a lot of lessons we can identify, but are we learning all the proper lessons for the future war? It's always a question. But perhaps not all, because, for example, in June, Secretary General Rutte said, we need to be more lethal. And if you look, for example, at the British document, if you specify we need to be 10 times more lethal. That sounds great, but what is the current lethality and what's then 10 times lethality? But I personally think that we should focus more on survivability, because I think that is the lesson identified we haven't learned yet. Yes, we can focus on firepower and targeting, and it's important. We learned some lessons, not all. But if you look at, for example, a simple framework, the onion ring, is about don't be understood. It has to do with what you intend, something we heard before as well. Second layer will be don't be detected, for example, in the electromagnetic spectrum. Don't be seen with intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance means. And don't be hit, which is, of course, the core. You want to be, you want your soldiers to be safe as possible. And you can think about air defense capabilities, etc. But also in this doctrine publication, there's an understanding that we need to adjust the logistics according to the context and the threat there is. And if we then look at Eastern Century and pre-positioning stocks and pre-positioning units, because units you pre-position, they may camp. A big camp, they might even have a fitness or whatever, and it will be bulky. And if you look at the onion ring again, our intent is pretty clear. We will be seen in electromagnetic spectrum. They will know all its call signs, frequencies, etc. They have a target, and the target will become fixed over time. And as the attacker has the initiative, he will have the choice of place and time to actually hit these fixed locations. So if you come to think about it, and that's my call for action or the conceptual approach perhaps, why don't we consider lighter units, more flexible, more responsive, very good intelligence, perhaps even like a more of a concept of digital minefield in which you always have your sensors and your indirect fire. And you have dispersion of your personnel, dispersion of your logistics, because as already said before, the only things actually are being allowed to live for a prolonged period of time. Not big vehicles, or not stocks, or not logistical hubs. It's persons and probably unmanned vehicles, etc. So the call for action probably, I think, will be to reconsider our concept. The area in which we operate, in which the transparency of the battlefield is increasing with drones and all kinds of sensors, it's increasing in scope, types of sensors, which probably will be unsafe. And we have old concepts like the forward line on troops, the forward line enemy troops, or the forward edge of the battle area. As said before, probably the battle area can be anywhere you want. So probably more deterrence will come by being able to deploy faster.
Please, Eric.
I will, sir.
Good man.
To actually be faster in the deployment of our forces than the enemy, to create the better area of our choosing on the time and the conditions of our choosing, and require probably a different logistical concept and a different operation concept.
Thank you very much. I mean, as I understand it, what you're really talking about is complex mobility in support of secure, agile, pre-positioned forces. Do we have the infrastructure for that kind of concept?
No, I think probably you should go back to the drawing board, because nowadays we have your capability targets and we say a mechanized brigade or a mechanized division looks like this. And the fact is that a really fact or is it an assumption? And are these assumptions still valid? And there's a lot of money, of course, going around in the EU readiness plan or the Rearm Europe plan, or however you call it. But it's a bit strange that you have 7 priorities, but you don't have real consensus on what the overarching concept is of the future war you would like to fight. So yeah, probably you need to change that
mindset.
That mindset and also your concept.
Yeah, thank you. Cecile, please.
Well, I will answer that question from the point of view of an expert on energy, which I am, and on energy policy. And to rephrase your question, the question I would like to address during this session is, do we have an energy system resilient enough to deal with this kind of agility and of rapidness that we need? And when I hear about logistics, about mobility, I hear 2 things today. Traditionally, we would have talked mostly about how to bring the energy of mobility, which is oil products, of course. But now, when we speak about mobility, we speak about a lot of communication, we speak about the digital space, and we speak about the reality of the energy system we are building, which is electrification. And reflecting on security of supply in a more electrified defense economy is very different from reflecting on security of supply when you talk about fossil fuel. Why? Because we are talking about a system, the electric system, which will make all the digital space work, a system where every second at every minute, every hour, every day, every month, we have to balance the system. So this is, by definition, a very complex system, even in peace times. But in war times, this becomes even more complex. And the difficulty of this is that in an integrated system such as the European one, this system must be strong not only where the battle is happening, but also very far away behind, because this electricity system is very much integrated. So the question I would like to address is, do we build a resilient and a solid, a robust electricity system which for this kind of events? And the reality is that we have designed, we have conceived a system which was of course designed for peace times, not for such extreme events such as the ones we are talking. And we are only starting to consider that this new electricity system and this new electrification of our activities, whatever they are, has its own weaknesses, and until now they have not really been addressed. And talking about security of supply, when you talk about the electricity system, you're talking about three kinds of security. We are talking about, of course, clean security. So where are you fueling your electricity system from? And there we have this issue of dependency with China. You are talking about, of course, physical security of the infrastructure, and no need to talk about what's happening in this region for some physical infrastructure such as undersea cable or so on. But you're also talking about the internal stability of the system, and from that point of view, what we recently in Spain is an extremely, I would say, interesting and worrying situation, and I will come back on that. And you're talking about the economical security of your system, because when you have to sustain the war efforts, you need the energy not to be too pricey. And from that point of view, the economical security, the affordability of this new energy vector is questionable when we are in Europe. So just to come back on what I just said regarding the resilience of the system we have built, in every expert of the European electricity grid is warning that we are building a system which will not provide generation adequacy in 2030. So the transmission operator are saying that. If you read recent reports also by the Joint Research Commission committee to the Commission, you will see the same. So we are building a system which is not resilient anymore because we lack a synchronous system in this electricity system, meaning power plants which are functioning all the time. So this question, up to now, you were talking about the urgency, has not been dealt with sufficient sense of urgency.
One minute, please.
Yeah, and I would just conclude, and maybe things are changing, and from that point of view, the recent decision in Germany to build the equivalent of 20 gigawatt of gas-fired power plants is a good news for the stability of the European electricity system. I will conclude on that.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this is extremely concerning because on the one hand, it's almost a contradiction. We seem to be committed to building an electrified defense economy because that is the policy of quite a few governments. And yet you're suggesting that there are potential critical points of failure, even as late as 2030, in the supply of electricity. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yes, because the thing is that what ensures the stability of the system is rotating machines, gas-fired power plants, coal-fired power plants, hydroelectric systems, nuclear power plants are rotating machines, as opposed to renewable energy system, which is on-off. So there is no inertia in the system. And with the new systems that we are building, these rotating machines are used less and less because renewables are first to come on the grid. And for that reason, the competitiveness of this rotating machine is degraded. And we are currently seeing many gas-fired power plants, or in some countries, nuclear power plants or coal power plants, decommissioned. And so we don't have anymore these stable machines in the system, at the same moment, we're still building new capacities in renewables because of political objectives, but which are not the ones which enable the system to work correctly. Yeah. And up to that, the grid is not adapted to these new machines. That's exactly what we saw in Spain. So this problem has to be dealt with. Problem is that this value chain of electricity mechanism is full of bottlenecks all around the world, and not only in Europe, it's the same in the US, and it takes time to build this. It takes time to transform this grid system. We need 6 or 7 years to build a gas-fired power plant. So we really, really have a sense of urgency to find here to act quite quickly.
Thank you. I mean, it just emphasizes you cannot separate issues like military mobility from broader policy choices.
Exactly.
And those broader policy choices are essentially that if you want to be able to project defensive power, you've got to be able to protect people and the home base, because that is the source of the very energy and capability required to act. Rihard.
Yes. On your first question, as active member of National Guards, I have no other duty than to defend for 12 days until reinforcements come. To answer that, Commander will elaborate, are we ready or not, and if we can do that, but the ambition is there, absolutely. But on 2030, the readiness, the rearm Europe, so you mentioned I'm on different committees, and the last one with the long title, it's actually very important when it comes to military mobility, when it comes to defense industry altogether. And I have to say that we just now concluded, I was a rapporteur for mini omnibus on defense. And one particular part is particularly dedicated to mobility, not only military mobility, but counter mobility. This is what the European Parliament stress on, counter mobility. But also integrating the dual-use infrastructure, also applicable to energy. But I have to say, I agree that the sense of urgency is not there. There are still politicians dealing with how we can combine this with our climate ambitions and integrate these projects. Well, those are purely military. And military, yet no tanks are on batteries, no others on batteries. It's actually the fossil fuel, which is the lifeline for any military equipment for these days. And that's a harsh reality. I don't think it's quickly going to change to that. And based on that, of course, it triggers me negatively when I hear MEPs submitting amendments or opposition to allowing to create the dual-use fueling stations. And the trigger word for them is fueling. No, it has to be green and so on. And this is something, it's hard to comprehend. Yeah. That you have to still deal with this kind of mindset. And unfortunately, it illustrates the lack of sense of urgency. You just mentioned already 12 days. I don't think those MEPs are thinking those ways, that 12 days, and we have to think about reinforcements. But let me come back to what is at stake right now, what has been done. There's a lot of plans, strategies adopted. The issue is implementation, and for implementation, money following those projects and initiatives. I'm pleased to see that the last NATO summit, there is an agreement to divide the 5% expenditure, 3.5 on hardware, defense capabilities, and 1.5 on infrastructure. Let's hope that registers in the NATO member states in Europe. I'm pleased to see that the new European Commission has recognized the specific challenges in Eastern Frontier. That is separate region with separate challenges, and there will be additional funding provided. And why this is important, we have to look at the history of NATO, at least for the past 20
20 years. Of course, at the beginning, the threat is not that big. The enlargement goes its way on who wants to join, and it gradually increases. Gradually, we made decisions, very important decisions, on the battle groups, then integrating on different ones as well. But all of those decisions hasn't been followed with, do we have proper infrastructure? We have the infrastructure when we have to facilitate the host country, the battle groups, in certain places, but then again, the reinforcement, sustainment, that is something that is still not there. And there is a report of the European Parliament, a draft report right now on mobility, and it particularly stresses the recognition that mobility plays a crucial part in those three crucial ingredients for Article 5, which is forward presence, which is reinforcement, and sustainment as well to maintain it. As I mentioned, Baltic, Central Eastern Europe, we've been somewhat left out of this era of peace dividends, and it's over. And if we look at the harsh reality, the disproportionality that we have with the West Europe, with the South Europe, let's take it, the biggest tool to have any resupplies, it's train. Ukraine shows train is the main artery when it comes to resupplies and the movement of mobility. And we have still no connection. Well, Rail Baltica, it's 2030, right? So this is where we have to really change the mindset. And it's both roads. And last point, I know it's 1 minute, so 20 seconds.
All right.
Regulation is one. There is still, according to the European auditors, still the average take to get approval permit for military movements ability takes 45 days. That's insane. You talk about 12 days to make for reinforcements. So here, the last point I want to say, we work in the regional area as well. We have the JEF, Joint Expeditionary Force. So this is as well. Not to say that suddenly everything has to pull up from the south to the north. So it's mixed.
I mean, what I'm hearing, and not just from you, but from others, and I have to say I've heard it in this conference as well. We still suffer from this tendency to put politics before strategy. That things can only be good. We can't say that this is not working. From my perspective as an expert, and having spoken with colleagues of yours in the European Parliament and elsewhere, I think we're almost in denial about the slowness of improving a critical factor of military mobility, which is corridor building, infrastructure development, permissions across borders. Would you agree with that?
I have to say I agree even more so on this assessment. Not only the politics before the implementation of the strategies, it goes even worse. Not maybe at the political level, but when it's the executive level, they start to pull the rug. You don't come into our competencies. This is ours, kind of, guarding. And I noticed that in European Parliament. When the Trans Committee started to object, the SEDE Committee, which is Defense Committee, is in agreement with ITRE Committee, the Industry and Technology, on proposal not only have the military mobility, but counter mobility. They say, we're going to block this paper because we disagree, because it's our competency to decide on that.
Yeah.
And I think this is the biggest problem. We start to pull the rug, not to implement that is really urgent, but start to say, oh, you're leaning into my area, kind of this ill envy or jealousy.
But I think the important message here is something that hasn't come across thus far in the conference, which is our enemies, adversaries, whatever you want to call them, are not stupid. No. They are carrying out daily systematic analyses of our vulnerabilities. And decision-making is one of those vulnerabilities. And when we say we're going to do something and then we don't deliver, we are simply building a vulnerability in which they will exploit. And that needs to be gripped, because we can't plan on the basis of promises. We must deliver. General, delivery.
Indeed. Thank you. Well, with all respect to Lieutenant General Hodges, Ben probably wants to hear from me direct answer, but I would be same as we heard here. never would admit that we will fail in that battle. We will do whatever is needed, and I'm happy that hearing also from our volunteers. But before starting, of course, you all heard the importance, and that's clear as light, of course, about the importance of military mobility. I want to reference this to one historical case, but not from war, so actually from my childhood. Once, somehow, miraculously, we at school, in our football team, got to the regional finals, and we knew that the team coming against us is much stronger. Better players, better equipped, more trained, and so on. But then when the day came, actually we won, because they didn't came up to the stadium. The bus broke on the way. So when we got to the state finals, to grand finals, so that makes that what indeed what is all about is race in the speed.
Did you win the final?
No, as I said, we're not good team. It was miracles that we got to the regional finals somehow. Yeah, just with motivation, great big motivation. Yeah, so that's why I say this is becoming very critical. Not only similar like firepower for those who will be fighting on a border, in our case, the eastern border, with our defense line. It will be important for the rest, being also ready for the sustainment battle. How I build my concept of main points where my battle fought is something Eric mentioned. The first point is survivability, but I say this is first what we need. All of us survive, all of our armed forces, our infrastructure, our networks, so we can look further on. That's where I put my effort defending. You said 12 days, if needed, it will be 1 month, whatever we need. We will defend until it comes to the end. And then the third part is sustainment. This is a battle we, just coming out of national exercise, but we paid a big focus on sustainment. And that's where I put the more emphasis on military mobility. Because in initial phases, while all this is very important, what has done, and we're working with civil side, so civil military engagement on developing infrastructure, resilience, as you said, that's understood. But me, as military, of course, a part of doing the military capabilities, bringing military capabilities, looking at other options. So what to do not coming to these 12 days. So that's why I say I focus on the procedures, on capabilities, where I can shorten these timelines. So it's investing intelligence, sensors, analysis. Investing already was mentioned here, or you said decision making. So how we can faster understand the situation and make proper decisions. And this is where to invest. Also invest in platforms which can deliver same effects, but they are much lighter, as Eric said. It's actually footprint. So probably same effects. We don't need a tank brigade coming here, but we can get even drones. But drones, again, still needs to be delivered to the line of departure or point of a launch. So it's actually battle what we're fighting here with main two problems. Of course, our disadvantage been before and will remain is, of course, is our readiness against Russian ability to maintain combat or operational readiness on our borders. Now, thanks to the Ukrainians, it's much lower, but in any case, it could be back. But also resilience. Resilience not only of our infrastructures and so on, but our armed forces. And I say our answer is, how we're focusing is not to look at countering Russian mass with a mass. As I said, look at innovative solutions, how to fight much leaner, much lighter, and then not being forced and focused on these 12 days, but on something we can do much shorter in decisions. But in same time, of course, we're doing a lot. I think as a nation, as the last mile of delivering these capabilities to our fighting positions, I think we did a lot during the last years internally. Our border crossings, if I'm correct, already almost a decade when we solved this, that any our allies with low-level limitations, even falling to my responsibilities, allowed to come in hot, so with loaded weapons. So it's not coming to our borders, you pack your stuff in boxes and cross the border, and then you get ready for a battle. No, you can go in. We're exercising through exercise with our neighbors, so we can do cross-border activities, operations. So if I'm hopefully chasing Russians here in Latvia, so I can continue doing this in Estonia and in Lithuania, I'm not stopped with boundaries. So this is something we did. And that's where we can help and, of course, advise the rest. So it will be regulatory side. But on infrastructure side, also working through different scenarios involving our civil partners, critical infrastructure, ports, the energy institutions into our exercise. So through exercise, they realized where their vulnerabilities are. And that's where we're advising what you need to establish, both procedures or capabilities. Because my main point to all these critical infrastructure saying, don't expect us being and protecting you on the spot. We will be on the frontier. We will be around protecting. It's your responsibility to build your resilience through different cyber offensives or sabotage offensives. This is your responsibility, particularly now with all the different kinds and levels of drones. So counter drones, it's not looking at us. We can advise, we can boost your capability development, but at one point you can even develop it much faster. You are business organizations, many of them, so they can do it much faster.
Thank you, General. I mean, what's come across, not just what you very eloquently said, but also the entire panel, is that military mobility can look like a very dry subject. But in fact, it's critical to the defense and deterrence posture of our alliance. Why? Because it's not just about infrastructure. It's about civil-military relationships. It's about regulation. It's about cross-border movement of dangerous goods. It's a whole host of political, legal, and actual requirements that without which mobility simply won't happen. And without that mobility, there is no deterrence and defense posture. That is what we're dealing with here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to open the floor now for about 10 minutes. And if I can see you, I'm also going to look that way because too often chairs were not looking that way. I will take a few questions. I see a hand in the ghostly distance just down there.
I'm Robert Rasums from Latvian Armed Forces. So for what are we building this infrastructure? What is the strategic end state to which we are building this whole defense economic? Is this the plan for just surviving the Russian attack or defeating Russia? If the answer is the second one, what do we understand with defeating Russia? So kicking them out, stopping the killing, ending in Moscow. So as war is continuation of politics, I would like to see Mr. Kohl answering this question and then officers commenting this political guideline on this.
Well, thank you very much. I'll take another question while we're at it. Shout at me if you can. Yeah, please.
John Barser Globsec, quick observation. 41 years ago, the UK, when I was an exercise young officer, deployed 131,000 men to Europe. That would take some doing nowadays. My question about the infrastructure, I understand the forward edge of the battle area has moved, but is it not up to the private sector and the EU, who own the infrastructure, to provide what NATO needs? Get the private sector involved, is my question. Should we?
Thank you, John. Right, I'm going to, Rihard, go straight to you on that question. What is the strategic end state of military mobility?
Well, two things. That deterrence is credible and that defense is effective. And again, that our defense plans are implementable. Both when we talk about rapid response, masses, 500,000, and I think the high readiness is 500,000 and 100,000 are rapid response, that actually we can facilitate it. We have the corridors, everything in place that if needed, the reinforcement can come quickly, not in 180 days, but way sooner. So, but it's also back and forth, the resupply chains. Again, if there's coming, let's say, reinforcement, it's the question of crossing the borders. There is a discussion right now of introducing the military Schengen. And I think it's a valid point. Absolutely. It takes almost a month to cross all the German federative states for any equipment to get to the Poland and Baltics. So this is to abolish unnecessary burden and to have these capabilities on reinforcement there that actually applies to adopted defense plans in case of, but when it comes to what to do with Russia's strategic defeat, well, it's our task ongoing, actually. It's not the future. It should be right now. Continuous support to Ukraine, but also depleting smart way the capabilities of Russia that it's at the point that it actually cannot wage imperialistic war at any neighboring country. But that is something that you need to get a consensus, not only within the European Union, but within NATO. And I always call for have the Casablanca conference and to agree of capitulation of Moscow, like, you know, our predecessors did in Second World War.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Anybody else want to respond to that particular question?
If I may,
yeah, please.
in this question, of course, it's all about all us collectively. The aim, of course, is to building our capabilities, both in defense, collective as NATO, to deter and deny, if needed, adversary in Russia. But at the same time, of course, these capabilities needs clearly to demonstrate, and not only capabilities, but our all procedures clearly demonstrate our both willingness and readiness, if needed, to go and defeat Russia. Of course, it will be based on also political decisions. But nationally, of course, everyone has his own role. As I said in my remarks, I know what is our limit of capabilities and at the same time building our ambitions. And my role in overall this theory of victory is to hold adversary, stop him there, so prepare him, fix him in a box so our allies can come in and kill him where it's needed. And then if it's not stops and denies him any further, then we need to demonstrate with our readiness to go and defeat wherever it will stop.
I mean, let me be blunt. The relationship between military mobility and the NATO war plan is essential. I mean, the Dutch have built this transit corridor, which is important. But the transit of what? If it's British forces, both blokes can get on a train. I mean, the idea, for example, the Brits will provide 2 divisions within 60 days, that's fantasy. That's not going to happen. So it's one thing having a military mobility plan, but we've got to have capability and capacity to move securely across Europe to where they're needed. So again, this linkage is absolutely vital. On the private sector, Cecile, Eric, do you want to comment on the vital role of the private sector in enabling effective military mobility?
Yeah, maybe also it's about deterrence, but it's about real force projection. You need to be able to defeat the enemy. And just get back to the last question. Yeah, if you're in war with Russia, you can also do deep strikes. Of course, you know, the war doesn't stop or end at the border of one of the countries being attacked. But I do think it's important also to think about sensors and transportation and cooperation, of course, with the civilian sector. It will be vital. It will be a whole society approach then. So it will be really clear. But for me, it's very important for the concept of what do you need to sustain. So if we do pre-deploy a force, it is not about only sense of urgency, what we talked about, but it's also about what you said, sir, rational, proper decision making. So if we pre-position our forces, we may have not thought about the ideas that the incursions with drones create an increase in influx in the Eastern Century ambitions are actually perhaps meant to fix our forces, because all the forces there fixed, anti-drone capability, etc., will not be sent to Ukraine. So what do we need to sustain? I think it would be far more of a deterrence for Russia if there were little forward presence, and they know, because we demonstrated with exercise, etc., that we're capable of transporting our combat power to the area we choose to compensate for their initiative of being the attacker and be there earlier, and that everywhere in our NATO territory we will sensors and in their fire just in a kill box and killing the first Russian aggressors. I think that's far more of a deterrence. And then all of a sudden you have a different task of what to sustain and what to ask of the civilian environment.
Thank you. Cecile.
The role of the private sector when it comes to the energy field, we absolutely need some investment from the private sector. But for the moment, we have to say that there is absolutely no reason why the private sector would invest in a more robust system, both for regulation reasons, but also because there is no demand. There is no, when I was insisting on the role of electricity, because there is no demand. So you don't invest when there is no demand. We have only policy-oriented goals, but we have not a demand-driven system. So we have to find a way to reboost this demand in Europe for new and more robust energy systems. And from that point of view, there is a very strong link, in my view, between electrification, digitalization, and because digitalization as a digital sector per se is an electricity-intensive consumer. So we need to re-enclench this, I would say, virtuous circle, because for the moment we are not in such a circle. For the moment, basically, the private sector is kind of frozen by this, I would say, by this energy policy, which have discouraged any proper investment.
It does strike me, before I go to the next question, that there's a profound absence of political leadership here. I mean, when you go back to 1935, the British created what they call the Shadow Factory Plan. And this was an order from government that a third of all industry would immediately be made available for war production on the outbreak of war, plus all supporting energy as ordered by government. Surely, ultimately, this is a political decision by our leaders to organize this kind of response, including the private sector.
Well, just one figure, just to fuel what you just said. 40 years ago, the level of energy dependency of Europe was 35%. Today, it's 55%. After all the policies we have put in place, so-called policies to be more independent. And the reason of this is because we have replaced our domestic supply, not our importations. So we also have to align this view between exactly what you said, and it was said also in the previous panel, between industrial policy, energy policy, and the defense policy. For the moment, it's disaligned, in my view.
Thank you. Last question, sir.
Thank you. Carlos Bukovskis, Latvian International Affairs. Colleagues, thank you very much for a wonderful discussion. I'm going to ask a question, which has kind of two sides, but I'm asking it as a citizen of the Republic of Latvia, not an expert on anything. So it's an honest question. First of all, and it goes to the original question of the moderator. First of all, it cannot be an overnight attack, can it? We will see the signs of Russia preparing an attack, and then we start counting the days, how much we can prepare or not. That's the first part. And the second is going back to the discussions on the military mobility, all the restrictions, all the problems, all the red tape that we need to cut. The question is that, and we saw that already in Ukraine or any other situation, when the threat comes, the chain of command becomes much shorter, decision-making becomes much quicker. There is no question of bureaucracy of doing this or that. There is just simply need of survival. And then every procedure is being accelerated. So we are kind of discussing the current world in which we are thinking how to reduce the problems and hurdles which prevent us making our cooperation easier.
Thank you.
But at the moment of... Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. General. And then Eric.
Indeed, on the first part, that's how we say in military, don't fight the settings. If it was said major attacks, then it's major attack coming in. But you're right. And that's what I mentioned by saying we are limiting this ability, being surprised, even we have these plans, and we have to react on what I said, our disadvantage of being in disadvantage of combat readiness and decision making. But at the same time, we, through our contingency plans and exercises, also realizing and preparing for this at first days until we make these decisions, until D-Day or X-Day, it will be the most challenging and demanding, because it will not go according to plans, according to what we expected, but we have some principles in place. So that's what we are expecting and preparing and testing. And you're right, at one point, and for military, I would say this is most difficult part until the war starts. When war starts, it's easy. Then you just fight. This is clear pictures, and you can understand what's where to move and where is adversary moving. Until then, of course, adversary offensive side has initiative, and we are on disadvantages side. Through the training, through testing different procedures, being transparent with our allies on what our capabilities, what our contingencies, what our expectations. And expectations at the same time is managing also expectation of our societies, that there will be some chaos and some losses and some casualties in the war.
Thank you. Eric, can I fold your response into your final remarks? Because I've got 9 minutes left and I'm going to finish on time.
Will do. I think I'll probably comment and say two things. Is that in my former job...
Will you say it when you say it? So I can get on with the wrap-up? So just hold there for a second. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So what we're going to do in reverse order, with Eric giving a little bit extra to whet our appetites. Rihard, your final remarks.
Well, I would love to continue all the discussion. I will just start with my last point I made on the military Schengen. It has to be a reality, but I think it has to be also graded in a way. We have the peacetime policy and regulation, we have crisis regulation, and we have war regulation.
Yeah.
That in the Schengen, when it's a peacetime, business as usual. When it's a crisis, you lift certain restrictions off. When it's a war, everything according to the protocols and so on. And last point I wanted to say, we didn't touch upon, but it triggered with the private sector, but from different perspective, non-governmental sector. And I have to say that Russia definitely will use sabotage on critical infrastructure to disrupt these reinforcements. And I have to say it's stunning that the enemy can be from within. Useful idiots can be used. And here I mean, just very recently in Genoa in Italy, was gathering a Southern European seaport labor organizations. And you should just follow what they were talking. Our ambition is to ban any military cargoes from our ports. They actually disrupted some of the air fighters from Italy to Ukraine. And this is a serious threat. And this is why I call that actually on top of that, we have to identify critical infrastructure, Navy, on the land as well, that is out of any private involvement of management. That is purely those who have been identified, be the National Guards and so on. Sorry.
No, not at all. Thank you, Riyad. Cecile.
Well, I would like to come back on what was said about the EU dimension, because from the energy point of view, day one in Latvia, if such an attack arrives, will also be day one in any EU country, considering the fact, and I come back to what I said, and you can very easily disrupt the whole European society through its network infrastructure, and especially the electricity one at the moment. And we saw that in Spain, everything's working through electricity today. So this sense of emergency on what we have to do, I think we have to convey it all over the EU. I'm saying that because just 3 days ago, the operator of the Spanish electricity system said that the proper measures do not have been taken to solve the problem in Spain. And he says that it could happen tomorrow. So last time we managed to stop, I would say, the contagiosity of this disruption of the network. But what if next time we can't manage to stop it and it expands to all Europe? It would be, in the current situation, a real problem, that a problem which was born in Andalusia would struck countries which are under a huge threat from Russia. And I'm not sure that its sense of emergency and contagiosity of what we're talking about has been really, really dealt with.
Thank you very much. Eric.
Yes, well, to conclude and reacting to the last question is that, of course, when it's war, it's clear there are different processes. There's a unity of effort, there's a unity of command, and probably, as discussed, we will win from the Russian Federation. But this is not what you want. You want to be prepared in your processes, in your mindset, that upfront you're already innovative, adaptive, etc. And after 12 days of fighting, preferably, we already want to have won the war. And actually, we want the Russians to know that probably we're going to win this war within 12 days. So it will not even be necessary. So I always get a bit grumpy if we say, well, just wait until the war starts, and then everything will be fine. No, it will not be fine, because we'll have a war of attrition and will be costly in our livelihood, in human life, human capital. So I think we have a responsibility to crack on and do better and be better prepared.
Thank you, Eric. General.
Well, military mobility is clear that it's silent but very important element of credible deterrence. And I think if it's there, present, then all what we need is deterrence, and then we will not speak about these 12 days of potential attacks. So it's more to deter. But what has to be done, all the proposals, but to summarize, indeed, this is something to encourage further working, that it should be dual-use infrastructure, developed or changed to dual-use infrastructure. It should be about diversity and the resilience of this infrastructure. Problem is that, of course, where we stuck, at least I think everywhere, is who will pay for this dual-use infrastructure. So it shouldn't be single developer of this dual-use infrastructure, so it should be balanced. And another one, of course, is regulations you heard about, and this is something also being done, but to be continued working on this, that we are not surprising each other with some new papers requirements, so predictability of these procedures, and also that standardization of these procedures. I think we are there, should be, so I will surprise that they will still have different forms, but I think more about faster processing of these forms. So what's it done? I think this will improve very much, but as until an overall part, even it's still only one part of credible deterrence. So we'll still invest into the military capabilities, in the procedures and civil military relations. And main point, of course, it all has to be exercised, and which shows the demonstration of our capabilities, potential to finding and mitigating our weakness, and also will improve our readiness.
Thank you, General. Thank you all. Before I thank the panel, let me conclude with a very brief audit of the main recommendations from our 2022 report that I put forward to 10 very senior military members of the Alphen Group to get their assessment of where they thought we were at this moment. Streamlining of cross-border movement permissions, 3 out of 10. Undertaking and implementing a comprehensive infrastructure assessment, 2 out of 10. Standardizing networks of national points of contact and appointing them, including a possible single point leadership, 3 out of 10. Increase EU funding for military mobility, 4 out of 10 if realized. Extending NATO common funding, 2 out of 10. Fully harnessing capability catalogues that are relevant to military mobility, 3 out of 10. Fostering a culture of cyber resilience for military mobility, 4 out of 10. Establishing a comprehensive programme of EU-NATO civil military exercises devoted to military mobility, 3 out of 10. And finally, enhancing the structured dialogue of military mobility, 7 out of 10, because we're very good at talking about things. I'd like to thank my wonderful panel for their expert insights. Please join me in a round of applause. And at 19:30 and 47 seconds, this session is now closed.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. There are now shuttle buses leaving from the main entrance that will take you to St. Peter's Church, where we will continue with the concert and the reception. See you tomorrow at